Seiji felt that the current scenery in front of him resembled something he would see in an anime about adventuring in another world, one with mystical and fantastical elements. At this moment, a huge shadow completely blocked out the light above him. He couldn't see clearly just what had blocked the light, but it definitely wasn't an easy spiritual creature to deal with. Spiritual creatures, or maybe more accurately speaking, these spirit world creatures. Some were passive and wouldn't attack first, while others would automatically attack humans on sight. These creatures were considered a threat while exploring a spirit world. Seiji turned around to see a wall of light behind him. According to the information he received from Hannah, as long as he walked through this wall of light, he would be able to return to the real world. However, if he re-entered this spirit world, he might appear at a different location. Basically, the location he entered in the spirit world was random. He decided to remember this current location. At the very latest, he would have to leave here before the spirit world deformed, or find another pillar of light that someone else arrived at to exit this world from. Seiji began his adventure and set forth. The moment he walked through a door, he met with some creatures. Wolves, 3 completely pitch-black wolves with a misty red glow in their eyes. He already had information on these wolves. They were the most common aggressive monster in the forest palace. They were dexterous and agile, and acted in groups. The 3 black wolves roared lowly and rushed at him in unison. Seiji cast the body-strengthening spell on himself as he withdrew his kapok tree bark wooden sword for battle. Slice, slice, slice. He won easily. The injured black wolves didn't bleed. Instead, a faint red mist bled out from their injuries. Not long after they collapsed, they vanished completely in a black-red mist and left nothing behind. There's no benefits to fighting monsters, I should avoid battling as much as I can. Seiji now had a better understanding of how things worked here. This was no game. The spiritual creatures wouldn't drop any equipment or items, and grinding these monsters would have absolutely zero benefits for him. He raised his guard and continued onward. Gigantic trees and vines, various flowers and butterflies, a broken-down palace, tall towers, clear rivers. With all these elements combined, the overall scenery was quite beautiful. If this had been a tourist spot, it would definitely be one of the top-level tourist attractions. Unfortunately, this was no place suitable for tourists. Various dangerous creatures lived here, making it impossible to admire the scenery. While black wolves were individually weak, they could become problematic in large numbers. Above the black wolves were black monkeys, black tigers, and black bears. These 3 monsters were all capable of using the spell, Mana Bullet, which made them more troublesome to deal with. The highest level monster was the black eagle. Black eagles could be met in the wide open areas. With one flap of a black eagle's wings, it would cast a cascade of mana bullets at you. Its high-speed dive attacks were also quite powerful. Seiji met a black eagle while searching. Although Seiji felt that he should be able to defeat this monster as well, Seiji chose to avoid it and not waste his energy fighting against an aerial enemy. After searching for quite a while, he discovered nothing whatsoever. Nor did he come across any other people. Adventures in real life are nothing like games. He sighed to himself. In RPG games, there would always be labyrinths where fighting the monsters would give the main characters experience and items, with various treasure chests along the path, or interesting puzzles blocking the way, or special events. Reality wasn't so kind. There were no benefits to be gained from fighting monsters. He had to keep up his vigilance at all times while proceeding and couldn't even enjoy the scenery. He didn't know where he should go, or how to find what he wanted. Seiji suddenly stopped in his footsteps. That was because he faintly heard something worthy of his attention. After carefully listening to discern the direction the sounds were coming from, he increased his pace and cautiously proceeded in the direction of the sounds. Then, he saw a small clearing. There was a large tree over 20 meters tall in this clearing. Its leaves were black, and it was blossoming with red fruits that resembled peaches. There were also a few fruits that were silver. I found the silver fruits. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. There was a gigantic green black eagle monster in front of the tree. There were green scales on its body, and it had an extra set of green claws. Its size was more than twice as large compared to the black eagle that Seiji met earlier. 3 spiritual ability users were currently facing off against this gigantic black eagle. They were all wearing uniforms that resembled Special Ops forces, outfitted with helmets and guns. Their guns kept shooting out spiritual bullets that landed on the huge black eagle's body. The two sides were currently battling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 436, I have a kapok tree bark wooden sword. Chapter 436, I have a kapok tree bark wooden sword. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The Black Eagle, or, let's call this one the green-scaled black eagle. The green-scaled black eagle used its sharp green claws and shot out numerous mana bullets from its wings in an imposing manner. However, the 3 spiritual ability users dodged all the attacks at high speed or used personal barriers to block the attacks. They were able to attack and defend together with excellent cooperation, and maintained a series of attacks while also taking care of their companions. Even though the green-scaled black eagle flew up into the air and used its aerial advantage, the situation didn't change. As Seiji saw it, unless the green-scaled black eagle was able to do something like a transformation, it would only be a matter of time before it was defeated. In that case, if he wanted to obtain the silver fruit, he would have to deal with those 3 fully equipped spiritual ability users. Was he going to have to kill them to steal the treasure? Was he finally going to go down the classic path of a Xinxia or Xuanhuan story protagonist? Come, let's shout together, I'm the harem protagonist of a martial arts novel, and I shall defy the heavens. Ha, of course not, that would be the wrong genre. Besides, I'm not that arrogant or rebellious, Seiji commented to himself. He didn't want to do such a thing. While he really wanted to obtain some silver fruits, it wasn't to the extent where he was willing to kill others for silver fruits. Besides, he didn't even know if he would be able to win against those 3 spiritual ability users. Seiji continued to silently observe the battle. As the green-scaled black eagle received more and more damage, it evidently entered a berserk state as it kept rushing fiercely, sending out more waves of mana bullets, and violently waved its claws, but the spiritual ability users suffered slightly under its furious barrage of attacks, but remained calm. Not only were they not scared off, they even brought out their melee weapons to fight with it. The area around them was demolished, with the buildings and plants all being destroyed. Broken pieces of plants were sent flying everywhere. Only, the shards that flew towards the large tree were blocked by that faint black mist protecting it. Finally, the green-scaled black eagle was forcefully shot down while rushing towards the 3 spiritual ability users and pitifully fell to the ground. After roaring heavily in evident unwillingness, it suddenly flew up and left without returning. One of the spiritual ability users remained on guard, while the other 2 approached the large tree. The black mist moved to block them. One of them retrieved an object that appeared like a landmine and placed it on the ground. With a boom, the landmine object caused a huge explosion. Immediately following after, a large amount of black mist twirled around the tree and dissipated. The 2 spiritual ability users then approached the tree and started gathering the silver fruits from it. Seiji observed them all the way until they finished harvesting the silver fruits and left. Then, he left as well, and returned to his original starting location based on the map that he had self-recorded. Then, he tried to find a shorter path from his starting location to the giant tree. He made several trips to and from these 2 locations, spending quite a lot of time to find the shortest path. After he found the shortest path and committed it clearly to memory, Seiji made his preparations, then loaded. Darkness enveloped him before everything lit up again. Seiji returned to the moment right after he entered the spirit world. He had made a save file at that time just in case. He immediately started running and proceeded at a high speed along the path that he memorized. He did his best to avoid all spiritual creatures on this path. The ones that he couldn't avoid, he dealt with as quickly as possible. This feels a lot more like a game now. Seiji had once played a game called Dark Souls in his past life, which was renowned for its difficulty. In that game, one of the fastest techniques to beat a scenario, known as speedrunning, was to control the video game character and dash past all the enemies, fighting only the necessary monsters and the boss. Seiji was currently doing something similar. His goal was to reach the black-leafed large tree as quickly as possible and defeat the green-scaled black eagle, being the first to obtain the silver fruits. Perhaps this counted as stealing treasures from others. But he could avoid a fight this way, and only needed to race against time. The best-case scenario in his mind was that the green-scaled black eagle wouldn't even be there, and that he would only have to defeat the black mist barrier guarding the tree, harvest the silver fruits, and then run off. However, reality wasn't so kind. The green-scaled black eagle was crouching right in front of the large tree, acting out its proper role as a guardian. Seiji didn't stop in his movements as he cast evolved body-strengthening spell on himself, transforming into a Super Saiyan, into his golden form as he wielded his wooden sword and attacked. The large eagle discovered his presence and counterattacked with its claws. Seiji dodged this claw attack and swung with full force. Ice Calamity Blade. Shing. The kapok tree bark wooden sword viciously sliced into the eagle's body with the power of ice, while multiple spiritual swords of ice materialized in thin air and also stabbed the eagle's body. The eagle was heavily injured from the very first exchange of blows. The green-scaled black eagle howled in pain as it furiously waved its claws. Seiji was unable to dodge, and was knocked away. He adjusted his posture in midair, then lifted his hand and locked on to his target. Ice Prison. The large eagle's body instantly froze solid as if it had become a sculpture. Seiji then used this opportunity to gather mana, and attacked with an extremely large, evolved mana bullet. Boom. Star. The gigantic spiritual attack left a golden trail as it exploded on the eagle's head in a brilliant manner. The large eagle was struck dizzy by this blow. If this could be represented in a manga style, its eyes would be little X's with stars twirling around its head. Seiji continued rushing at the eagle and jumped onto its back to furiously slice down with his wooden sword in a continuous flurry of blows. Finally, he swung his sword in a wide arc and used Ice Calamity Blade for the second time. Shriek. Star. The green-scaled black eagle wailed in terror as it continually received several serious injuries. It forcefully waved its sharp claws and forced Seiji back, then immediately turned around and escaped, flying off into the sky without even looking behind it. Beautiful. Seiji didn't expect things to go so smoothly as he praised himself. Now, he just had to deal with the black mist barrier. He didn't have a convenient landmine-like item like the previous 3 spiritual ability users. He could only break through using brute force. Slice, he broke through. Finally, he climbed the tree and picked all the silver fruits, ignoring any fruits that were of a different color. There were more silver fruits than he expected. He was able to fill almost his entire backpack. Alright, I'm done here, time to go. Seiji speedily left this area. Later, when the 3 fully equipped spiritual ability users arrived in this area, all they saw was a large tree that had nothing but ordinary red fruits left. Seiji felt an immense feeling of victory and satisfaction as he left the spirit world and returned home with a heavy backpack. Brother. Shika greeted him upon his return. I've returned. Were you waiting for me? Shika nodded. Seiji felt a warmth in his heart from this as he reached out and patted Shika on the head. Take a look, this is what I've gained. He showed her the silver fruits in his backpack. I didn't expect that I would be able to gain something so good on my very first try. I suppose it's beginner's luck. Brother is amazing, Shika told him with great sincerity. When being praised by his adopted younger sister like this, Seiji almost wanted to pretentiously shout out, "It's because I'm the one chosen by the heavens." Calm down, I should stop getting so overly excited. Still, he'd never expected to gain so much on his very first try. With so many silver fruits, would they help increase his spiritual power and mana to the level required for the yin-yang seal, to become a yin-yang master? He hoped so. He decided to eat one right now. Wait a moment, was there a special method that he needed to eat these in order to benefit? After all, they were a precious resource. To be on the safe side, Seiji immediately sent Hana a message asking her if she was around. "It's so late at night. What do you want?" "I found some silver fruits, and wanted to ask how I'm supposed to eat them." "What?" The cat-eared hat girl was astonished to hear this. She was even more astonished after she finished listening to his abridged version of what happened. "You went to a spirit world just like this, didn't you say that you would think things over?" "Yeah, I finished thinking things over, and simply went, but." "Don't say it like you were deciding which supermarket sale to attend. These are spirit worlds we're talking about." "I did my best to make some serious preparations." Just what preparations can you even make? Tell me beforehand, bastard." Could it be that you wanted to help me prepare something like equipment?" "Of course, idiot. You don't even have much of a weapon, and dared to go to a spirit world. How foolish are you?" "I have a kapok tree bark wooden sword." "What the hell good will a wooden sword do you?" Hana retorted forcefully. "Don't say that, it was quite useful. I used it to defeat a spirit world creature that was as large as a house," Seiji told her proudly. "It's amazing enough that you even survived to tell the tale, using only a wooden sword to fight against such a creature, you idiot." Hana's loud shouting was almost at the level of breaking her microphone. She'd never expected that he was such an unimaginable idiot. With only a wooden sword as his spiritual weapon, he dared to go adventure in a spirit world? That was on a completely out-of-the-world level of idiocy. However, he lived and returned. Not only did he survive, it seemed that he wasn't even injured, and even brought back the most valuable resource with him that he could obtain in a spirit world. Was this so-called fool's luck? That's not right. The cat-eared hat girl felt internally conflicted and helpless about her idiot transmigrated reincarnated older brother. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 437, This Place is the Soul World. Chapter 437, This Place is the Soul World. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. For an idiot to survive and even bring back such a great harvest, it couldn't possibly be explained with only luck. It was proof that he had a certain level of power as well. In the end, Hana could only unwillingly come to such a conclusion despite being internally conflicted. Her older brother must have been far stupider than she thought, as well as stronger than she believed. After she finally calmed down, Hana recalled the question that she had just been asked. How was Seiji supposed to consume the silver fruit? Let me check it out for you. Wait a few minutes. Seiji nodded. Then, he felt an urge to go use the restroom. When he got up and exited his room, he saw that Shika was standing right by his door. It's amazing enough that you even survived to tell the tale, using only a wooden sword to fight against such a creature, you idiot. Could you explain what this sentence I heard means, Brother Seiji? Shika asked him in a calm manner. Didn't you say that you'd definitely not take any risks? Her eyes were asking such a question. Seiji was rendered speechless. Right after his blood-related younger sister commented so forcefully on his actions, he now had to coax his adopted younger sister. Sheesh. But his younger sisters were all so cute. His sister-loving spirit was immensely satisfied. In order to consume the silver fruit, one would have to first inject their mana into it. After synchronizing one's own mana with the fruit's energy, it could be consumed. If someone merely ate the silver fruit directly without doing so, most of the energy contained in the silver fruit would be wasted. Not only that, the person consuming the fruit would suffer from some indigestion and might even be hospitalized in some severe cases. After learning this, Seiji felt that he had done the correct thing asking Hana about this rather than rushing to eat a silver fruit. The silver fruit would immediately take effect after being consumed, and its effects would last for a while. In this time period, he shouldn't eat any additional silver fruit. Basically, the silver fruit's effects for increasing a person's spiritual power and mana was a process that took some time rather than being an immediate power-up boost. The person who consumed one would require some time to digest it before consuming another. The silver fruit's effects were different for each person. Some would improve their stats greatly, while some would only receive a minor increase to their stats. Also, for the same person, the more silver fruit one consumed, the lower the effectiveness would be. Basically, the second silver fruit would increase one's stats by less than the first, and the third would be less than the second, and so on. It was just like how taking too much of the same medicine would build up the body's resistance. With so many silver fruits that you harvested, it will take you quite a while before you can eat them all. I'll mail over a storage scroll to you as a gift that you can store your silver fruits in. This will help to decrease the rate at which their energy decays, Hana told him. A storage scroll? A scroll inscribed with magic runes that create a dimensional storage space. Please give me an instruction booklet on how to use it as well, thank you very much. Sure, idiot. The cat-eared hat girl stared at the handsome boy. Don't get all proud of yourself just because you were able to visit a spirit world and received so much without even getting injured. Also, don't even think about going to a spirit world for a second time anytime soon. Obediently finish eating those silver fruits of yours first. Alright, got it. Seiji smiled. I know that I was quite fortunate this time, so I won't get too proud. Oof, at least you have some self-awareness. Hana stopped staring at him. That's all, then. Good night. They ended their video chat there. Seiji turned off his computer and went back to his room. He took a silver fruit out from his backpack. After he injected his mana into it, the fruit immediately began glowing with a faint silver and emitting a fragrant aroma that smelled quite appetizing. Shika, who was beside him, blinked when she inhaled this scent. Seiji felt that it should be fine now as he took a bite of the silver fruit. The fruit was sweet and tasted similar to a peach. It was crisp yet soft at the same time. If Seiji had to describe the taste, he felt that it was similar to cookies and cream. The moment that the fruit went down his throat, his stomach felt rather warm and comfortable. He quickly finished eating the fruit. The warm feeling in his stomach felt like it was now spreading to his entire body, as if he was taking a warm bath. It was incredibly soothing. Seems like it's fine, but let's still wait until tomorrow to see the results. If everything is normal, you should eat one of these tomorrow as well, he told Shika. No. Brother, you were the one who took risks to find these. No need to share them with me. Shika shook her head. I want to share them with you. Just try one, it's delicious. No need. Brother, you should hurry up and take your shower and go to sleep. Shika turned around to leave. After Shika left Seiji's room, Seiji decided to open up his system. He saw that his spiritual power stat was increasing slowly. He didn't know how much it would increase by in the end but hoped for a good result. After that, he put away the remainder of the silver fruits, took a shower, and went to sleep. There was darkness, red light, and a faint sound. Seiji's consciousness was hazy as he felt himself floating around in midair and tried to determine where he was. This is similar to when I heard Yukari shouting for me to help her. Just where am I? What are these lights? What are these sounds that I can hear? Various questions arose in his mind, but disappeared as his consciousness became hazy, just like last time. Unlike last time, he continued floating in a specific direction as if something was leading him on. The red light gradually faded together with the sounds. Seiji sank into utter darkness before slowly regaining consciousness as he opened his eyes. He saw black leaves all around him. Seiji blinked as he stood up and looked around him. He was currently underneath a large tree with many black leaves. Apart from this tree, there was nothing but a silvery white glowing mist. He could faintly see that there was something in the mist, but he was unable to make out what it was. Where is this? Is this someone else's soul realm, just like when Yukari called out to me? What is this glowing mist? This black-leafed large tree, it seems rather similar to the trees at the forest palace. Am I in the forest palace? My soul wouldn't enter a spirit world while I was sleeping, would it? Seiji was quite mystified as to what was going on. That time with Yukari was strange enough already. This time was even more confusing. Why did I arrive at such a place? Is it related to me eating the silver fruit? I have no clue what's going on. Seiji cast astral vision, but nothing changed in his vision whatsoever. He furrowed his eyebrows at this. Well, just standing around was useless. Should he try walking around and taking a look? Just as he was thinking about this, he saw a faint figure through the glowing mist. This figure was evidently approaching him as it became clearer and clearer. Finally, a person wearing a tall black hat, a black robe, and a white fox mask on their face appeared. May I ask your name? A young and gentle-sounding male voice spoke up to Seiji. Before asking someone else's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Seiji responded with a classical line. I have no name. Some call me White Fox, some call me Black Robe, while some call me the Guide. Guide? Guide to what? The road to the soul world. Seiji paused in surprise for a moment. Soul World, the hidden faction that cast the midnight spell. Are you a member of the Soul World? Seiji asked this person. I am within the Soul World, the white fox masked man answered calmly. Within the Soul World, what does that mean? I exist inside the Soul World, which is where you currently are as well. What? Seiji was astonished. You're saying that this place right here is the Soul World? The white fox masked man nodded. Seiji understood now. What this white fox masked man meant that they were currently within a place called the Soul World rather than referring to the organization which also called itself Soul World. Seiji reflexively looked around him as he recalled the meaning of the place called Soul World that Natsuya had told him about before. Was this the place where demons and spirits that wanted to return to the world of living would gather? It didn't seem like such a place. No, wait, he couldn't see anything clearly anyways. All I can see is this tree and an endless mist. Just what type of place is this, and why am I here? Seiji looked towards the white fox masked man again. You said that some call you the Guide. Who are those people? And who exactly are you? The white fox masked man fell silent for a moment. Please, may I ask your name? Rather than answering any of Seiji's queries, he repeated his first question. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 438, Grey-Clothed Gar. Chapter 438, Grey-Clothed Gar. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Call me Harano. Seiji had the common sense not to just tell his real name so easily to a random strange-seeming person. Besides, this was already far more unusual than simply meeting a strange person. Wouldn't anyone who even slightly had a brain be on guard? Harano. Understood. The white fox masked man accepted this name easily. You have arrived here because you have the power to do so, he informed Seiji calmly. However, that's your limit. You currently don't have the ability to move about freely in the soul world. I can guide your way here as long as you follow the rules. First, do not ask what the soul world is. Second, do not ask me anything about others. Third, see through your own desires and tell me where you truly wish to go. If you break these rules, I shall give you a warning. If you ignore my warning, I shall stop guiding the way for you. Seiji didn't know what to say at all this. Although he really wanted to say "the hell is all this" out loud, this didn't seem like a situation where he could comment as he pleased. You're telling me that I can't ask questions, but if I don't ask any questions, I won't understand anything. You don't need to understand. All you need to do is express where you wish to go. I don't even know what type of place this is supposed to be. How would I know where I want to go? As I said earlier, see through your own desires. My own desires? Can I go anywhere I want? Such as to heaven. That is not where you truly wish to go. Seiji clutched his arms, and was really tempted to say but chose to remain silent instead. He figured that this so-called soul world might be some type of soul realm. This white fox masked man was telling Seiji that he existed here and could act as Seiji's guide, but that questions weren't allowed. Seiji was only supposed to tell him where he wanted to go. Where I truly want to go. I suppose it sounds both a little immature yet also philosophical. Should I try? No matter what place this is, or who this person is, I might as well try. After coming to such a conclusion, Seiji unfolded his arms. I would like to go somewhere where I can obtain greater strength, he stated seriously while looking at the other person's mask. He sincerely wanted to become more powerful, after all. The white fox masked man fell silent for a moment and seemed to be judging the veracity of Seiji's statement. Understood. Please follow me. He turned around and walked through the mist. Seiji followed after him. As Seiji entered the mist, he could faintly see hazy scenes around him and hear faint sounds. People, places, buildings, cards, animals, plants. Everything was hazy. If he tried focusing on any scene, it would change in front of him and become unclear. It was the same for the sounds he heard. Seiji heard talking, footsteps, shouting, cars, fighting, roaring, all these sounds mixed together and continuously changed. If he tried focusing on any one particular sound, it would only become unclear. Seiji instinctively felt that if he got lost in this mist, he might never find his way out again. The white fox masked man. The guide walked in front of him and kept taking various turns in the mist. As Seiji walked, he discovered that his consciousness was gradually becoming hazy, as if his body was getting tired and wanted to sleep. This is no good. How much longer until we arrive? Seiji wanted to ask this question when he suddenly saw the guide stop. We have arrived, a gentle voice informed him. Seiji's consciousness instantly vanished. Wolfclaw was born in a normal village. He was called Wolfclaw because on the day that he was born, his father had joined a hunting expedition and obtained some wolf meat. This wasn't really a true name, but rather only something to call him by. Something as extravagant as a name was something only the nobility could possess. The nobility were considered divine, wonderful, and powerful existences. All the villagers were supposed to kneel the moment they saw any nobility, and had to absolutely obey the nobility's commands without any resistance. None of the villagers doubted this way of living, including Wolfclaw's parents. However, Wolfclaw was different. He was disgusted by having to kneel and kowtow to the extent where his face was pressed into the mud. He was frustrated at being ordered around to perform tiresome tasks for no payment or benefits whatsoever. He felt anger and pain at watching those he knew being abused by the nobility to the point of injury or even death. These negative emotions kept welling up within him, but he didn't know how to vent them. Until, one day, he saw something. A gray-clothed man wielded a large sword almost as tall as he was and sliced down the divine and wonderful noble from the horse the latter was sitting on. He then stomped on the noble and sliced the noble's head off. This scene gave Wolfclaw an indescribably huge impact. He was excited to the point where he kept trembling uncontrollably and tears kept rolling down his cheeks. He wanted to shout something but was unable to shout anything at all. His lack of literacy caused him to be unable to describe his current feelings. The villagers viewed this gray-clothed man with fear, while the nobles hated him and called him the rebellious traitor. Wolfclaw misunderstood and thought that rebellious traitor was this person's name. Rebellious traitor seemed so amazing to him. He decided to follow after the rebellious traitor. This wasn't easy at all. However, Wolfclaw managed to accomplish this after undergoing a thrilling and heart-pounding adventure. He was accepted by the gray-clothed man as a servant. Finally, he learned his mistake. Rebellious traitor wasn't the gray-clothed man's name. It was a way of calling people like him. The gray-clothed man was named Gabe. Gabe taught many things to Wolfclaw. For example, he taught Wolfclaw about how the nobles weren't actually divine or wondrous after all. The nobles were the same as other humans, as they could get injured, suffer from pain, and die, just like ordinary humans. As long as a person possessed power stronger than them, that person would be able to kill the nobles, just like how ordinary villagers hunted prey. I can give you money, or I can give you strength. Which of the two would you prefer? Gabe asked Wolfclaw such a question. Wolfclaw unhesitatingly chose the latter. After that, he loyally served Gabe, while Gabe taught Wolfclaw knowledge in swordsmanship, training, and tempering him. Several years later, Gabe gave Wolfclaw a set of gray clothing as well as a shiny new longsword and told Wolfclaw to give himself a name of his own. Wolfclaw asked for Gabe to give him a name instead, which Gabe accepted. Gabe gave Wolfclaw the name of Gar. From this moment onward, you're no longer my servant. You're now an independent member of the Grey Clothes. Wolfclaw no longer existed. Now, the world had a new individual in it, Grey-Clothed Gar. Gar henceforth joined the organization known as Grey Clothes. He killed nobles, freed slaves, and called out to the citizens to rebel. He experienced countless life and death situations and established deep friendship with his companions, as well as having a beautiful love story of his own. However, the nobles weren't merely prey to be hunted. They discovered Gar and his companions' secret hideout and attacked. Gar did his utmost to fight. However, there were simply far too many enemies. His companions kept falling beside him. Finally, there were only a few people left by his side, including his lover. His lover had already mentally prepared herself to die together with Gar here. However, Gar didn't want his beautiful lover to die here like this. Power. I need more power. Even if I sacrifice my life, I want to protect. With his strong willpower, Gar forced his already seriously injured body to far surpass its normal limits as he combined his spirit and soul together and wielded his longsword for a mega-powerful attack. Boom. Star dot. Numerous people in the nobles' attacking party were wiped out by this single sword attack from Gar. It was as if they were weeds that could only be suppressed by a furious wind. Everyone that witnessed this scene paused in astonishment. They had never seen such powerful strength before. Gar and his few remaining companions were able to break free and escape their dire situation. This one extraordinary sword attack was destined to become a legend. Seiji slowly opened his eyes. He saw Ryo's cute face next to him. I've returned. He tried moving his body, and slowly sat up. It felt like he had a really long dream just now, but that was no simple dream. His consciousness had been following a person named Wolfclaw, who later changed his name to Gar. It felt like he spent an incredibly long time following Gar's life in an unfamiliar world. He experienced Gar's life, shared his feelings, felt his will, and finally used that extraordinary sword attack. That sword technique didn't feel like it came from Gar alone. It was as if he and Gar had used it together. Seiji still clearly recalled all the feelings from that dream. He carefully mulled things over when a ding interrupted his thoughts. A system notification appeared in front of him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 439, You were quite vicious at that time. Chapter 439, You were quite vicious at that time. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. You have traveled through the soul world for the first time. The soul world option is now available. You have experienced the life of Grey-Clothed Gar. You have now learned Soul World, Howling Gale / a new option. Seiji raised his eyebrows in surprise. The option's name was Soul World. There was no explanation given, which was quite different from how it was when other options opened up. What did this mean? Did even his dating system not know exactly how to classify the soul world? He immediately opened up his system and checked it out. When he chose Soul World, what he saw was Howling Gale / as well as Soul Energy. According to Seiji's system, he had 100 Soul Energy points. The system provided no explanation for this number or what it was. When he looked at Howling Gale / the system's description stated that Howling Gale / is Grey-Clothed Gar's legendary sword technique. It can only be used with a sword-type spiritual weapon. This technique will cost energy, concentration level, as well as 100 soul energy points. This is a truly simplistic explanation. System, you're slacking off these days, Seiji commented in his mind. It would cost soul energy points to use this technique, then could he infer that soul energy was actually a type of technique points that needed to be used in order to cast soul world techniques? Well, setting that aside for the time being, would his soul energy points automatically recover if he used them? If not, how would he need to recover them? Would he need to visit the soul world in order to replenish his soul energy? Not only that, he still didn't understand how to visit the soul world to begin with. All he currently knew was that the soul world seemed to be some type of mystical domain where he could experience or learn from other people's lives in another world, and that there was a mysterious young man wearing a white fox mask and black robe that called himself the guide. Experiencing someone else's life felt like an incredibly realistic dream, but after waking up, most memories of that experience would become faint. However, some would still remain clearly, such as the extraordinary sword technique that Seiji just learned. Looking at this from a practical angle, this was just like obtaining a new power after simply sleeping for a night. This was similar to becoming an awakened. Awakened. Could it be that Yukari and Hoshi actually entered the soul world rather than their own soul realms? Seiji wondered about this possibility. It seemed likely to him. That would explain why he was able to hear Yukari's voice calling out to him for help and how he was able to arrive at her side. The white fox masked man had told him that he possessed the ability to traverse the soul world. He didn't know how he'd gained this ability, but he supposed that he counted as a soul world traveler. When he heard Yukari calling out to him as she had gotten into a predicament in the soul world, her voice naturally guided him to her location. This theory sounded reasonable to him, but still had its flaws. For example, the mystical connections that Yomi mentioned, Yukari and Hoshi's specific experiences, and the powers they awakened. After some more consideration, Seiji felt that perhaps he visited a different place than Yukari and Hoshi last night. Maybe these places were different forms of the soul world, or maybe they were something else entirely. Did this mysterious soul world have any connection to the mysterious faction also named Soul World? Seiji had a daring inference about this. He thought that perhaps this faction's members might actually be soul world travelers or awakened. These people might have obtained power from the soul world long ago, then joined up together and created an organization. The evidence for this inference of his was based on what the white fox masked man told him. According to the guide, numerous others had been to the soul world before, probably at least a minimum of 3. Even if there were only 3 others, if all 3 obtained powerful abilities from the soul world, 3 was more than enough to create a faction. Seiji didn't know how many people were in the soul world faction, but he figured that there weren't many. What was the goal of the soul world faction? The Midnight Spell, the Night of 100 Demons, the Awakened, the Spirit Worlds, Currently, it was still unknown what the Soul World faction wanted. However, it was easy to infer that if all these phenomena continued, there would be a great upheaval in the mystical society and perhaps even the regular society. Perhaps, the entire world will be changed. Seiji sighed to himself. Then, he decided to stop thinking about it and check the progress on his spiritual power stats improvement. A 19-point increase. He felt that this was excellent. Judging from the progress bar on his requirements for learning the yin-yang seal to become a yin-yang master, if his remaining silver fruits all gave him roughly the same amount of spiritual power, then it would definitely be easy enough to fulfill the requirement before the silver fruits ran out. No matter what would happen in the future, it couldn't possibly be wrong for him to gain more power in order to protect the people important to him. Please find any other awakened at school and tell them to be cautious about exposing their identities. During lunch break at school, Natsuya called Seiji over to the student council office and made such a request of him. With my current position and situation, it's not convenient for me to do such a thing. I can only ask you, she stated softly. Seiji nodded in understanding. Understood. Leave it to me. If the other awakened at school weren't warned, perhaps someone would cause an incident, which would be bad for Natsuya as she'd already reported to her family that there were no more awakened at Genhana High School. Due to Natsuya's personal circumstances, it wasn't convenient for her to find the awakened. In other words, Seiji would be unable to rely on her for anything, including receiving assistance from Hitaka or Rana. He could only rely on himself. Seiji's first idea was to use astral vision to inspect every single student at school. However, he felt that this was low in effectiveness. Besides, his astral vision level was still low, and might not be able to identify the awakened. His next idea was to ask his friends for assistance. Mika, Chiaki, Hoshi, Ryan and Katomi, Yukari, and Keat all readily agreed to help him with this. They promised to tell him immediately if they saw anything seemingly mystical about any other student. After school, Seiji received a phone call from Hisashi inviting him to come over to visit the Jumanji Mafia group. A car came over to pick him up. When Seiji arrived at the Jumanji residence, he saw that two people were waiting him in the main hall. Of course, one was Hisashi, while the other was Heya, long time no see, the red-haired man with bushy eyebrows greeted him. Zankita Jumanji, Hisashi, and Keat's older brother. Seiji had only met him once before, when he had been invited to visit the Jumanji group for the first time. At that time, this guy had rushed at him and attacked him unprovoked, so Seiji had been forced to defend himself and ended up injuring Zankita to the point of hospitalization. Long time no see. Have you recovered from your injuries? I recovered long ago. You were quite vicious at that time, but I like it that way. Zankita gave him a big thumbs up. Seiji looked towards Hisashi for an explanation. He's just an idiot like that. Bear with him. Hisashi poured some tea for Seiji. Hey! Zankita expressed his dissatisfaction. Seiji's cheeks twitched at this. The eldest son of the Jumanji family seemed like a coarse guy, but Seiji found himself surprisingly unable to dislike him. What's the matter, asking me to come all the way here? Seiji directly asked what was going on. Big bro Zankita, show him. At Hisashi's indication, Zankita raised his hand and caused a blue flame to appear on his palm. Seiji was rather astonished to see this. This was an ability that could be seen by everyone with the naked eye. Seiji immediately cast astral vision. He saw that the blue flame on Zankita's hand now appeared even brighter, while Zankita's arm seemed to be glowing with a mystical light, which seemed rather imposing. Yukari's spiderweb threads and Hoshi's red birds were only visible when using astral vision. However, this blue flame was directly visible to the naked eye. Was it because it was more powerful? Wait a moment. Red hair and blue flames? Seiji suddenly recalled a famous character from a well-known fighting game from his world. That fighting game had given him many fond childhood memories. Not to mention, this particular character was one of the most popular characters from that game and had a really cool ultimate technique. Seiji always felt a thrill from using the ultimate technique successfully and even memorized that character's catchphrase while using it, which was, "Zenkita had a strange dream about fighting with a Tengu." After he woke up, he possessed this ability, Hisashi told Seiji. "Do you know anything about this?" Seiji regained his senses as his daydreaming was interrupted. "Yes." He nodded and explained about the awakened. Hisashi fell silent after learning about the awakened. At the current situation for the awakened is viewed by the mystical society. "Big bro Zenkita, you can only use this power of yours at home. Don't use it outside," Hisashi cautioned his older brother. "Why's that? Didn't you hear what Seigo said just now?" "I did, but if anyone wants to do something bad to me, all I have to do is kill him," Zenkita stated while clenching his fist, which caused the blue flame to envelop his hand entirely and burn even fiercer. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 440, My Younger Sister is Amazing as Well. Chapter 440, My Younger Sister is Amazing as Well. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Zenkita's statement sounded really imposing. However, "But, you have to be able to win," Hisashi retorted. "Why do you think that I can win? It's easy to understand even if you think about it with your knee rather than your brain. How can some strange ability you received so recently possibly compare with an experienced spiritual ability user's powers? How can you know without even trying?" Zenkita's eyes were burning with battle fervor. Seiji clearly recalled how Zenkita was the first time that they met. He had been burning up with a similar desire to do battle. Seiji now had a better understanding of why Hisashi constantly called Zenkita an idiot. Seiji supposed that Zenkita was simply a battle maniac. "You don't need to try, as you definitely wouldn't be able to win," Hisashi said helplessly. "Please use your brain once in a while, big bro Zenkita. Can a person who randomly picks up a sword possibly compare to a veteran swordsman? That's also impossible. I'm already a veteran fighter as well. In that strange dream, I absolutely crushed that Tengu, but I'm not talking about fighting techniques, I'm talking about spiritual abilities. You received this ability just a few hours ago. And how many hours do you think real spiritual ability users have practiced cultivating their powers for? Just think about it, idiot. Time spent cultivating doesn't equal strength. Stop trying to go against everything I say. That's what I should say to you." The brothers began arguing just like this. Should I say that they have a really good relationship? Seiji thought that to himself as he idly sipped on some tea. "Could you please teach this idiot a lesson?" Hisashi asked Seiji, not wanting to waste time with his idiot older brother. Make this guy clearly understand the difference between himself and a real spiritual ability user. But a fight? Great! Zenkita punched his own hand eagerly, causing flames to cover both his fists. "I'd really enjoy a second round with you as well. This time, I'll be the winner." Seiji was rendered speechless. He sipped some more tea before putting down the teacup, unable to refuse Hisashi's imploring expression and Zenkita's burning desire to do battle. "All right." And so, they moved over to the dojo in the Jumanji residence. "Please don't injure him to the point of hospitalization this time. This idiot still has some uses," Hisashi requested after Seiji finished changing his clothes into a martial arts uniform and arrived at the dojo. "Hey! Don't say something unnecessary like that," Zenkita shouted at his little brother. He had also changed into a martial arts uniform. "Harano-san, no need to worry about anything, go all out against me." "All out? The hell! If Seigo uses his full power, your corpse probably wouldn't even be in one piece. Don't look down on me. How can you know when we haven't even fought yet? I don't need to look to know the result of a fight between a kitten and a lion. I'm no kitten. Zenkita made a fighting pose and ignited both his fists with blue flames. Let's begin, Hirano-san. Yep. Please take good care of me. Seiji cast body strengthening technique and mana shield on himself and made a fighting pose as well. The next second, Zenkita suddenly punched at Seiji and rushed over with his flames. Everything happened exactly as Hisashi surmised. His idiotic older brother was defeated in less than a minute. In fact, Zenkita only lasted that long because Seigo let him attack as he pleased for the first 30 seconds. If Seigo had gone all out from the very start, this fight would have lasted shorter than 3 seconds. No, this isn't even a fight. It's just a lion playing a game with a kitten, Hisashi thought to himself. While your ability is quite powerful for attacking in tandem with your fists, that's all it will amount to if you can't use it defensively as well, Seiji stated. Just like last time, he used only one attack to defeat Zenkita. Each and every one of Zenkita's punches were able to send blue flames at Seiji. These blue flames were indeed an actual threat to his mana shield, but no matter how strong Zenkita's attack power was, he lacked any defense power whatsoever, so the outcome of the fight was a foregone conclusion. Amazing, as expected of you. Zenkita crawled up while clutching his stomach. This time, you finally know how foolish you were, don't you? Hisashi sighed. If it wasn't for Seigo carefully holding back this time, you would have been hospitalized again. Zenkita fell silent for a moment. Hirano-san, no, Haruta-sama. He looked towards Seiji with a serious expression. I would like to ask, how can I become stronger? Seiji blinked in surprise to see Zenkita's change in attitude. How an awakened becomes stronger? I'm not sure, but I suppose the first step is to be able to properly utilize one's own ability. Isn't there a more specific method? I want to become stronger as soon as possible. I want to be able to protect my family and the guys in our group. Zenkita's eyes and words were both filled with strong resolution. Seiji was somewhat moved. If I knew, I would tell you. However, I really have no idea, he told Zenkita. I see. The glimmer in Zenkita's eyes dimmed slightly. Thank you for fighting with me today. He turned around and left after saying so. You have a good older brother, Seiji said softly as he watched Zenkita leave. He's merely an idiotic older brother, Hisashi commented as he adjusted his eyeglasses. While there was no specific method for Awakened to speedily increase their power, there was still a possible method: spirit worlds. Seiji figured that perhaps the resources obtainable in spirit worlds, such as silver fruits, might be of use to the Awakened as well. Should I give Zenkita a silver fruit when I'm done increasing my spiritual power to a sufficient level for the yin-yang seal if I have any extras? Seiji considered it and decided to think about it later when the time came. When he returned home, he received the storage scroll that Hana had sent to him. He opened it up to see a silvery gray scroll inscribed with an intricate black runic spell formation. There was an instruction booklet included as Hana promised. He followed the instructions and injected his mana into the storage scroll along with setting a password which would activate it. A black hole appeared above the storage scroll. Seiji placed all his silver fruits inside this dimensional storage space to prevent the fruits from decaying. After that, Seiji put the storage scroll away. Seiji opened up his system to check his gifts option, only to see that his younger sister's gift to him had rewarded him with All-Stat Improvement Card, Expectant Hopes. This card contains Hana Haruta's expectations for you. After using it, all of your stats will be increased. Lower stats will increase by a greater amount. Mind and Body Protection Card, Worried Heart. This card contains Hana Haruta's worry for you. After using this card, all of your physical injuries and any damage to your soul will instantly be cured. Also, your defense will be doubled for the next 3 minutes. Mental Suppression Card, Desire to Retort. This card contains Hana Haruta's strong emotions about wanting to comment on you. You may target any one person with this card. That person's mental spirit will undergo great suppression. This effect will last for 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Seiji was rendered absolutely speechless. Something strange appeared. An all-stat improvement card was a reward he had received before when Yui gave him the black cell phone containing the Haruta family secret manuals. The mind and body protection card didn't require any commenting on. It was obviously a one-time powerful life-saving tool, with easy-to-understand effects of a full heal plus doubled defense afterwards. However, what the hell was a mental suppression card? Desire to retort, with an effective time of 2 minutes and 22 seconds, even the time felt rather subtle to him. What exactly would happen to someone whose mental spirit was greatly suppressed? What would their condition be? Why couldn't the system explain it more clearly? Seiji's expression became somewhat complex as he looked at this card. Hana's strong emotions about wanting to comment about him had turned into a card that could literally curse someone. Was this supposed to be a materialization of the verbal ability to harm someone with words? My younger sister is amazing as well, but Seiji was feeling some pressure from being the middle sibling with such amazing older and younger sisters. Seiji turned off his system while thinking such things. He decided to use his all-stat improvement card later in the evening. For now, he wanted to focus on writing the storyline for his dating sim game. Although he was mainly focusing on cultivation these days, he didn't want to forget about working on his game either. After all, the game wasn't only about him. And it was a good way for him to relax. Seiji soon immersed himself in the act of creation as he entered the world of his imagination through his writing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 441, Just One More Step. Chapter 441, Just One More Step. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The Jumanji residence was destroyed, with a thick smell of blood permeating through the air. Numerous monsters and demons were devouring the Jumanji Mafia group members. A humongous monster with a bloody mist swirling around it kept continuously eating humans while spitting out bones and skulls. Zankita wanted to angrily roar and fight when faced with this hellish scene. However, he was filled with a tremendous sense of fear, and his body felt weak as he shivered. He was unable to even crawl up from the ground. The humongous monster devoured a familiar figure as it chewed and then spat something out. The item it spat out landed near Zankita, rolling around several times before stopping. This item was Hisashi's head. Wah! Zankita shouted loudly and woke up from his nightmare. Damn it! I actually had such a dream. He rubbed his head that felt dizzy as he got up in a haze, intending to drink some water to clear his mind. That's when he suddenly noticed that he was in an unfamiliar room. A man in black Sakura Island clothing that he didn't recognize was sitting across from him. This man had short gray-black hair and an unnaturally white face. His nose was high, and his eyes were small. He was smiling and sitting with incredibly proper posture. Welcome. Pleased to meet you, the man greeted Zankita by lowering his head. My name is Shaoshi Fukuyama. I happen to be a merchant of sorts. Zankita furrowed his eyebrows as he looked at this person. A merchant. What is this place? This is my store. Please forgive it for being rather simple. The man lifted his head. The current product that I'm selling is how to become stronger. Would you happen to be interested? Zankita's eyebrows twitched upon hearing this. It would seem that you are indeed interested. How about negotiating about the price? Shaoshi indicated for Zankita to sit down with a hand gesture. Who exactly are you? As I already mentioned, I'm simply a merchant. I sell products and make trades. Apart from that, I'm nothing at all, and don't know anything else apart from how to make trades. Zenkita stared at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi maintained his smile. Several seconds later, Zenkita walked over and sat down across from Xiaoxi in a cross-legged position. "I'll kill you if you dare to trick me." "Heh, there's no need to worry about such a thing. I would never disrespect my customers like that." Xiaoxi chuckled. "As for how to become strong, I can first tell you some keywords: spirit world." "Spirit world?" Zenkita furrowed his eyebrows. "The awakened, that is, people like you who have received special powers, can become stronger in spirit worlds," Xiaoxi informed him. "As for how to find a spirit world, which spirit world to go to, and how to speedily become stronger, you will need to make certain payments for this information." "What do you want?" "I want 20% of what you obtain in the spirit world." Zenkita fell silent. "Perhaps you don't know what this entails, but it's not important. As long as you visit a spirit world once, you'll understand that my asking price is reasonable." Xiaoxi chuckled. "If you still think it's an unreasonable price at that time, speak to me again." Something flashed in Zenkita's eyes. "If you don't agree, you shall forget about our conversation and never see me again. If you agree, I shall sign a fair contract with you, and you'll be able to meet me again whenever you wish." But Xiaoxi continued to smile as he narrowed his eyes slightly and observed Zenkita. "It's our fate to have met here. Fate should be treasured. Please take advantage of this opportunity." Zenkita fell silent for a long time. This place seemed wrong to Zenkita. Something was off about this man in front of him, and Zenkita really hated Xiaoxi's smile. However, the eldest son of the Jumanji Mafia family slowly clenched his fist as he recalled his earlier nightmare. 1 week passed. Television programs and people on the internet were still discussing the topic of what happened during midnight on New Year's. However, everything was quite calm in real life, or at least appeared so on the surface. Actually, many people's lives changed already. Perhaps there would be many more whose lives would also change in the future due to the midnight spell. Mika continued learning from her spiritual ability teacher, Ruri Kinsa. It seemed that Mika was making progress as a spirit controller. Chiaki got completely accustomed to living as a renter at the Uehara apartments, having plenty of fun. It was now a daily occurrence for Mika to go over to Chiaki's apartment to drag her out of bed in the morning. Keiho was rather successful in her weight loss, which drew the attention of some girls in class. However, she didn't intend to expand her circle of friends and kept a low profile as usual. Hoshi and Yukari continued practicing with their own abilities. Both of them mentioned having nightmares about something horrific, which made them feel like something really would happen soon. They were quite anxious. Rio's elementary school sent out an important message to all parents and guardians, requesting that they accompany their children to school or ask a trustworthy friend to accompany the children. The school didn't mention any specific reason, only saying that public safety was becoming an issue. Due to this message, Seiji began taking and picking up Rio to and from school every day. He considered whether or not he should take additional measures. Seiji had been unable to visit the soul world after the first time. He also made no progress in finding any awakened at Genhana High School. He figured that perhaps there were no more awakened, or if there were, they were concealing themselves quite well, and if that was the case, there would be no need to warn them to lay low. Friday night. According to Seiji's dating sim system, regarding the yin-yang seal option, read a technique manual detailing how to become a yin-yang master or read other equivalent information. Learn and understand it fully, 100% completed. Cultivate your spiritual power and improve your level, 100% completed. Cultivate your mana and improve your level, 100% completed. His spiritual power and mana finally met the requirements by the time that Seiji ate all but 2 of the silver fruits. After he fulfilled these 3 requirements, the newly revealed requirements were learn beginner level, body strengthening technique, astral vision, telekinesis, cleansing, barriers, sealing, summoning, and healing. Current progress of 91.5%. Accept teaching from a beginner level or above yin-yang master. Learn and understand it fully, current progress of 0%. Perform the yin-yang seal ritual in a location that's dense in mana. Current progress of 0%. Seiji energetically clenched his fist upon seeing these new requirements. He really wanted to shout out loudly. That was because there was only one more step. After learning beginner-level barriers, he had already learned beginner-level cleansing and beginner-level sealing as well. He was currently working on cultivating beginner-level summoning. After he finished learning summoning, he would fulfill the requirements for the fourth condition. As for the fifth and sixth conditions, he could use the powerful card that Yui's gift of the cell phone gave him, the yin-yang seal activation card, to skip these two requirements entirely. Basically, the moment that he finished learning summoning, he would be able to instantly become a yin-yang master. That seemed amazing to him. Becoming a yin-yang master meant he would finally be taking that critical step, seeing a new world, and entering a new realm. Did that description sound too immature? No matter what, it was an important step for him. If it wasn't for the powerful yin-yang seal activation card, perhaps the last two requirements would take him a really long time. They seemed quite time-consuming to him. Since he had this card, however, all he had to say was one word: nice. Once again, Seiji expressed his inward gratitude towards Yui. Let's continue practicing summoning immediately. I'm going to go over to Natsuya's residence's practice field and do my best to finish mastering summoning by tonight. He was all excited as he told Shika and Ryo he was going out. He put on his jacket and was about to leave when someone knocked on his door. The visitor was someone that he absolutely didn't welcome. Good evening, Haruta-san. The dark blue-haired handsome boy, who was wearing a white windbreaker, smiled in greeting. Sorry to bother you after 2 weeks' time, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 442, Delighted to come to a mutual accord. Chapter 442, Delighted to come to a mutual accord. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. After not seeing each other for 2 weeks, why meet each other again at all? Seiji felt that it would have been better if they never met again. Good evening, Mitarai-san, Seiji greeted Akatsuki calmly as he walked outside and closed his door. You actually visited such a rundown place like mine for a second time. It must trouble you greatly. Something like this? Not at all. Akatsuki smiled. It's quite worth it as long as you understand my sincerity, but anyone that heard this conversation and saw this scene would likely think that Akatsuki was a perfectly nice young man. Sincerity. Indeed, I can understand. Seiji looked at Akatsuki. As for what you wish to discuss with me, let's continue our conversation at the same place as last time. Sure thing. Akatsuki nodded. Seiji glanced at Akatsuki's spirit-branded retainer standing beside the ladder as he walked towards Akatsuki's car. This person was wearing a brown windbreaker and black gloves, narrow yashu. Compared to when Seiji saw him at the Winter Snow Festival Yin-Yang Master Party, this icy-seeming spirit-branded retainer's hair appeared to be darker and there was an ominous sensation coming from him. They took Akatsuki's car together to the business district, went to the same coffee cafe as last time, and obtained a private room. Just like last time, Seiji and Akatsuki ordered coffee and remained silent for several seconds while exchanging glances. 2 weeks has been plenty of time, Haruta-san. Have you finished considering things? To be honest, I haven't really thought much about it. After all, many things have been occurring recently. Something flashed in Akatsuki's eyes. Well, that must have been hard on you. However, please understand how it is for me as well. I've already waited half a month, and wish to have a clear answer from you. My apologies. I shall start considering your proposal seriously right away. Please show me your sincerity by waiting another 2 weeks. Seiji smiled. The dark blue handsome boy's expression became somewhat grimmer. Please don't say something so foolish, Haruta-san. I'm not saying something foolish, Mitarai-san. Seiji maintained his smile. I'm sincerely requesting you for another 2 weeks' time. 1 full month would be even better. I'll definitely think of an answer by then. Stop joking around. Akatsuki's gaze turned icy. Don't dare to say something so foolish to me a second time. In that case, I'll change my wording. Mitarai-san, please seriously consider my sincerity, and don't reject me so casually. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. How ridiculous. Akatsuki suddenly paused in the middle of speaking. He suddenly recalled that these words were. You told me those words last time, Seiji stated while retracting his smile. How do you feel now? Multiply your current disgust by 1,000 times, and you can probably arrive at how I felt back then. The private room in the coffee cafe fell silent. A server arrived with their coffees. The server then left after leaving the coffee behind. This is your answer? Akatsuki's tone of voice turned icy as well. Indeed, Seiji stated calmly. From the very start, I didn't like you, and really wanted to beat you up. Ha, a foolish ordinary person's emotions, no, I should say piece of trash. Akatsuki chuckled coldly. A piece of trash scumbag like you isn't even worthy of approaching Natsuya, but. However, I'm much closer to her than someone like you who's no ordinary person. Oh, my mistake. I should have said someone like you who's not a person at all, Seiji mentioned lightly. Akatsuki was filled with rage upon hearing this. Garbage. Don't think that just because you're part of the Haruta family that I wouldn't. I never thought so in the first place. I wouldn't doubt your shamelessness, because you're the type of guy capable of doing anything, Seiji said as he looked at Akatsuki. You believe that you're so special and look down upon others. You're deluded by your own feeling of superiority, but don't even know that there's too many people just like you in this world. You? The dark blue-haired boy's handsome face was becoming distorted. You want to kill me, while I want to beat you up. When we combine our desires, the conclusion is quite simple. There was a steely glint in Seiji's eyes. Let's duel, Akatsuki Mitarai. What? Let's have a duel, you and me. Akatsuki paused in surprise for a moment before his mouth slowly arced upwards as he began laughing. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. He laughed louder and louder with an obvious tone of condescension in his voice. Seiji didn't change his expression as he silently listened to Akatsuki finish his laughing. A piece of trash like you is unworthy of challenging me to a duel. The Mitarai family young master made such a condescending statement after he finally finished his fit of laughter. It's appeared, a classical antagonist's line from Xianxia novels. Seiji thought that to himself without letting his emotions be affected in the slightest by Akatsuki's acerbity. Just as Seiji was thinking about what words he should respond with, Akatsuki continued talking, but, I should thank you for your foolishness. A duel will give me the perfect opportunity to deal with you. Yeah, thanks for your hard work in acting the part of the classical antagonist. Seiji mentally commented as his mouth arced upwards. I'm delighted to come to a mutual accord with you. In that case, let's discuss the formal procedures for the duel. Seiji had a tone as if he was at a business meeting. Akatsuki was rendered speechless by this. He mysteriously felt like he had somehow been one-upped when he saw how calm Seiji was compared to his own loss of control regarding his own emotions. Natsuya received a phone call from Seiji. When she heard his explanation of what just happened, she paused in surprise for 2 full seconds. I apologize. Please tell me what you just said one more time. Seiji repeated what he told her again. The student council president took a deep breath after confirming that she hadn't heard incorrectly. You're going to duel Akatsuki Matarai. What the hell, Seiji? It's just a duel. That's something perfectly normal. The hell with it being normal. Why did this suddenly happen? What led to this? He came to visit me again to hear my answer. That was my answer. Seiji chuckled. We both wanted to kill each other and reached an excellent mutual accord. The hell with mutual accord. Don't make it sound like you were having a business negotiation. Do you know what you just did? I know. I suppose it was half suicidal. Only half. Since you already know, why? Of course, it was for you. Natsuya felt a sudden impact from this. A brave knight wouldn't fear sacrificing himself in order to protect the beautiful princess. Actually, something like that is too cliché. Seiji chuckled. Actually, it was more for myself, because I just happened to really dislike him. Seiji. I know that I lack power. That was hammered into me all the more deeply last week, when I couldn't do anything about the midnight spell. But even so, there's still some things I want to try, Seiji stated calmly. I hope that you can be a witness to my duel, Natsuya. Natsuya fell silent for a moment as something flashed in her eyes. I refuse, she ended up telling him. Natsuya. Doing something so foolish and so willful, have you ever considered my feelings? The student council president's words were filled with anger. Akatsuki Matarai is supposed to be my opponent. I'm the one who got you involved, but now you're saying that you're going to be the one dueling with him, and asking me to be a witness. There should be a limit to your foolishness, idiot. Seiji fell silent upon hearing this. Cancel the duel and stop getting involved in this. Since you already know that you lack strength, obediently walk away, Natsuya spoke in a low voice. If you insist on continuing with your willfulness, I shall stop you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 443, This feels like a lover's quarrel. Chapter 443, This feels like a lover's quarrel. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. They ended their phone call there. Natsuya stared blankly at her cell phone with complex emotions arising within her. I'm sorry. She muttered to her cell phone before putting it away. Although she said it for his own good, she knew that her words were likely to hurt him. She didn't dare to imagine what Seiji was currently feeling or thinking. There was a heavy feeling in her heart that felt a little painful, but she didn't regret what she'd just said. That was because she believed herself to be in the right. She should have done this the last time. Seiji had an incredibly quick growth rate. As long as he didn't force himself into something beyond his current level which might cause something to happen to him, he would definitely become incredibly strong in the future. There was no need for him to force himself to deal with a person like Akatsuki Matarai right now. Natsuya was certain that what she had done was correct. However, she still felt pained at harming Seiji with her words and was unable to calm her emotions down. She forced herself to get busy working in an attempt to put this matter behind her. A while later, there was a knock on her room's door. My Hoja entered with some tea for her. Haruta-san came over just now, and is currently in the underground practice field, the maid Mai reported to her. This caused Natsuya's heart to skip a beat upon hearing this. It was quite common for Seiji to come over to practice cultivation. However, with what just happened? Did he ask if I was here? No, he went down to the basement immediately after greeting me. His expression seemed rather grim. Natsuya revealed an anxious expression at this. Mai blinked as she observed her master. Has something happened? Milady. Nothing. Natsuya reflexively wanted to deny it, but when faced with the gentle look from Mai, who was like an older sister figure to her, she soon caved in. Actually, something did happen. He wanted to do something foolish for my sake, and I told him he couldn't, and used some words that may have hurt him. I see, how sweet. Mai began smiling. He wanted to do something foolish for Milady's sake, while Milady said something mean to him in order to stop him. Forgive my directness, but this feels like a lover's quarrel. Lovers. Natsuya's face flushed red at hearing this. Only people really close to each other will have this type of problem. It would seem that unbeknownst to me, Milady and Haruta-san have already become more than just friends, Mai said with a big grin. As a maid, I'm quite curious just how much you've developed your relationship with him. After all, depending on the circumstances, I may have to change how I address Haruta-san. I haven't developed it at all. Natsuya waved her hands indicating no embarrassment. We're just friends, there's nothing special between us. Although she was saying so, she couldn't help but think about the intimate contact she had with him before, which caused her red face to only flush a deeper red. Oh my. Mai's smile became rather deep upon witnessing her master's reaction. It would seem that some interrogation, more questions will be necessary for me to fully understand what's going on. Natsuya didn't hear what Mai said clearly. I was saying that, milady, your current appearance is quite cute. See, cute. Yep, really cute. Please allow me to take a few pictures. No. Don't take pictures of me. Then, how about a video? No recordings, either. The maid put away her cell phone regretfully as Natsuya was staring at her. By the way, milady, would you like to reconcile with Haruta-san? Yeah, of course. Then simply go find him for a discussion, Mai told her gently. Perhaps Haruta-san is a bit unhappy right now, but as long as milady tells him your feelings, he'll definitely understand. Yeah. Natsuya nodded. Actually, even if you don't go talk to him, I feel that he's the type who will calm down by himself after a while and understand milady's heartfelt intentions. However, rather than waiting for this to happen, it's probably still better to go talk to him now, which will avoid leaving any negative feelings between you. It's also an excellent opportunity to develop your relationship. Natsuya was rendered speechless. As for how to develop your relationship, that's not something a mere maid like me is qualified of giving advice about. However, if milady wishes, I'll be more than delighted to give my advice. Mai's smile grew much warmer. The red-faced student council president was silent for several seconds in front of the older maid's sister-like smile before she finally responded, No need, thank you very much. Seiji cast, summoning. A faint green mist appeared before him and started gathering, however, it failed to form anything in the end as it dissipated. I'm still doing something wrong. Seiji rubbed his chin and continued mulling over the correct way to utilize this spell. At this moment, someone tugged on his shirt. Seiji turned around to see the petite heterochromia cat-eared girl silently looking at him. Good evening, Kirin-san. The cat girl's ears twitched upon hearing his greeting. Then, she held up a bag to him and opened it up. Seiji smelled something with a tantalizing aroma, and saw that the bag contained fish-shaped desserts, taiyaki. Thank you. He took one and smiled as he thanked her. He recalled the time when he had brought taiyaki over to the hospital and had great fun playing video games together with Rana and Natsuya. Seiji took a bite of the taiyaki dessert, causing a sweet taste to spread in his mouth. Rana took one as well and started biting down with a joyous expression on her face. No matter how many times Seiji saw this expression of hers, he always felt that it was quite cute. Seiji thought that to himself as he smiled and observed Rana. The two of them faced each other and simply ate desserts in silence. Have you grown slightly taller in comparison to when we first met? Seiji noticed a slight difference in Rana's height. Rana nodded. Continue growing properly. You'll surely become a great beauty in the future. Rana squinted her eyes. Did I say something wrong? Seiji asked as he noticed that she seemed to be displeased. Meow. The cat girl put her taiyaki that she had only half finished eating back into the bag and handed the bag to Seiji. Seiji was rather mystified by this, but took the taiyaki bag anyways. Then, he saw Rana taking a few steps away and then stopping and shutting her eyes. A dark red glow gradually enveloped the cat-eared girl's body. This glow gradually transformed into a thick mist that covered her all over. This mist caused Seiji to recall the way Rana appeared previously when dueling against Okubo Yoshiaki. Is she angry to the point where she seriously wants to beat me up? Did I really say something that bad? Just as he was thinking this, the mist became even thicker, and something white flashed inside, faintly giving off a tremendously imposing manner. Meow. Meow. A sharp howl came from within the mist, and a strong light instantly dispelled the mist. Seiji was forced to squint his eyes due to the sudden strong light. When he recovered his vision and looked again, what he saw was a beautiful cat woman with an excellent figure. What? Seiji's mouth was left wide agape as he stood there stunned, not daring to believe his eyes. This Catwoman was much taller than Rana's typical middle schooler appearance and had an ample bosom, a slender waist, and a firm butt. Dark red fur grew over certain parts of her body as if to intentionally hide only the private areas. 2 cute cat ears were on her head, and Rana still retained her beautiful heterochromia eyes. Her fingernails were long and sharp, and she even had a furry tail behind her that was lightly wagging. Meow. The Catwoman smiled seductively as she made a soft sound and retracted her fingernails, claws. Rana folded her arms and pushed her own chest upwards, creating an incredibly alluring scene. Seiji felt like his blood rapidly increased its circulation rate upon witnessing this scene. Kirin-san, you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 444, White Calamity. Chapter 444, White Calamity. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. She actually increased in size. This transformation was a type of synchronization with her cat spirit, right? Was such a high degree of synchronization really alright? Seiji knew that having too high a level of synchronization would be dangerous and had the potential to cause harm to one's soul. Seiji had personally experienced this when synchronizing with Minamoto no Reiko. However, Rana seemed to be just fine. The devilishly seductive Catwoman's breasts, charisma was astonishing. There was a huge contrast with the cute little cat girl from earlier. Seiji felt like the change in appearance was as massive as a cat girl from Nakapura suddenly changing into Catwoman from the Batman franchise. Rana lithely stepped closer to him like a cat would with that seductive smile on her face as she approached. Wait a moment. Seiji sensed that perhaps he was in a certain type of danger. Natsuya headed for the underground practice field. Mai's words caused her to think about various wildly imaginative things for a while, so it took quite a while for her to calm herself down and for the red blush to recede from her face. An opportunity to develop my relationship with him. Although she understood what Mai meant, she wanted to reconcile with Seiji first. She arrived at the practice field with such a mindset. That's when she discovered. Don't hug me, don't lick me. Although it feels really nice, it's a bit bad because it feels too nice. Meow meow. The handsome boy was currently engaging in intimate behavior with a beautiful Catwoman while hugging her. Natsuya was rendered speechless. I know that you're already a great beauty now, an incredibly charismatic, mature beauty. That's why you can stop now, no need to do any more, otherwise, Seiji felt a chill run down his spine, causing him to reflexively look behind him only to see the student council president quietly standing there with an icy expression and a distant look in her eyes. Scary. Seiji felt himself breaking out into a cold sweat. Kirin-san, please stop already. Meow. Rana still hugged him without letting go, squeezing her chest against his, sticking her face right on top of his while gently licking his face and ears. This felt amazing. It feels too amazing, which is why I truly want her to stop. Especially all the more so because her master is standing right beside us. After the cat girl transformed herself into a cat woman, not only did her figure become much fuller, her personality seemed to have gotten more interested in sexy things. No, wait. Perhaps she just lost her sense of reason. Seiji could sense that Natsuya's gaze upon him was growing icier by the second, so he steeled his resolve and forcefully pushed Rana off of him. Take a look, Natsuya, your lady that you serve is here. Meow? Rana turned around to see Natsuya and revealed another seductive smile upon seeing her master. She dashed over and instantly hugged Natsuya. Lick lick lick. Rana, don't do that, it really tickles, Natsuya told her helplessly while being licked. She could only accept the hug and pat Rana on the back. Meow the catwoman made a joyous sound as she wagged her butt and furry tail in unison. Seiji was rendered speechless. He did his best to avert his gaze while reciting pi in his mind in order to reach a mental state of blankness. Humph. Rana, we're leaving. Natsuya glanced at Seiji one more time before she took her spirit-branded retainer and left. Seiji watched them leave. Only after they left did he suddenly recall that they forgot something. The taiyaki. He smiled wryly at the bag of taiyaki that he was still holding. I'll bring it upstairs for them later, Natsuya no longer felt like impulsively going to Seiji for a discussion. That was due to what she just saw, although she knew that it really wasn't his fault, she was still displeased. Besides, why is it that I have to be the one to go to him to discuss things? While I might have been the one who said something a little unpleasant to hear, he was the one who insisted on doing something foolish first. Shouldn't he be the one coming to look for me? Her displeasure created such thoughts in her mind, so she was no longer motivated to go and speak to him. After remaining angry for a while in her study, the student council president went and took a shower, then finished some more work before finally going to her bedroom and sleeping. The next morning, when Natsuya got out of bed and began eating breakfast, she was astonished to hear from Mai that Seiji was still at the underground practice field. Haruta-san pulled an all-nighter practicing his cultivation. He's been working truly hard, Mai informed Natsuya. I went and called for him to come eat breakfast, but he refused, saying that he only had a little more to go. Natsuya remained silent. While working hard is a good thing, I feel like he's almost forcing himself. I think that this is no good. Mai sighed. Something flashed in Natsuya's eyes. Indeed, I have experience in knowing that too much cultivation can actually be harmful to one's body. I'll go speak to Haruta-kun in a bit, Hitaka indicated. No. Hitaka, I'll go. Natsuya stopped Hitaka from going. All right. It should be fine if Milady handles things. The red-haired girl nodded. At the practice field, Seiji cast Summoning. This time, a green mist appeared before him and quickly materialized into a spiritual creature that seemed to be physical. He summoned a dog demon that had a pale body and cyan-colored claws. There was a green glow in its eyes that gave it a rather demonic aura. Excellent. He finally mastered Summoning. Seiji observed his dog demon for quite a while before canceling the spell and letting it disappear. He then opened up his system. He had reached 100% progress in finishing his mastery of beginner-level summoning. Seiji immediately paid the points required and officially learned this spell through his system. He immediately heard the sound of a system notification as words appeared before him. Character reward card, Shika Kagura, as additional ability 1 has been activated due to the prerequisites being fulfilled. It shall now take effect. His Shika card's first ability. Seiji immediately checked it out. Additional ability 1, White Calamity, beginner level summoning required as a prerequisite. Special summoning technique. You may summon a powerful humanoid spiritual creature containing the power of the Reaper's curse. This spiritual creature can move by itself, or you can attach it to a spiritual ability user. Lasts for 2 minutes. Can only be used 1 time per day, a pure white soul containing the incarnation of calamity. Seiji was astonished at this ability. He recalled that icy cold rainy night and sunk into nostalgia for a while. Footsteps approached him. Seiji instantly returned to his senses, turned off his system, and looked to see who it was. "Good morning, Seiji." "Good morning, Natsuya." The two of them greeted each other. "I heard that you pulled an all-night cultivating here." Natsuya looked at him. "Yes, I put in some effort." Seiji smiled. "It's nice that you're working hard, but don't force yourself. There's no need to force yourself." "I haven't been forcing myself. I think I can do even more if I force myself." Several seconds of silence fell between them. "I want a relaxing and fun life, Natsuya." However, life isn't always so relaxing and fun. There's always going to be uncomfortable things, displeasing things, sad things, and even impossible things. They'll always exist. Seiji averted his gaze, and seemed to be looking at somewhere far off in the distance. The former me used to avoid, escape from, and ignore such things. Seiji. Now that I've changed my life entirely, I wish to treat such things differently from how I used to, Seiji stated calmly. Perhaps this is arrogant of me, not knowing where I stand. Perhaps it's even foolish. However, as long as I'm taking different actions from before, I feel that there's more value to my life than in the past. It's not at the level of merely more value, Natsuya said softly as she glanced at him. You're already living excellently compared to the you in the past, but... Seiji smiled faintly in response to her sentence with something deep contained within his smile. I would like to discuss the matter of Akatsuki Matarai with you one more time, Seiji mentioned. Are you still intending to duel with him? Something flashed in Natsuya's eyes. That's right. However, if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 445, Inyan Master Seiji. Chapter 445, Inyan Master Seiji. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. I'm not going to duel that guy by myself. Instead, I want to duel him together with you. After you lectured me, I carefully thought things over, and came to the conclusion that it was indeed too arrogant of me to want to single-handedly take on Akatsuki Matarai. Also, I didn't take your pride into consideration, Seiji said seriously while looking at Natsuya. Just as he said, he's your opponent. For me to want to duel him and make you into a mere spectator was truly foolish of me. I shouldn't have taken the main role away from you. You're the real person that should be dealing with Akatsuki Matarai, while I should only be your companion. That is to say, the correct way is for me to fight together with you against Akatsuki, just like when we fought together against Okubo Yoshiaki. Natsuya didn't know what to say after hearing all this. His logic sounded correct, but she somehow still felt like there was something off. The student council president revealed a complex expression. Akatsuki Matarai is very strong. I learned that already at the Winter Snow Festival. This will definitely be a difficult duel, but we can win. Just give me a little more time. Wait. I noticed something wrong here. Natsuya stopped him. What's wrong? Seiji asked that with his eyes. I recall that I told you to stop getting involved in this and to leave it alone. I apologize, that's impossible, Seiji responded directly. I've said it multiple times that I truly dislike that guy and really want to beat him up. So you just changed your idea of dueling him by yourself to dueling him together with me? Yep. Isn't this just a circular way of coming back to the starting point? Natsuya felt rather chaotic inside as her expression became even more complex. Seiji looked directly at her. Don't you want to duel with Akatsuki Matarai and utterly defeat him? It's not that. Then is it that you think he's too strong, and that we can't win? Natsuya felt silent. Indeed, that was the foundational problem. If it was so easy to defeat Akatsuki, she would have done so long ago. It was precisely because he was stronger than her that she had always been forced into passivity. Akatsuki Matarai probably thinks the exact same thing, which actually gives us a chance, Seiji stated. He'll definitely accept your duel request and might even give in to some of our requests for the duel's conditions. You may view challenging him to a duel as something risky, but just allowing him to continue doing as he pleases is just as risky, or perhaps even riskier. After all, he has a stalker's fascination with you, and definitely won't be giving up on you. It's certain that he'll be doing something on his own in the future. Rather than waiting like this and giving him the opportunity to make all the preparations he wants, why not just go all out right now, just like how we dealt with Okubo Yoshiaki, forcing him into an official duel before he was completely ready. Besides, if you think about things pessimistically, I think that Akatsuki's well prepared already. Otherwise, why else would he be in such a hurry to get rid of me? Of course, maybe he just dislikes me, but there are worse possibilities out there as well, right? Something flashed in Natsuya's eyes. While it may be willful of me to say what I'm saying, I didn't just mention it casually. I hope that you can consider what I said. Seiji retracted his gaze. Also, I need just a little more time. Natsuya didn't clearly hear the last part of his sentence. I'm going to go eat breakfast now. Let's talk after that. Seiji left just like this after saying so. Natsuya watched him leave. She didn't imagine what would happen to him immediately after breakfast. In his guest room, Seiji lay on his bed, opened up his system, and chose the Yin-Yang Seal activation card in his system. An exquisitely beautiful card that glowed silver appeared in front of him. There was a shadowy figure that gave off a mystical upon the card. This shadow was wearing white clothing and appeared to be trying to create a seal. Seiji was intending to use this card now to fulfill the final 2 requirements that he needed to create his own Yin-Yang Seal. However, he believed that the process likely wouldn't be so easy on his body. Seiji mentally prepared himself, then used his card on the 5th and 6th requirements for the Yin-Yang Seal. His card instantly transformed into a blinding silvery white light that entered his body. Seiji witnessed the progress requirements for these final 2 requirements increase at a high speed. Then, it felt like something was exploding in his brain. His consciousness was instantly swept away before he even felt any pain. Seiji faintly felt as if he was floating. Everything was dark around him. However, he could sense some colors and hear some sounds. The colors transformed into scenes, and the sounds became livelier. He could smell aromas and felt as if he could touch something, but there was still some sort of barrier. Something gigantic, countless and endless existed here, touching, colliding, overlapping, combining. Some voices that sounded very far away spoke up. What exactly are spiritual power and mana? Spiritual power is human ability to control mana, while mana is the original energy of all beings. That's such a rough description. What do you believe, then? Spiritual power aside, mana, this type of energy, when you think about it, it breaks so many natural laws, such as conservation of energy, creating matter out of nothing, and so on. It's quite inconceivable. From my experiences, I suspect that it's something not completely from this world. What do you mean? Mana is actually an energy product of different worlds, produced by many parallel dimensions colliding or overlapping together. Oh, this is quite an interesting theory of yours. I know, right? At the very least, I think it's a lot more interesting than such a rough description like calling it the original energy of all beings. Haha, just because you were bored, you so casually refuted what all yin-yang masters, no, what all spiritual ability users in the world believe to be one of the basics of mana. Don't make me sound so grand. I was just mentioning it as a casual aside. Apart from my parallel dimension theory, I also have a dark matter theory as well. What's that? I'd have to explain dark matter first then, along with dark energy. Actually, I don't really understand these either, after all, I'm only. The voices gradually faded. Who were these two people talking to each other? Seiji felt like he knew, but also didn't know. He floated just like this, feeling and experiencing things. His consciousness gradually rose, but also felt like it was falling. His consciousness separated into two clear extremes that then combined again with each other. When everything, including the very world's existence, is unclear, just like illusions, what is your most fundamental nature? Seiji felt like he heard this question and smiled in response to whatever existence asked him this. My answer is simple. I'm simply. The handsome boy opened his eyes. He felt like he just finished a long journey that he had forgotten during his sleep as he rested on his bed. He couldn't remember what occurred, but felt that something had definitely changed within him. What? He carefully thought about what happened, then recalled who he was and what he was doing. I'm Seiji Haruta, and from this moment onward. Seiji lifted his hand as something silver flashed on his palm. An intricate three-colored runic seal appeared, intersecting with black, white, and gray in a complex pattern that seemed like a version of the yin-yang diagram. I am now a yin-yang master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 446, Are You Really Human? Chapter 446, Are You Really Human? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. He successfully changed job classes. Was that what he was supposed to say here? Seiji opened up his system and chose Yin-Yang Seal. He found that he now had many new options, such as Spirit Body, Spirit Vision, Cleansing, Barriers, Seals, Summoning, Spirit Raising, and so on, along with Contract with a Spirit Branded Retainer. Originally, the Contract with a Spirit Branded Retainer option was under Spiritual Abilities, but now that he activated his Yin-Yang Seal, it automatically moved here. His Spiritual Abilities option now contained Yin-Yang Seal Level Up as a new option. When he inspected this option, he saw Read an intermediate technique manual detailing how to become a Yin-Yang master or read other equivalent information. Learn and understand it fully, 0% completed. Cultivate your spiritual power and improve your level, current progress 0%. Cultivate your mana and improve your level, current progress 0%. Prerequisites not met will be revealed after completing the above three conditions. The conditions were almost exactly the same as when he needed to learn that Yin-Yang Seal in the first place. In fact, the only word that was added was intermediate. If everything else was the same, he figured that there would be requirements to improve his spells levels, learn from a Yin-Yang master as his teacher, and do a ritual to level up his Yin-Yang Seal, something like that? Since I've already seen all these requirements before, system, why don't you just show me all the conditions in one go? System statement, imagined by Seiji. I won't show you, so what are you gonna do, bite me? Seiji was rendered speechless by his own imagination. Who knew what his system was up to? He decided to continue checking out the options under Yin-Yang Seal. Spirit Body was a method of overlaying mana on his body that would increase his spiritual power and defense against spells. This was an enhanced version of beginner-level body strengthening technique due to his Yin-Yang Seal. As an enhanced version, its effects would be further improved. This spell could also be singled out to be cultivated by itself. Spirit Vision was an enhanced version of beginner-level astral vision. This would improve his ability to see spiritual creatures, as well as give him the ability to detect the relative strength of spiritual ability users. Cleansing, Barriers, Seals, Summoning, Spirit Raising, and so on all had more obvious meanings, and were basically enhanced versions of what he'd already learned. Again, all of these could be cultivated as standalone spells. In summary, the yin-yang seal seemed to Seiji like a cheat-like function that was capable of enhancing some of his spells. The enhanced spells were related to the original spells but also independent. They were mainly all controlled by the yin-yang seal. Seiji turned off his system after perusing everything and revealed his own seal on his hand. Black, white, and gray, a tricolored modified version of a yin-yang diagram. Why did his seal end up taking such a pattern? Seiji felt like he had experienced something while he was unconscious just earlier. However, he was unable to recall anything. Forget it, he decided to stop thinking about it. He checked to see what time it was. It was almost noon. Just as he was thinking that it should be time for lunch, he heard a knock on his door. He got up and opened the door to see that it was Mai. "Junior, you spent an entire morning in your room, what were you doing?" The maid Mai noticed that something was different and immediately cast astral vision, which turned her eyes blue. "Junior, you noticed so quickly." As expected of senpai, Seiji said pretentiously as he slowly lifted his right hand and revealed his yin-yang seal on the back of his hand. He then posed immaturely in a method that he copied from an anime. Mai widened her eyes upon seeing this scene. This is... Although she really wanted to comment on Seiji's pretentiousness, she received too much of an impact for her to know what to say. A yin-yang seal, he actually became a yin-yang master. How was this possible? Mai was quite certain that during breakfast, Seiji had still been only a spiritual ability user. But after he spent a morning in his room, he became a yin-yang master. That seemed impossible. However, the indisputable fact was right before her. This was definitely a yin-yang seal. The special feature of yin-yang masters. Unbelievable. Although she knew already that Seiji Haruta could be considered a genius, having noticed his amazing growth rate in spiritual power and mana, to become a yin-yang master in such a short time period was still. Mai was unable to find words to describe her current feelings. She recalled the shock she had when he visualized for an entire night. Compared to now, how to say it, it felt different somehow, and impossible to compare. Even the word miracle seemed insufficient to describe this. No, she had to stop herself from thinking about it. "Senpai?" Seiji began feeling rather awkward in his pose when he noticed that Mai seemed to have been petrified, without moving even slightly. He even waved his hand in front of her face. The maid Mai finally returned to her senses and fixed her expression to the point where she calmed down on the surface. "I have a question for you, Junior," Mai spoke in a calm voice. Are you really human?" Seiji was rendered speechless by this question. Although he also knew that suddenly becoming a yin-yang master was something astonishing, being confronted so directly like this still felt rather awkward. "Yes, I am." "Don't joke around like that, senpai. I'm asking you a serious question." "That's even worse. Why can't you just say that it's a joke? I'm beginning to suspect that you're some god or demon. I wouldn't dare joke about such a matter. Don't suddenly treat a human as another species. Haruta, O wise and venerated god, please grant my wish. You're causing me to think of a character who doesn't like to speak but is capable of doing anything, but I'm not like that, so don't do this to me. Great demon Haruta, please fulfill my desires. Although I'm somewhat curious what your desires could be, I'm not a demon either, so please stop. What a troublesome god or demon you are. I'm just an ordinary person." Something steely flashed in Mai's eyes. No ordinary person would be able to create their own yin-yang seal simply by staying in their room for a single morning. Please don't slander ordinary people, Junior. Was I slandering them? The fact that you call yourself an ordinary person is a huge insult to ordinary people everywhere. I feel like I'm the one being insulted here. Admit it. Junior, you're actually not human at all. I'll never admit that even to my death. The two of them argued for a while about this topic. Fine then, it was wrong of me to act so pretentiously. However, senpai, your reaction was a bit ridiculous as well. Seiji sighed. It wasn't ridiculous at all, but it seems my junior is still my junior. Excellent. Mai smiled. Of course I am. The only difference is that now I have a yin-yang seal. I definitely wouldn't become something else entirely. Mai recalled what he'd said before about not changing and smiled gently. Honestly, a boy like him is. Come have lunch. Tell Milady and the others about your job class change as well, but. Although I think job class change works as a description as well, it still sounds rather subtle when senpai is the one saying it. How about the word evolution instead then? Job class change will be fine, thank you very much. The two of them went to the dining hall together. After that, as expected, everyone was shocked. Natsuya didn't manage to calm down until after lunch was over. Although she knew already that Seiji was an extraordinary person, this was still, she didn't even know how to describe it. Not only was she shocked to her core, Hitaka was astonished as well. Even Rana widened her eyes as she dropped the dried fish that she was chewing. In just one morning, simply by staying in his room, Seiji completely changed himself from a spiritual ability user into a yin-yang master. Even ancient legends weren't so ridiculous. At the very least, the stories that Natsuya knew didn't have any tales like this. Mai chuckled and said that she was so shocked that she felt like Seiji was a god or demon. Natsuya had to agree with Mai's opinion. Natsuya already felt this from Seiji in the past, and now she was feeling it again all the more clearly. The dark curtain that covered him was revealed slightly again. By the time that this was all over, just what type of person would Seiji reveal himself as to the world? The Yorihana family daughter didn't know what to think as she looked at the handsome boy before her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 447, There was this type of trick. Chapter 447, There was this type of trick. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. After eating lunch, Natsuya and Seiji had a discussion in her study. How did you do it? Although Natsuya felt that it may be improper to pry, she was unable to restrain her curiosity and still asked it in the end. It definitely was no easy matter to create one's own yin-yang seal. Every yin-yang master knew just how difficult it was, which was why Natsuya found Seiji's situation truly incomprehensible. Perhaps it was a bit of an exaggeration to call Seiji a god or demon because of it, but having these types of thoughts were understandable. Actually, I recalled my previous life's memories. Seiji pretended to be serious. In my previous life, I was Saimai Kamiju. Natsuya was rendered speechless. The study fell silent for several seconds. I was just joking. Seiji chuckled. I don't really know how I did it myself, either. That was the truth. It was all taken care of by his system, and Seiji really had no idea what the process of creating a yin-yang seal should have been like. Natsuya didn't laugh at his joke. Instead, she continued staring at him. Perhaps that really is the case. Perhaps you really are Saimai Kamiyaki's reincarnation, the student council president stated with a serious expression. This time, it was Seiji's turn to be rendered speechless. The study fell silent for another several seconds. Let's discuss something else instead. Seiji forcefully changed the topic in order to avoid the mysterious awkwardness he was feeling. What do you feel now about us dueling together against Akatsuki Mitarai? Something flashed in Natsuya's eyes. You became a yin-yang master, this is an excellent ace up our sleeves. If we use this well, we can indeed defeat him. I know, right? I said before that we can win. There's still a great amount of risk, though. After all, you only became a yin-yang master today, and you're a complete newbie. Natsuya folded her arms. Rather than dueling with him right away, I think that it would be much better to stall for time. After all, with your rate of growth, it probably won't take long before you're at a level where you'll surpass him completely. Seiji didn't say anything to this. But you don't want to do things like that, and I think that doing things that way would be relying far too much on you. Natsuya chuckled lightly. Akatsuki Mitarai is my opponent, as you said. You can't retract those words of yours. Seiji simply looked at her. You've already worked so hard that you've successfully become a yin-yang master. If I still want to retreat after all that, it would be so unseemly. That's why, for the sake of your willfulness and my pride, ... There was a sharp glint in the Yorihana family daughter's eyes. Let's get rid of that guy together. Seiji smiled as he heard her words filled with battle spirit. What was the correct strategy for two weaker yin-yang masters allied together to deal with a much stronger yin-yang master? The first and most basic strategy that anyone would be able to think of would be to use an advantage of numbers in spirit-branded retainers. Use swarm tactics to take care of the enemy's spirit-branded retainers, then finally surround and defeat Akatsuki. Or, at the very start, use swarm tactics to overwhelm him. However, Natsuya eliminated this option immediately. It wasn't because it was too shallow, but rather because they wouldn't be able to carry it out. To my knowledge, Akatsuki Mitarai has 3 spirit-branded retainers. If there's no limitations set on the duel, then he has the capability to hire another 2 temporary spirit-branded retainers for a total of 5, Natsuya explained. As for our side, if I cancel my temporary contract with you, I can have 1 additional temporary spirit-branded retainer. As for you, even if you're capable of maintaining 2 spirit-branded retainers with your current level of spiritual power, if you add 2 to Hitaka, Rana, and a temporary hired spirit-branded retainer, will still only be 2 yin-yang masters and 5 spirit-branded retainers, an advantage of only 1 person over Akatsuki. That's not much to speak of. Also, since I don't possess a soul spirit yet, I'm currently still your temporary spirit-branded retainer. If you cancel the temporary contract and I lose my bonded spirit, my combat strength will be greatly decreased, Seiji added. Indeed. So, assuming that the duel won't have any number restrictions for the participants, it still wouldn't be an advantage for us. And only restricting the number that he can have on his side without restricting our side, that's pretty much impossible to negotiate for as a condition. Since they were unable to have the advantage in quantity, they would have to turn to quality instead. We should form a spirit-branded alliance, Natsuya suggested. What's that? That's a process by which 2 yin-yang masters summon spirits for each other, making both yin-yang masters into each other's spirit-branded retainer. This will form an intimate alliance, and it's also slightly stronger than typical spirit-branded retainer contracts. Natsuya paused for a moment. That is to say, I'm going to modify the type of contract you have with me, and you need to summon a spirit for me and make me into your spirit-branded retainer. There was this type of trick available? Seiji raised his eyebrows in surprise. After forming a spirit-branded alliance with each other, both of us will become a bit stronger, but it'll also put more of a burden on us. Since I have a soul spirit already, adding a bonded spirit to myself as well will increase the burden upon me even further, although I'll also become stronger. So, it's just like equipping yourself with a second weapon that's a bit heavy. While your attack power will increase, there will be a greater burden to carry? Yes, that's an apt analogy. Natsuya nodded. As for the problem of the burden, I won't be able to maintain this spirit-branded alliance indefinitely. However, maintaining it until the conclusion of the duel should be fine. Also, since the spirit-branded alliance is two-way, it's a more intimate connection compared to normal spirit-branded retainer contracts. The effect of mana exchange will occur. What's that? Simply speaking, after spiritually connecting to each other, your mana and mine will be connected as well. It might help to improve both our powers, but also might cause the opposite effect and decrease our powers if we lack compatibility. Then what should we do to make sure that our powers are increased rather than decreased? That depends on the compatibility. I don't know the specifics either. We can only find out by trying. We'll be able to become much stronger if we're highly compatible. If not, we'll actually become weaker. Seiji blinked at this. This sounds rather similar to some situation from a hot-blooded battle manga. Ha, I totally agree. Natsuya smiled. I believe that we should be highly compatible. Let us become powerful partners, no, the strongest combination of all. Seiji made an immature pose that he copied from a battle manga's main character as he spoke in a passionate tone. When the president heard him say we should be highly compatible, her heartbeat rapidly increased and her face began to slightly flush red. Partners, that sounds really nice. More ripples appeared in her heart when she tried imagining this. No, I can't be thinking of such things right now. Natsuya forced herself to regain her senses as she continued explaining. Also, after making the spirit-branded alliance with me, if you still have extra spiritual power remaining, go ahead and make Rana into your spirit-branded retainer as well. There was this type of trick as well. Seiji was incredibly astonished. Kirin-san is your spirit-branded retainer already. It's possible for me to contract with her as well? Yes, as long as I, the original contractor, agree to it. Natsuya nodded. This is known as a double spirit contract. Similar to how I'll have to undertake the burden of both a soul spirit and a bonded spirit, Rana will undertake an additional burden as well, and also receive a suitable increase in her power level. Can she undertake such a burden? It's not a problem. Rana's probably more capable of maintaining this burden for longer than even I am. No need to worry. Alright, then, and if I still have extra spiritual power, should I do the same thing for Shoho-san? Yes, if you're still capable of it. Having Natsuya and her two spirit-branded retainers all become his own spirit-branded retainers as well. Seiji felt that this was all quite subtle. More accurately speaking, he was acting the part of something similar to being an additional equipment storage warehouse for them, rather than truly becoming their master and them becoming his servants. But even if it was only in name, having three beautiful girls join him as his spirit-branded retainers sounded really nice to him. He tried imagining Natsuya, Hitaka, and Rana, the tree beauties, calling himself master all together. Yep, he gave this scene 132 likes. Hey wait, wasn't this scene similar to what he saw when he was undergoing visualization? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 448, let's do it right now. Chapter 448, let's do it right now. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Logically speaking, a newbie that just became a yin-yang master won't be able to maintain three spirit-branded retainers. But, since it's you, maybe you'll actually be able to do it. Seiji was in the middle of recalling his visualization experience when Natsuya's words snapped him back to his senses. If you're really capable of maintaining three spirit-branded retainers, then we shall fight as a 4-person team and make Akatsuki Matarai use only a 4-person team as well. He's highly likely to agree to this condition. And if I can't? In the absolute worst-case scenario, just you and I will fight together, and we'll make Akatsuki only be able to use a 2-person team for the duel. He'll likely agree to this as well, but will probably demand conditions of his own in exchange. Understood. Seiji nodded. At any rate, the number of spirit-branded retainers that he was able to maintain would be the critical point. Let's just try it immediately, starting from the spirit-branded alliance. What should I do specifically? I'll teach you. With your rate of learning, it'll probably take you only 1 day to master it. As she said this, Natsuya couldn't help but imagine what type of spirit he would summon for her once they contracted with each other. Later that night, Seiji received a phone call from Hisashi. Seigo, are you free tonight? I'm a bit busy. What's the matter? There's something I wanted to discuss with you face to face. Since you're busy, it can wait until later. Oh, all right. Hisashi ended the conversation there. Seiji was somewhat concerned about what Hisashi wanted to discuss, but it didn't seem like something urgent since Hisashi was willing to wait, so Seiji decided to put it behind him. Seiji was currently wearing white-colored monk attire, sitting in Natsuya's spellcasting room on top of the yin-yang diagram. After putting away his cell phone, Seiji shut his eyes once more and calmed his mind as he uttered an incantation. He felt and experienced, as he attempted to communicate with the spirits of heaven and earth, or the existences that had the potential to become bonded spirits. He had learned everything Natsuya taught him already. This was the final step to summoning a spirit to descend upon someone else, the power to create a spirit-branded retainer. Seiji got rid of all idle thoughts and maintained a calm mind as he focused entirely on searching for the spirits. He maintained this state of mind for an unknown period of time. His consciousness gradually sank into the darkness. There were many silver lights flashing in the darkness, seeming just like fireflies or starlight. Seiji felt quite mystical and empty in this darkness. His consciousness was awake, but his thoughts were stopped. No need to think. Feel things with your heart. Seiji felt as if he heard someone say this. He did as the voice instructed. He felt many things. Mysteriousness, grandiosity, sadness, passion, hatred, joy, fear. These things were indescribable and didn't need to be described. They, the spirits, had always been there. They had always existed. If you have need for us, go ahead and summon, a calm voice spoke. We shall help you at any time that you require, a gentle voice told him. Everyone's always been waiting. A hearty voice chuckled. These voices that sounded distant and hazy seemed quite familiar, yet also just like illusions. Seiji slowly opened his eyes and noticed that tears were streaming down his cheeks. That's strange, why? Seiji wiped away his tears in confusion as he didn't understand what was going on. He felt like he had succeeded in connecting with the spirits, but what was with his current emotions? His heart was filled with indescribable sadness, and tears kept flowing out from him uncontrollably. Natsuya didn't mention anything about such a phenomenon? Was there a problem with what he did somewhere? He didn't understand. Although he didn't understand, he felt that it wasn't because of any problems. Nothing felt wrong with his body, and although he felt quite sad, he didn't feel any negative emotions, and even faintly felt that this was a good thing. Seiji allowed himself to immerse in this strange sensation for a while and calmly waited for his emotions to return to normal. Some time later, Natsuya arrived. How's the situation? The student council president was astonished to see Seiji's current expression. Seiji, why are you? I don't know, either. Seiji shook his head. Just now, I sensed something successfully. When I returned to my senses, I was already like this. Are you in discomfort? No, I'm just feeling a bit sad. It's difficult to express. If I had to describe it, it feels similar to what would happen if I just watched an incredibly moving and heartwarming movie. Natsuya was rendered speechless. I've never met with such a situation in my cultivation, nor have I heard of such a thing, she finally said after remaining speechless for several seconds. Are you certain that you're all right? I'm fine. Do you have some tissues? Natsuya handed him her handkerchief instead. Thank you. Seiji wiped away his tears with her handkerchief, and detected a nice aroma from the handkerchief. This. I'll return it to you after I wash it. No need. I can just have it washed right now. Finally, sometime later, that mysterious sadness finally dissipated and Seiji's emotions returned to normal. Natsuya was inwardly exclaiming at how fast Seiji had been able to connect with the spirits. She then told Seiji to rest up for tonight and to do the spirit-branded alliance tomorrow. I don't need to rest. Let's do it right now, Seiji stated. But you. I'm fine. Although I'm not sure why, I feel pretty good right now. Things will definitely succeed if we do the spirit-branded alliance right now. I just have such a feeling. There was deep confidence stemming from somewhere within him. It was equally as mysterious as the earlier sadness, but it wasn't a bad feeling at all. You really think so? Natsuya looked at him. I really think so. Seiji remained adamant. Several seconds of silence reigned between them. All right then, if that's what you believe, let's do it right now. The president chose to believe in Seiji. Seiji smiled until he came to a sudden realization that what he said just now sounded like a double entendre. He decided to pay it no mind. They spent a significant amount of time on the preparations. Apart from Seiji and Natsuya, who changed into her shrine maiden clothing, Hitaka, Rana, and Mayal came to the spellcasting room as well. Hitaka and the others were here in order to deal with any unexpected events that might possibly occur. If there was a problem with the spirit branding ritual, then they would be the ones to deal with it. Here are the steps. First, I'm going to change the type of contract that I have with you. Next, you create a contract with me and summon a spirit to make me into your spirit-branded retainer. Finally, the two of us shall confirm and link our contracts, Natsuya explained. Understand everything? Yep, clearly. Seiji nodded in a serious fashion. All right, let's begin. Natsuya reached out with both her hands. Seiji, who was standing across from her, also reached out with both his hands and clasped her hands. Then, both of them shut their eyes. Under the watchful gaze of the five-directional divine spirits, I, Natsuya Yorahana, right here and now, shall change the content of my contract with Seiji Haruta. As Natsuya uttered her incantation, Seiji gradually felt her spell taking effect upon him, causing something within his body to heat up. Natsuya asked him if he agreed to the changed content of the contract, and Seiji gave his confirmation. That successfully finished the first step. Then, the second step. Please answer me, what is your name? Natsuya Yorahana. Are you willing to accept, with the spirits of heaven, the souls of the earth, the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, the black turtle of the north, and the yellow dragon of the center as your witnesses, and sign a contract with me? I am. With my blood as the contract, and my seal as the catalyst, I shall summon a spirit from the heavens and earth upon your body, to become your strength and fight for our cause. Seiji clearly elucidated the incantation as he utilized his mana to cast this spell by communicating with the spirits for a summoning. He then sensed a powerful fiery existence approaching Natsuya and beginning to descend upon her. Spirit, descend. I summon thee as a spirit-branded retainer. I decree it so. This powerful existence descended and entered Natsuya's body. At this instant, he faintly felt like he heard a voice say something, but he was unable to hear it clearly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 449, Too Comfortable. Chapter 449, Too Comfortable. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. With the second step having succeeded as well, there was only the third and final step that remained. Seiji and Natsuya uttered incantations in unison, making a spirit-branded alliance with each other. Seiji felt his body heating up again, with the sensation spreading throughout him, and he could physically feel like his power was increasing. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. Seiji opened his eyes to discover that Natsuya, who still had her eyes shut, had her face flushing red and lips puckering slightly in a fashion that seemed slightly unusual. He was just about to ask what the matter was, when he heard, "Ah!" The student council president's body trembled as she continued blushing, with another strange sound coming out of her mouth. It sounded just like the sound one would hear when a woman was doing something icky. Seiji was stunned by this. "Milady, what's the matter?" Hitaka and the others came over as well. Natsuya clenched Seiji's hand tightly as her body shivered once again, with another even sexier sound coming out of her mouth. Everyone was rendered speechless. What was going on? All the girls widened their eyes in surprise and reflexively stared at Seiji. I didn't do anything. Seiji wanted to extend his palms in a show of innocence. However, Natsuya kept clutching onto him tightly and wouldn't let go. Natsuya's moaning became even louder, and her face was as bright red as an apple's. Her body kept trembling for another several seconds. It was almost as if she was climaxing. What should we do? Hitaka was the first to begin panicking. After all, she had never heard of such a thing happening before. Let's try using a cleansing spell, Mai stated decisively. With the maid's reminder, Hitaka swiftly made a hand seal and cast a spell upon her master. Natsuya was now panting lightly, and then her body began trembling again. However, this time she kept her lips tightly shut and restrained herself from making any noise. Judging by this, was the cleansing spell effective or ineffective? It seems to be effective. Do it again. Hitaka began casting another cleansing spell. Natsuya finally opened her mouth and spoke up, "No need. I'm fine." She slowly opened her watery eyes. Her entire expression seemed endlessly seductive and alluring. At such a time, Seiji knew that he should be worried about her condition. However, his heartbeat rapidly increased as he looked at her and imagined various things. Cough, idle thoughts, begone. He forcefully stopped himself from going off track and asked her what happened. How are you feeling? Did some problem occur? Natsuya had a subtle expression as she glanced at him. Because of your mana. Your mana intimately connected with mine, and made me feel rather strange, Natsuya said in a soft voice as her face remained red and she averted her gaze. It felt just like, as if I was being intimately caressed. Seiji was rendered speechless. My mana actually has such an effect. He was quite astonished to hear this. What the hell is this? A power that makes other people feel like they're being intimately caressed, just what is this supposed to be? Natsuya had said it in a more roundabout manner, but judging from her behavior just now, it would probably have been more accurate to describe it using some more explicit words. Such as how girls restored magic powers in certain anime. No, I didn't do such a thing. I only held her hands, such a pure action. Seiji was thrown into internal chaos. Hitaka had a confused expression, with question marks all over her face. Something flashed in Mai's eyes, while Rana merely blinked. The room fell silent for a moment. At any rate, I'm alright, the ritual was completed successfully without any problems. Natsuya glanced over at Hitaka and the other girls. You all don't need to worry. It's fine as long as Milady is alright, Hitaka stated as she looked over at Seiji. Junior's mana is honestly so unique. Mai smiled faintly as she also glanced at Seiji. Rana quietly stared at Seiji. Seiji didn't know what expression he should have right now. I apologize, Natsuya, I didn't know that my mana would. It's not your fault. No need to mention it anymore. The president continued averting her gaze from him and wouldn't look him in the eyes. It was just a small accident, so please don't mind. Please forget about it. She placed extra emphasis on the words, please forget about it. Seiji understood what she meant. Yeah, I won't remember it. I'll quickly forget about it. That's good, then. Natsuya did her best to withstand her embarrassment. She really wanted to leave this room right now and go back to her own bedroom. However, he kept clenching her hand without letting go. No, wait, I'm the one who's holding his hands and not letting him go. Natsuya noticed this fact, which further increased her embarrassment as she hurriedly let go of his hands. That's it, then, I'm a bit tired, so I'm going to rest now, you should rest early as well. The student council president's tone sounded slightly unnatural as she said this. She then turned around and left the spellcasting room. Seiji and the others watched her leave. The moment that Natsuya left, she quickened her pace and ran towards her own bedroom like the wind. She entered her room, closed the door, locked it, then collapsed on her bed and buried her face in her pillow. Wah! She covered her face with her pillow to suppress her sounds as she began twisting her body. That had been too comfortable. Making a spirit-branded alliance and intimately being connected to him and Mana had felt indescribably comfortable, but something thick, dense, and warm had kept moving about inside her, filling her up. It was far too comfortable to the extent where she even made such sounds and couldn't stop herself from trembling. So embarrassing. Natsuya began rolling around on her bed while making muffled shouts into her pillow. He saw me like that, and even Hitaka and the others saw me like that. I'm so humiliated. I want to die. If there had been a hole on the ground in her room, she would have definitely jumped in right now. Unfortunately, there was no such hole. She could only make do with her blanket. And so, she buried herself under her blanket as she continued her muffled shouts and kept rolling around. I'm so embarrassed, it's all his fault. Seiji Haruta. The scion from an illustrious family hid under her blanket and covered her face with a pillow with tears in her eyes and face turning red as she forcefully commented about that person. It's all your fault. Take responsibility. Idiot. Seiji sneezed several times as he returned to his guest room. He instantly figured out the reason. Obviously, Natsuya must have been complaining about him. Or perhaps Mai and Hitaka were also involved? For a girl to behave like that was obviously awkward, embarrassing, and even humiliating. Let's seriously apologize to her tomorrow, Seiji thought to himself. Although it was an unexpected side effect, it was still caused by his power, so he figured he should properly apologize. Then, he opened up and checked out his system. There was now a new option under his Yin-Yang seal, Spirit-Branded Alliance. When he chose this option, he saw Natsuya Urahana and her status as contracted in his system. The system also indicated that this contract would cost him 58 spiritual power points to continuously maintain, and it would generate 10 points for him every day, while providing a medium benefit to Natsuya's power level and rate of growth. This cost him almost 60 points of spiritual power, so it was almost 6 times what it would cost him to maintain the connectivity contract with Shika that he never signed with her. However, the points produced were the same, and the growth rate and power level increase were only considered medium improvements. From this, it could be seen that connectivity contracts were a special benefit his system provided him for having a connection rating of over 100 with a potential spirit-branded retainer that was even better in comparison to a spirit-branded alliance contract. If he asked Shika to formally become his spirit-branded retainer and participate in battle, she would surely agree. However, Seiji didn't wish to get her involved. Although taking up 60 spiritual power points was rather high, his spiritual power stat was currently a bit over 300, so he could maintain 5 such contracts at most. He still had to save some spiritual power for himself, but maintaining 3 contracts should be no problem. I wonder if signing spirit-branded alliance contracts with Kirin-san and Shoho-san will also cost me 60 points apiece. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. It would be fine if the spiritual power cost was the same for everyone. However, if it was different per person and Rana and Hitaka required more points, then that might be too much of a burden on him. Well, he would have to try to find out. The same thing that happened to Natsuya just now wouldn't happen again to them, would it? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 450, Betrothal. Chapter 450, Betrothal. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. When the spirit descended upon her, basically, when Natsuya became his spirit-branded retainer, nothing unusual happened to her at all. Her behavior was only affected after they finished the spirit-branded alliance contract, so simply contracting with Rana or Hitaka to become his spirit-branded retainer shouldn't affect them. But, without actually trying, there was no way to be certain. If Rana or Hitaka really started behaving like Natsuya just earlier. Seiji's imagination ran wild for a moment as he imagined the possible scenes. Then, he managed to stop his wild fantasies as he smiled wryly. Why on earth would my mana have such a strange effect? System, it wouldn't be your doing, would it? As always, there was no response at all from his system. Seiji could only imagine a fairy representing his system again so that he could continuously poke it in his mind. Then, he continued checking out his system. Underneath, Natsuya Yorahana, in his system was an option called Mana Exchange. According to his system, Mana Exchange would have the effect of increasing both their power levels by at most 4 levels. It additionally explained that the level of increase would be affected by Natsuya's favorability rating towards him as well as connectivity rating. Basically, as long as the student council president got along well with him, they would be able to reach the strongest stage of Mana Exchange, level 4. Both their power levels would raise by a noticeable amount, while the time that Mana Exchange would last depended on how long the two of them were willing to carry the burden on their spiritual power. They didn't even need to cultivate in order to improve their power levels for this. Was this a type of reward to try getting Natsuya's favorability rating and connectivity rating to him as high as possible? Let's try Mana Exchange tomorrow and see how much it can strengthen us by that. Mana Exchange. Seiji could only helplessly hope to himself that the same thing wouldn't happen to Natsuya again. Natsuya suddenly felt that same feeling of comfort from earlier. She was currently taking a bath, completely relaxed and not on guard at all. She just happened to be reminiscing about how she felt earlier when the same feeling suddenly washed over her again. Wah! The president did her best to cover her mouth as she shrank her body into a ball in her bath as her elegant body trembled and her legs tensed up with her face speedily turning red. Why has this feeling returned? Ah! A dense feeling of warmth spread out through her body that made her feel numb all over. It indeed felt like she was being intimately caressed all over, and rather forcefully at that, which gave her a mysterious feeling of satisfaction, although it was difficult for her to describe in words just what exactly she was currently feeling. At any rate, it was really comfortable. Incredibly comfortable. Too comfortable. She wasn't sure if it was because she was currently taking a hot bath, but the sensation was even stronger than the first time. She did her very best to cover her mouth and barely managed to restrain herself from shouting. When receiving such a sensation, she was completely unable to think anymore, and could only immerse herself in it and wait for it to pass. It was as if she was a sailboat caught in a windstorm, constantly buffeted and tossed about as she could only bear with it until it passed. Phew! Natsuya heaved a sigh of relief when the feeling of ecstasy finally subsided. Currently, her face was completely red and her body felt drained of energy. Her vision was hazy as her eyes were teary, and she was collapsed by the side of her bathtub in an incredibly sexy manner. My power increased again. His mana was actually able to improve my power twice in succession? Natsuya noticed the increase in her own power level. She felt that her strange sensations were connected to the increase in her own power. Her power was already increased once already when they made the spirit-branded alliance, and now it was increased once again, but forget about whether or not there would be a third time. Having her power enhanced twice was already something out of the norm. This was truly amazing. Once again, she marveled at how astonishing Seiji was. She decided to stop thinking too much about why this was, as she wouldn't be able to come up with an answer. The current important part was, would he be able to withstand the burden of contracting with Rana and Hitaka as well? If he could, would Rana and Hitaka also be similarly powered up? Not only that, Natsuya felt a strange emotion when she thought about how Rana and Hitaka might experience the same sensation as her. It was as if she was watching her boyfriend do something with other girls. No, this wasn't such a thing to begin with. Nor was Seiji her boyfriend yet, but the student council president's face burned up as she reflexively sunk her face into the bath water. She didn't want to think about such things, but couldn't help it. The sensation of increasing in power through Seiji's mana was just like doing it with him. Stop. No more thinking about this. Nothing impure happened at all, stop running wild, imagination of mine. However, emotions were always difficult to control, and Natsuya was unable to get rid of the strange emotion she was currently feeling. It's all his fault. Why is his power so perverted? Natsuya pouted slightly as she imagined Seiji's face and kept up an endless stream of complaints directed at him. Right now, since she was still hiding out in her bath with her face flushed red, she definitely seemed like a girl experiencing youth who was missing her boyfriend. A while later, Natsuya's cell phone rang. Natsuya stood up, got out of the bath, wiped her body and hair, wrapped a towel around herself, then picked up her cell phone. The call was from her older brother Aorin Yorihana. Good evening, Natsuya. What are you currently doing? Good evening. Do you have some business with me? Actually, I wanted to share some news with you about this Huaxia cuisine restaurant that I just discovered. This food called soup-filled meat buns is truly wondrous. Listen. Enjoy your dinner. Goodbye. Wait, don't hang up on me. I have something serious to say. Aorin detected that his sister was about to hang up on him and hurriedly stopped her. Please say it directly then without wasting my time. How cold of you, sister. Even if you're not interested in soup-filled meat buns, there's also other. While I may enjoy Huaxia cuisine, I'm not interested in hearing you talk about it. Please get directly to the point. Come back tomorrow morning for a discussion. A discussion about what? You'll find out when it's time tomorrow. Something flashed in Natsuya's eyes upon hearing this. It would seem that it's a topic that I won't like hearing about, she stated coldly. The second young master of the Yorihana family fell silent for a moment. That's right. The discussion topic is probably the one you hate the most, Aorin sighed. Sister. I've already opposed it, but father, he has his own plans. Natsuya had an ominous premonition upon hearing this. What exactly is the specific topic? Please tell me, brother Aorin. It's about your marriage, Aorin told her directly. Marriage. Natsuya began frowning as she slowly gripped her cell phone tighter and tighter. Why, so sudden? Because of various reasons, but the most foundational one is probably because the other party gave such sincere conditions. Aorin paused for a moment. I know that you particularly despise that marriage candidate, and I also agree with you that he's not a good match for you, so I opposed it, but nothing I did was of any use. Natsuya fell silent for a moment. You're talking about Akatsuki Matarai? She said his name to confirm. Yes, he's the one. When Natsuya received this confirmation, a powerful feeling of disgust and hatred welled up within her. She frowned even deeper. She recalled what Seiji said earlier this morning to her about Akatsuki likely taking action soon. Seiji had been right on the mark. Or, perhaps it was she who hadn't been on sufficient guard. Father's already made up his mind? Natsuya forcibly controlled her emotions to remain calm as she asked this. I think he has. There's no more room for discussion? Aorin could hear Natsuya's fierce emotions behind her seemingly calm tone. If he was merely going to respond to her from the standpoint of the second young master of the Yorihana family, he should be coaxing her in order to have her obediently return home tomorrow even if he had to lie. Not only that, he didn't actually have to explain anything to her. He only needed to tell her the situation and then hang up on her. However, Aorin chose to act as the younger of her two older brothers rather than only thinking about the Yorihana family's benefits. That was because as her older brother, he truly didn't approve of this marriage proposal. He let Natsuya know exactly what was going on as he wished, nor did he conceal his real opinion of their father's way of thinking. I don't know whether or not there's still any room for discussion. From what I can tell, father seriously wishes to have you betrothed to Akatsuki Matarai. He's making this decision as the head of the Yorihana family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 451, She Really Spoke. Chapter 451, She Really Spoke. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Natsuya fell silent. Aorin didn't say anything else, either. Time seemed to freeze over as neither of them said anything for a full minute. Thank you for telling me all this, brother Aorin. No need for thanks. What do you intend to do, Natsuya? I need to think things over first, Then think things over well. They ended their conversation there. Natsuya slowly put down her cell phone. Even though she had just finished a warm bath with such earlier sensations, she now felt like there was a chilly feeling enveloping her entire body. The next morning, the weather was beautiful with clear skies and bright sunlight. Seiji had an excellent and restful sleep. After getting out of bed and washing up, he went to get breakfast. When he arrived at the dining hall, he instantly noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. The reason was obvious. The student council president, who was already sitting at the dining table, was emanating a gigantic aura of displeasure. Natsuya's face was grim and her arms were folded as she glared at the salted fish crackers in front of her as if these pitiful fish crackers had done something bad to her. Hitaka and Mai, who were trapped in her aura, noticed Seiji's arrival and both stared at him as he arrived. Seiji's cheek twitched involuntarily. Under the watchful gazes of Natsuya's spirit-branded retainer and her maid, he walked up to the president and sat down beside her. Cough. Good morning, Natsuya. About last night. There was no reaction from her. Natsuya? Seiji slightly increased his volume. Natsuya blinked and turned to look at him. Good morning. Seiji, she greeted him calmly. Good morning. What are you thinking about? Is it about what happened last night? Seiji felt that something was wrong, so he tried asking. Natsuya's expression remained calm. However, her face gradually began turning red. No. I wasn't thinking about what you thought I was just now. She averted her gaze. Seiji was mystified as to what was going on. He didn't understand why she was in such a foul mood, but figured that he should apologize. I wanted to say that I'm so sorry about what happened last night, he said sincerely. Although I didn't cause it on purpose, I still, I'm truly apologetic about it. My bad. Several seconds of silence fell between them. I want to say that you don't need to apologize, but last night indeed made me feel some unusual things, Natsuya said as her face reddened. So, I'll accept your apology and forgive you. Seiji smiled upon hearing this. Hitaka blinked as she observed, and Mai smiled as well. The atmosphere eased up with this. At this moment, Rana walked into the dining hall while drowsily rubbing her eyes. Immediately after sitting down, she reached and grabbed a handful of salted fish crackers which she stuffed into her mouth as she chewed with a soft and cute expression. Everyone began eating breakfast together. Although Seiji's apology seemed to dissolve the awkwardness from last night, he felt that something was still on Natsuya's mind. Seiji tried asking about it, so Natsuya told him, I'll talk about myself later. For now, what's important is you. Natsuya looked at him. Do you think you can take on the additional burden of more spirit-branded retainer contracts? It shouldn't be a problem. That's good, then, in that case, as we previously discussed, try making Rana into your spirit-branded retainer. Seiji nodded as he looked at the cat girl who was sitting across from him. Rana noticed his gaze and looked at him as well as her large cat ears quivered. When he thought about how he was about to now have this cute cat girl as his own spirit-branded retainer as well, Seiji. You aren't thinking about something strange, are you? An icy voice spoke up beside him. Not at all, he hurriedly denied. Humph. Natsuya gave him a sidelong glance. By the way, what spirit was summoned for you? Seiji changed the topic as he asked a question that he really wanted to know the answer to. Although he sensed a spirit descending upon Natsuya during the ritual, he wasn't sure as to its identity. It was Phoenix Fire, Natsuya replied. Phoenix Fire, also known as Huga. Seiji thought about the game from his previous life once again. In that game, Phoenix Fire had been a beautiful mature woman that appeared rather mighty. It was a pity that although she was an SR, not many players seemed to value her, because she wasn't as easy to make use of compared to Snowgirl, who all players would receive for free. According to legends, Phoenix Fire was a demon formed by the remnants of a phoenix's flames during the phoenix's rebirth. That was a bit of a subtle origin story, giving her quite an awkward status. It's quite good to have summoned a Phoenix Fire spirit on the first try. Not only that, this spirit is particularly suitable for me, and is less of a burden for me to maintain than I expected. Natsuya's words helped Seiji to return to his senses. Suitable, just like how some weapons may be more suitable for certain people. Indeed. This has helped to improve my condition. At any rate, it's an excellent spirit for me. That's good, then. Seiji had some porridge, when he suddenly recalled something as he looked at Rana. That's right, there's a question that must be answered about one's name during the spirit-branded retainer ritual. Kirin-san, she. Rana simply chooses to not speak. She can speak if she wants to, and she'll speak when it's necessary. She knew how to speak? Seiji paused in surprise for a moment. This means that I'll finally be able to hear Kirin-san talking for the first time. Something flashed in his eyes. Yeah, actually, I'm looking forward to it as well. After all, even I haven't heard Rana speaking for a long time. Something flashed in Natsuya's eyes as well. Both of them looked at the cat girl with glittering expressions in their eyes as if they were parents greatly looking forward to their cute child's upcoming performance on stage. Meow? Rana blinked as she stuffed another salted fish cracker into her mouth. After breakfast, everyone went to the spellcasting room once more after making the appropriate preparations. Rana knew what she was here for. She walked to the center of the yin-yang diagram on the floor and closed her eyes. Before Seiji could officially create a spirit-branded retainer contract with her, Natsuya needed to first give formal permission as the original yin-yang master that Rana was contracted with. Similar to the contract content-changing ritual from yesterday, Natsuya gave Rana permission to sign with a second yin-yang master. Then, it was Seiji's turn. Please answer me, what is your name? Rana Kirin. A soft and childish-sounding voice came out of the cat girl's mouth. She really spoke. This was the first time Seiji had ever heard Rana speaking English rather than cat speak. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still quite moved. Are you willing to accept, with the spirits of heaven, the souls of the earth, the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, the black turtle of the north, and the yellow dragon of the center as your witnesses, and sign a contract with me? I am, her soft voice spoke up again. So cute. Seiji did his very best to maintain his serious expression and remain calm. With my blood as the contract, and my seal as the catalyst, I shall summon a spirit from the heavens and earth upon your body, to become your strength and fight for our cause. Seiji uttered the same incantation from before as he began casting the summoning spell. He then sensed a powerful evil existence approaching Rana and beginning to descend upon her. Spirit, descend. I summon thee as a spirit-branded retainer. I decree it so. The spirit entered Rana's body and the contract was completed. At this moment, just like last time, Seiji felt like he faintly heard some voices, but he was still unable to hear them clearly. He was rather befuddled. Were these just hallucinations that were part of the ritual's after-effects? Meow. A seductive-sounding voice interrupted his thoughts. He saw that Rana had shrunk herself into a ball, with her face reddening and tiny mouth puckering. Seiji's expression instantly froze. Hey, it can't be. This is happening again.
Meow ah.
Just as the cat girl started moaning for the second time, a black and white figure carried Rana in her arms and covered Rana's mouth at lightning speed, dashing away like the wind.
That was my taking action.
Seiji was rendered speechless. After he finished watching the maid take the cat girl away from this room at an amazing speed, he turned to look at Natsuya.
Even your spirit-branded retainer contracts have become like that. Seiji, your mana is honestly. The student council president had a complex tone.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 452, actually, it's not that much of a bother. Chapter 452, actually, it's not that much of a bother. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji didn't know what to say to this and could only reveal a helpless expression.
Sorry, since it's not your fault. Natsuya realized that she hadn't expressed herself properly upon seeing his expression, and hurriedly changed what she just said.
It's actually a good thing. A good thing?
Yes, as that sensation means I'm increasing in power, that is to say, that's actually the way that your mana manifests its power to increase the strength of your spirit-branded retainers, Natsuya explained.
It had the effect of increasing her power? Wasn't this exactly like how girls restored magic powers in certain anime?
Seiji's cheeks twitched upon hearing this. Although that feeling is rather awkward, it's not much in exchange for the power increase I received, Natsuya said as her face flushed red again and she averted her gaze out of embarrassment. I see, sorry for having bothered you with it, Seiji smiled wryly.
Actually, it's not that much of a bother. And nothing.
At any rate, one just has to bear with that feeling.
You don't have to mind. Natsuya coughed to clear her awkwardness. Anyways, how are you currently feeling? Do you think you can continue? It doesn't seem to affect me in any way, so I think I should be able to, but. Then, shall we continue having you contract with Hitaka right now?
Or would you like to rest first?
No need to rest. Let's continue right away.
And so, the red-haired girl walked to the center of the yin-yang diagram. Seiji and Hitaka followed the same process from earlier and successfully completed the contracting process. After it finished, Seiji conscientiously turned around and covered his ears in order to avoid seeing the red-haired girl's reaction. However, rather unexpectedly, Hitaka indicated that she didn't feel anything unusual at all. Was it different for everyone? Natsuya tilted her head slightly in contemplation. After confirming that nothing seemed to be happening for Hitaka, she told Seiji that he didn't need to avert his gaze anymore. It would seem that your mana doesn't have that effect on everyone after all.
Yeah, should I be happy about this? Hitaka asked this question. That was a rather subtle question. It's good that you didn't have that strange sensation.
But, it seems that you weren't strengthened either, which isn't a good thing, Natsuya told her.
My apologies, milady. I'm not blaming you, Hitaka. No matter what, the contract was completed.
Everyone left the spellcasting room. After a few steps in the hallway, Hitaka suddenly felt a dense and numb warm sensation well up within her body, causing her to stop in her steps. She couldn't help but begin moaning as she was assaulted with a sudden feeling of ecstasy. It came after all. Seiji's eye twitched when he heard her moaning and reflexively turned to look at her. As expected, the red-haired girl's face was completely red and she was panting with a dazed look in her eyes. This was such a huge difference from her typical icy self that just this one glance left Seiji with an incredibly deep impression.
Hitaka! Milady, I feel it. Her body began trembling. Natsuya went up to and hugged Hitaka.
Seiji speedily retracted his gaze and pretended to see nothing as he covered his ears. It would seem that his mana wasn't ineffective for Hitaka after all, it was just a bit late. Was this a type of delayed effect?
The hell?
If Seiji was forced to describe his current feelings, the only word that barely managed to describe them would be awkward.
Akatsuki Mitarai was currently in an excellent mood.
He just received a report that the head of the Yorihana family, Natsuya's father, was intending on agreeing to his marriage proposal to Natsuya.
Reaching this step so early was a surprise even to Akatsuki.
In his original plan, it would have taken up to April of this year for him to reach this step. As for why he'd managed to reach this step unexpectedly in January, it was mainly due to the major changes in the mystical society caused by the events happening after New Year's. Currently, the Yorihana family and the Mitarai family were both searching for new allies, and allying their families to each other through a marriage seemed attractive to both of them. Akatsuki had taken advantage of the overall situation in order to achieve his goal, with Natsuya unable to resist him. The only possible way for her to struggle would be to challenge him to a yin-yang master duel.
Akatsuki was absolutely confident that he would be able to defeat her in a duel.
He knew that she also knew the difference in power between them, so she wouldn't take this step so easily unless she had truly exhausted all other methods at her disposal. Although it amused Akatsuki to watch his prey gradually sink into his trap and fall into despair, he didn't want to take too long with finalizing the marriage. After all, if some new situations occurred, things could swiftly change in unexpected directions, which Akatsuki didn't want. So, what he intended to do next was to put more pressure on Natsuya and force her into challenging him to a duel. And before that, he intended to eliminate the only uncertain factor, Seiji Haruta. When he saw the exiled Seiji Haruta again after 2 weeks' time, Akatsuki had inwardly been quite astonished. That was because Seiji's spiritual power had increased significantly in the 2 weeks that Akatsuki hadn't seen him. In fact, it appeared that Seiji's spiritual power had more than doubled. His mana was far denser as well, which meant that Seiji had made great progress with magical spells as well. Although Akatsuki felt that Seiji still wasn't at a level that was threatening to him yet, Akatsuki definitely raised his guard.
Seiji Haruta was growing stronger at an astonishing rate. Akatsuki didn't want to admit it, but it was indisputable. He also secretly patted himself on the back for wisely deciding to only talk to Seiji rather than trying to secretly kill him off. Seiji Haruta had formerly been infamous for being a piece of trash scumbag. However, not only had he significantly changed, he was even increasing in power at such a quick rate. Only an idiot would believe that there was no secret hidden behind all this. Akatsuki definitely didn't consider himself an idiot. He indeed looked down on the exiled piece of trash, and still felt that Seiji was overconfident in challenging him to a duel. However, Akatsuki wasn't foolish to the point of believing that Seiji was nothing. At the very minimum, Seiji Haruta had his family background backing him up, and there might even be an astonishing secret behind him. While Akatsuki didn't consider Seiji a threat yet, Seiji was indeed the biggest and most obvious uncertain factor for his plans. He absolutely had to get Seiji out of the way. Using a duel to deal with him was an excellent option. However, Seiji actually requested for more time regarding the official duel because of failing to obtain Natsuya's agreement for being his official witness. After some consideration, Akatsuki agreed to give Seiji more time. That was because he felt that Seiji probably wouldn't give up on the idea of dueling him, and it was even possible that Seiji would drag Natsuya into the duel. Although Akatsuki felt that this possibility was a low one, with Seiji's foolishness and Natsuya's naivety, he felt that it was still a likely outcome. If this really happened, then he wouldn't even need to make an effort of thinking about how to pressure Natsuya into a duel. And so, Akatsuki happily waited for the official duel challenge. Since he was in excellent mood, it was only natural that he would want to partake in his favorite hobbies. He thus decided to go to his personal workshop. His workshop was well lit with sunshine shining in through many windows. The sunlight illuminated rows upon rows of pale white figures. The pale white figures were puppets, a large number of puppets. There were humanoid puppets, beast-shaped puppets, demon puppets, combination puppets, and strangely shaped puppets. Although this place was brightly lit by sunlight, any normal person would only feel a chill by being here.
Especially all the more so if people were able to see the parts stored here that obviously came from humans. Numerous boys and girls and even children's heads, arms, legs, and body parts were soaked in various jars of fluid, silently sitting on the floor of Akatsuki's workshop. Each jar had a detailed label that included how Akatsuki obtained the jar's contents. Any sane person that witnessed this sight would come to the same conclusion. Akatsuki, who collected all these things, was completely and utterly insane, but Akatsuki Matarai had long since known this. He had noticed that he was no ordinary person starting from when he was still young. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 453, Soul Imbuing Ritual. Chapter 453, Soul Imbuing Ritual. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Although Akatsuki had once been confused about his own way of living, the current him had long since gotten rid of such weak emotions and no longer felt confused about how extraordinary he was or why it was that ordinary people never understood him. He didn't need ordinary people to understand him, nor did he wish to understand ordinary people. Since he was a special existence, all he needed to do was to seek what he desired. Akatsuki's greatest desire was to possess eternal beauty within his grasp. Beauty was far too temporary in this world, especially all the more so for human beauty. Even flowers only bloomed for certain periods of time, while human beauty was subject to many factors, being weak and difficult to maintain or imitate. Simply speaking, human beauty was naturally imperfect to begin with. Human beauty required modifications in order to achieve the pinnacle and be preserved perfectly for eternity. This wouldn't be easy. In fact, it would be incredibly difficult with many obstacles. Only a special existence like Akatsuki would be able to pull it off. Akatsuki firmly believed himself to be the special person capable of such a thing. Although there were still many imperfections, as long as he continued working hard and persisted in chasing after his dream, one day, he would finally be able to personally create what he wanted more than anything. A masterpiece puppet that possessed eternal beauty. There were many things Akatsuki needed to learn and research in order to achieve the level that he wanted. That was why he didn't only work on creating human puppets, he worked on creating other types of puppets as well in order to accumulate experience and ingenuity. Up until now, Akatsuki believed that his greatest product so far was the girl before him. She had long silvery hair that flowed like water, silver eyes that seemed like gems, crescent-shaped bangs, and an exquisitely soft and beautiful face. She wore a pink miniskirt and Sakura Island-style clothing with white long socks. She quietly lay on a platform in front of him, and had an indescribable beauty. Just her personal appearance alone made it clear that she was a mega beauty. However, she also had the lifeless qualities of a puppet. The beauty of a young pretty girl mixed together with a beauty that humans wouldn't possess formed an indescribable type of special charisma. A top-level human puppet. 1 year ago, Akatsuki had paid a huge sum of money to a mysterious merchant to obtain some information regarding puppets and a soul core. He then began working on this puppet and completed it only recently. That information he obtained had given him much inspiration and helped his products to reach an even higher level. When he tested the soul core he'd received, it seemed that it was a truly outstanding soul core. Akatsuki spent a long time investigating how this particular soul core's inner mechanisms worked, but still couldn't figure it out in the end. He finally gave up and decided to install the soul core in his puppet just like this. His human puppet had already been successfully activated. However, Akatsuki had continually failed in the soul imbuing ritual for his human puppet, so his puppet still lacked intelligence and he hadn't given her a name yet. The soul imbuing ritual was the critical step in giving a puppet intelligence. While the information Akatsuki received contained detailed steps on how to perform the soul imbuing ritual with this particular soul core, Akatsuki had been suspicious of it and didn't want to fully use the information as written. He modified the soul imbuing ritual contained within based on his own knowledge, but all his experiments failed. So this time, He was finally determined to completely follow the steps and the information he received on how to perform the soul-imbuing ritual. He had installed a self-destruct mechanism within the human puppet. In the worst-case scenario, he could self-destruct her if something happened. Although he would think it unfortunate if he had to personally destroy his greatest work of all so far, as long as he had the necessary materials, creating another one of her wouldn't be a problem for him. It would only take him some time. Akatsuki finished his preparations, placed his hands on the platform next to his puppet, and injected his mana into the platform. A complex spell formation instantly appeared above the platform. It started spinning slowly as it glowed with a silver light. Then, silver runes appeared on the girl's body as well. Her long hair and eyes began to shine brilliantly. My soul shall become your soul. Lifeless body, deathless form. Yin and yang of heaven and earth, divine universe. As Akatsuki muttered his incantation, the silver runes on the puppet began turning golden, and her body gradually started floating in the air. Her glowing hair flowed all around her in a beautiful scene. Soul which breaks the laws of the netherworld, awaken. Akatsuki ended with a shout. A mystical rune appeared on the girl's forehead, making it seem as if a third eye had suddenly opened on her forehead. At the same time, Akatsuki felt like a mysterious force suddenly drew something out of his own body. He suddenly blacked out and fell unconscious, collapsing beside the platform. The spell formation on the platform gradually faded and stopped glowing as Akatsuki was no longer providing it with mana. The girl's body fell back down on the platform, and the rune on her forehead disappeared. Her hair and eyes stopped glowing as well. Everything remained silent for a while. The silver-haired girl suddenly blinked, and her originally lifeless eyes came alive. Then, she slowly sat up and looked around her. Ugh! A sound came from below the platform. The silver-haired girl looked to see the dark blue-haired boy who had reopened his eyes. Did I succeed? Akatsuki was a bit confused about what just happened. He stood up while rubbing his temple to help himself regain his senses. What just happened? Why did I collapse? He felt as if he had fallen into a trap of some sort, but nothing felt wrong with his body at all. Apart that he felt a bit woozy right after waking up, he didn't feel anything abnormal at all. He decided to get a checkup on his body later. The most important thing right now was... Akatsuki looked at the silver-haired girl. She stared at him and blinked. Answer me. Who are you? Akatsuki asked her. She didn't respond, and only had a confused expression. Akatsuki furrowed his eyebrows. The soul-imbuing ritual would imbue the puppet with intelligence that included some basic knowledge of the world. A normal puppet should have responded with "I am a puppet created by Master" to his question just now rather than not knowing how to answer. As for her expression of confusion, while it was highly realistic, just like a real human's, it didn't have any meaning to him. Do you know what you are? He tried asking a different question. What am I? I don't know. She tilted her head slightly and asked him a question in a soft voice. Who are you? Akatsuki came to the conclusion that the soul-imbuing ritual had failed again. This wasn't the behavior that an intelligent puppet was supposed to have. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. Akatsuki uttered an incantation. The silver-haired girl instantly froze completely in his movements and expression. Akatsuki had changed over to manual control mode for his puppet. Then, he used a hand gesture to control the puppet to lie down and reactivated the platform spell formation to do an inspection of her body. Then, he noticed that the mechanism which contained her soul, which was what provided the puppet's intelligence, also contained an incredibly strange and chaotic-looking spiritual object. Akatsuki widened his eyes in surprise, not comprehending why the puppet had been able to move by itself, speak, and even have expressions with such an object. Theoretically speaking, such a strange-looking object shouldn't have had any effect at all. He couldn't understand what was going on at all. He manipulated his puppet's body and intended on extracting this mysterious spiritual object to move to a different container for research purposes. However, this spiritual object self-collapsed and vanished. It was all so mysterious. Akatsuki furrowed his eyebrows. He had followed the steps completely as the information given to him suggested, but failed yet again. Just what was the problem? After inspecting the puppet one more time, he decided to try one last time according to his own methods. As a result, I am a puppet created by Master, and am your most loyal servant of all. I shall obey all of your commands, the silver-haired girl stated with a blank expression. He succeeded. He had finally completed this product of yours. Akatsuki smiled in delight. Remember, your name is. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 454, Shinobu Ninjyo. Chapter 454, Shinobu Ninjyo. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Later that night, Seiji and Natsuya went to a place that they had agreed upon earlier, a high-class Sakura Island restaurant. However, they weren't there for dinner. They were there instead to meet with Akatsuki Matarai. Natsuya returning to her family for a discussion earlier that morning ended unhappily as expected. Although Seiji hadn't been there to witness the discussion, he could imagine how unpleasant it must have been, as ever since Natsuya returned from visiting her family, her expression had been as grim as if a dark shadow had been cast upon her for the entire day. Since she was unable to convince her family otherwise, the only option left was to directly confront Akatsuki. Natsuya's car stopped in front of the restaurant. Seiji and Natsuya exited the car and entered the restaurant. The restaurant's interior was quite beautiful. It wasn't overly extravagant and seemed quite elegant instead. It was a type of low-profile luxuriousness. If Seiji had visited this place to enjoy the food, he was sure that he would have loved the atmosphere here. However, he was currently in no mood to enjoy his surroundings. A female server led him and Natsuya to a private room where they saw Akatsuki Matarai already sitting inside. The dark blue-haired handsome boy was currently sitting at the table while wearing blue Sakura Island attire the same color as his clothing. His eyes were shut as if he was meditating. There was a beautiful silver-haired girl sitting behind him. When Seiji and Natsuya looked at him, Akatsuki opened his eyes and glanced back at them as well, with his mouth arcing upwards slightly. Good evening, Haruta-san, Natsuya. Good evening. I believe I've stated before that our relationship isn't friendly enough to the extent where you can directly address me by name, Matarai-san, Natsuya spoke in a cold tone. As I'm your fiancé, calling my fiancé by name is something that I think nobody will take issue with, Akatsuki said as he smiled. At this moment, Seiji felt killing intent emanating from Natsuya. He turned around to see that although Natsuya's expression remained calm on the surface, the sharp glint in her eyes was evidence that she definitely wasn't calm at all right now. We don't have that type of relationship yet. Although father may have such intentions, it isn't settled in stone. Even if it isn't settled in stone yet, it's basically confirmed already. I'm quite happy about it, Natsuya. I shall force it to be cancelled, Matarai-san. Natsuya slowly sat down across from Akatsuki. Seiji was inwardly impressed with the student council president's self-restraint as he sat down next to her. Akatsuki looked at Seiji. Haruta-san, you chose in the end to stand against me. How regrettable. Regrettable? I think it's exactly the opposite, Matarai-san, Seiji responded calmly. Last time we met, didn't we come to a happy mutual accord? That both of us would be delighted to fight each other. Ha. I suppose you're right. The dark blue-haired boy chuckled. But to be honest, I really did hope that you would wisely choose to retreat in the end. After all, your family background is honestly a bit of a bother for me. I'm quite happy to hear that you were bothered. Please go ahead and be even more bothered in the future. You're such an annoying fellow.
Same to you. If someone who didn't know what was going on merely observed them talking without being able to hear the words being said, the observer would likely receive the impression that Akatsuki and Seiji were quite calm right now and perhaps even good friends. However, this was actually a tense situation where both sides were highly likely to explode at any moment. Allow me to introduce her to you. Akatsuki indicated behind him. The silver-haired beauty silently sitting behind him all this time opened her eyes. This is my new spirit-branded retainer, Shinobu Miyaki. Seiji and Natsuya looked towards the silver-haired girl. Naturally, they noticed this girl the moment they arrived. However, only now did they take a closer look at her. She was a silver-haired, silver-eyed beautiful girl wearing a pink miniskirt and Sakura Island-style clothing. Although she was quite beautiful, something seemed off about her. She lacked a living aura. No, it was already beyond that extent. She was basically just like a human puppet, Natsuya muttered. Human puppet? Seiji couldn't help but recall certain manga he had read before in his past life when he heard this term. The highest level of humanoid puppet. They appear physically no different from real humans, and are capable of independent movement. To use a modern description, they're just like androids with artificial intelligence. Seiji was rendered speechless. The manga that he had been thinking about when he heard human puppet referred to a humanoid weapon that was actually a revived person who was able to use a person's previously mastered techniques when alive. However, that human puppet needed someone to manipulate the puppet. The human puppets in this world were actually like androids, capable of independent movement. Seiji widened his eyes in surprise as he looked at the silver-haired beautiful girl across from him. Haha, that's right. Shinobu is indeed a human puppet. She's my masterpiece. Akatsuki smiled rather pridefully. I completed her just today. Her abilities are quite high. When I tested her automatic mode in battle, she even defeated one of my spirit-branded retainers, so I decided to have her become one of my new spirit-branded retainers in that person's place. A human puppet was even capable of becoming a spirit-branded retainer? Seiji glanced inquisitively over at Natsuya. It wasn't rare for people to use human puppets as spirit-branded retainers in ancient times. But, it's almost unheard of in the modern era. That's because very precious materials are required to create them, and human puppets have limited flexibility and combat strength compared to actual human spirit-branded retainers. There was a grim look on Natsuya's face. However, there is a rumor that by using a certain method to create human puppets, not only can one save on having to use precious materials, the human puppet spirit-branded retainer created in such a process will also have greater flexibility and combat strength than a normal human puppet, to the point where they can even compare with typical spiritual ability user spirit-branded retainers. What's the method you speak of? Seiji could faintly guess at the answer. One would have to create the human puppet using an actual living spiritual ability user or person with spiritual potential as a living sacrifice for the materials, Natsuya stated in a heavy tone. Seiji instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at the silver-haired girl again who had such an empty expression, then glanced at the smiling dark blue-haired boy. Apart from feeling a chill, he also felt like something was revolting in his stomach. He knew this from the very start. This bastard was this type of person. Even though Seiji already sensed the darkness within Akatsuki long ago, he still received an impact from directly facing Akatsuki's darkness for the first time. Seiji silently clenched his fist. It would be quite simple to angrily insult Akatsuki or even fight him right here and now. However, it wouldn't be meaningful to do it at this location and time. It would be nothing more than inventing, and it would also cause Natsuya to lose face. They'd already determined to take care of everything through an official duel. They just needed to wait. Seiji was determined to use his current emotions as strength fueling him for his duel. Akatsuki didn't confirm or deny anything about Natsuya's words. He merely continued to smile. Akatsuki didn't care that they saw through the truth. Nor did he care what they thought of him. After all, he was special. He didn't need ordinary people to understand him. In fact, he even considered it normal that they didn't understand him. Being angrily shouted at, despised, looked down upon, given icy gazes, ostracized, avoided, and feared, these were all experiences that the special had to go through. History had proved already that geniuses were always regarded as insane by the world. The more special the genius, the more insane they were considered. Foolish ordinary people would never be able to see a genius for what a genius was. It was only possible after generations passed for ordinary people to understand genius, although it was also possible that they may never understand. Since Akatsuki was a special existence, all he had to do was do what he wanted to achieve his goal. However, although it didn't matter that much in the long run, Akatsuki still felt displeased about being glared at by an arrogant exiled piece of trash who looked like he wanted to fight Akatsuki right here and now. Akatsuki didn't have anything else to say to Seiji. Akatsuki felt that this should be a discussion between him and Natsuya, so Seiji being here really affected his mood. What should he do? Akatsuki thought of an idea that caused his smile to appear even gentler. Haruta-san, it looks like you have quite some fighting spirit in you. Are you interested in trying out a little practice round against Shinobu? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 455, I feel like I'm fighting with a robot. Chapter 455, I feel like I'm fighting with a robot. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. What? Seiji raised his eyebrows in surprise. His first reaction was what the hell? However, he soon realized what Akatsuki wanted. Seiji considered whether he should accept the challenge or leave the fighting until the official duel. He glanced at Natsuya, inquiring with his expression about what he should do. She indicated that it didn't matter either way and that he could choose. Since it didn't matter either way, Seiji decided to accept. A high-ability human puppet, similar to an android with artificial intelligence. Seiji was indeed somewhat curious about its battle potential. Rather than a puppet, I'd rather be beating up on you, but now's not the time. Plus, I am indeed curious about this. Shinobu Miyake. Seiji squinted slightly. Let's just treat it as me wanting to try my mettle. You're willing to let her fight with me right here and now? I'd be more than happy to. Haruta-san, please be extra careful. If you're seriously injured, that'll be quite a bother for me. Rather than worrying about me, you should be more concerned about your masterpiece. If I break it, I won't be paying you for the costs incurred. No need to worry about that. Even if Shinobu is completely destroyed, I won't request any compensation from Haruta-san at all. Akatsuki chuckled coldly. I completely doubt that Haruta-san will be able to do such a thing. The two of them glared at each other. It was as if their gazes were clashing in the air. Seiji felt like if this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold himself back from beating up Akatsuki anymore. He stood up and started to leave. Natsuya, I'm going out for a little exercise. This guy really pisses me off. Understood. If you want a place to fight at, you only need to tell the server and one will be arranged for you, Natsuya told him with an expression that said be careful. Got it. Seiji nodded before he left the private room. Akatsuki turned around and gave his human puppet girl an order. She then stood up and followed him outside. This restaurant actually belonged to the Himiki family, the judging clan. Spiritual ability users often held negotiations here. Of course, it would often be the case that negotiations would break down and one or both sides would get angry and start a fight. Besides, dueling was also a type of negotiation, which was why there was actually a large dueling arena as well as judges available underground in a secret facility beneath the restaurant. Of course, the judges here were actually the restaurant's servers. These duels here weren't considered official,
and whether or not the customers accepted the outcome of the duel was all up to the customers. If there were customers that became serious about fighting to the death rather than simply dueling, the judges wouldn't stop them either. The judges would merely provide objective reports about what happened to the relevant parties afterwards. A female server led Seiji and Shinobu to an elevator that took them to the underground dueling arena. A man wearing a white mask and black Sakura Island attire greeted them upon arrival. "Welcome. May I ask what type of duel the two of you would like to have?" he asked them politely. How should I answer this question? Seiji thought it over for a few seconds. Just a regular duel, one-on-one. Will it be a battle to the death? I suppose not. Will there be any special rules? No. All right. I shall act appropriately as the judge and determine the victor. I shall stop the duel when I feel that one side has won. The man in the white mask, the judge bowed to them and said, "Please make your preparations. When both of you are ready, please let me know, and the duel can be started at any time." The judge then left the arena and went into a nearby room which had glass windows that he was easily able to observe the duel from. Seiji turned to speak to Shinobu. The puppet girl looked at him with a completely blank expression. Seiji walked a distance away from her before standing still. "Are you ready?" He decided to try asking. There was no response. "Can you understand me?" He tried asking a different question. Still no response. "I don't care what you say, just say something." Again, no response. There was no way to communicate. Was that supposed to be how it was, or did Akatsuki modify her in such a way? Seiji furrowed his eyebrows. He felt that a human puppet on the level of an android with artificial intelligence wasn't supposed to lack intelligence to the point of not even knowing how to speak. That meant it was highly likely that Akatsuki intentionally modified her to be unable to communicate. Well, if they couldn't communicate, Seiji figured he might as well start the fight. "We're ready!" Seiji shouted towards the judge's room. "All right. 3, 2, 1, duel start." The judge's voice rang out through the entire arena through some speakers. Seiji cast body strengthening technique on himself and got into a combat posture. Shinobu Miyake remained there silently without moving. Seeing this, Seiji decided to rush and punch at her, but the puppet girl observed his attack and instantly cast a barrier along with the body strengthening technique. She lifted her left hand. Smack, she accurately blocked Seiji's punch. Immediately following after this, she balled up her right hand into a fist and suddenly punched towards Seiji's stomach. Boom, Seiji felt a heavy impact when he blocked her fist. The sound of physical impacts echoed continuously as the two of them exchanged punches and kicks at high speed that soon turned this into a fierce fight. Shinobu's movements were rather simple and seemed quite mechanical, with her strength being slightly above Seiji's. "I feel like I'm fighting with a robot." Seiji gradually got used to her movement patterns, then took advantage of a predicted movement to put all his strength in a kick aimed at her stomach. The puppet girl was sent flying backwards by the impact, but soon adjusted her posture midair and rushed back at him without even needing to stop and rest. She didn't feel pain, she didn't hesitate, her attacks were strong, and she remained expressionless throughout. The more Seiji fought with her, the more he realized that he was indeed facing someone who wasn't human. The second time that he managed to send her flying with a kick, Shinobu suddenly increased her speed and power by another level, and came back at him with a punch that sent him flying as well, but Seiji cast evolved body strengthening technique on himself in midair and made himself golden in appearance as he landed back on the ground to continue the fight. Seiji intentionally feigned a weakness and activated bullet time right when she viciously punched directly at his face. Then, he also continuously activated lightning strike. His fists landed on the puppet girl's body like continuous flashes of light, and broke through her barrier. His fists then hit her head. There was a dense succession of sounds of impact as the silver-haired figure went flying backwards. She twisted around in the air and rolled several times on the ground upon impact before she backflipped and finally stood up again after sliding a long distance.
Victory has been determined. The gentleman has won.
A spotlight instantly shone upon Seiji, together with the sound of applause and upbeat music. Seiji was rendered speechless. Well, the judge did say that he would stop the duel when he'd determined that his side had won. And Seiji did say that this wasn't going to be a duel to the death. Just as his cheeks were twitching, something flashed red in Shinobu's eyes.
Shinobu's soul core increased its power output yet again and provided a burst of power to her. A dark red mist enveloped Shinobu as it began whirling around her at a high speed. The mist attached itself to her entire body. She demonized into night mist form. The puppet girl transformed into a dark red shadow and stepped forward, vanishing in the next instant, leaving nothing but faint dark red mist behind. Seiji sensed danger upon seeing this scene and instantly decided to cast Evolved Mana Barrier upon himself. A dark red figure appeared before him and attacked with both her hands.
Demon Break, Knight's Embrace. A thick black mist attacked Seiji, while Shinobu's hands managed to penetrate through Seiji's golden light, Evolved Mana Barrier, and make contact with Seiji's body.
Bullet time, activated once again.
Seiji used Lightning Strike, again, intending to knock her away just like last time. However, when he punched her this time, he couldn't feel any impact at all. Instead, it felt like his fists were punching a sticky substance.
That was obviously an effect of the dark red mist enveloping her.
It had the ability to entangle anyone who attacked her in her shadow form.
Seiji could only do his best to dodge her attacks then. He utilized his footwork in an attempt to dodge her attack. However, he was completely unable to dodge.
Boom, a black flash shaped like lightning combined with a dull explosion sent Seiji flying.
Blood dripped through the air.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 456, Allow me to become Brother's Spirit Branded Retainer. Chapter 456, Allow me to become Brother's Spirit Branded Retainer. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu.
Seiji adjusted his posture in midair and landed on the ground. He used his momentum to back off as much as he could and maintain some distance between him and his opponent. He was injured, he had protected his body with his arms, and as a result his arm was injured. His sleeve was gone, and both his hands were bloody. Luckily, they were only shallow injuries, and his bones and muscles weren't hurt. This level of injury can easily be cured with my beginning level healing magic.
Seiji speedily diagnosed himself.
Meanwhile, Shinobu didn't continue attacking him. She stood still while the mist around her body gradually dissipated. She didn't take this opportunity to attack him. Did that mean that Akatsuki had given a command to only attack him to a certain extent before no longer battling?
You've met something quite interesting.
Just as Seiji was still highly on guard and observing the situation, a lazy-sounding female voice spoke up in his mind.
Yomi?
The typically sleeping female bonded spirit within him suddenly made her presence known. A human puppet, how interesting that it's been created in such a fashion.
What does that mean? What do you know this time?
This puppet will probably transform into a fearsome demon after some time passes. Although it seems like this puppet has only been recently born, there's an incredibly bad aura around her. If this was intentional by the person who created her, then I feel that her creator must truly be someone quite daring. Please explain yourself more clearly. What I mean is that this child will soon become a dangerous existence. Her first victim will almost certainly be her creator. And, if she devours her creator, that's likely to instantly help her become a terrifyingly powerful demon.
What?
Seiji furrowed his eyebrows.
Why would that happen? It's difficult for me to explain.
At any rate, if you don't wish for her to harm humans, you'll have to either destroy her or seal her as early as possible, or give her a proper education.
Education?
I believe that you're quite suitable to do such a thing.
If you wish to do so, I can assist you. Seiji fell silent for a moment. He decided to ask, what should I do? First, leave a mystical mark on her body. Seiji then received information directly in his mind from Yomi. He made a hand seal and uttered an incantation, casting a spell upon Shinobu. A golden red spell formation flashed in front of the puppet girl's chest, before instantly disappearing. Shinobu didn't react at all to this and merely stood still quietly. And then? The next part can only be continued when you are asleep. When I'm asleep, just like last time? Yes, you can comprehend it like so. Yomi, I'd really like to ask. I said before that I don't like men who ask too many questions. Let's chat again when you're asleep. And so, the female spirit disappeared on him again. She's such a casual and carefree spirit. Seiji could only inwardly sigh. Something flashed in his eyes as he observed the puppet girl who stood still, unmoving. Our two dear guests, would you like to continue the duel? The judge spoke up through the speakerphones. No, we can end it here, Seiji answered. How are you? Natsuya returned to her car after finishing her discussion with Akatsuki, and was concerned to see Seiji's state. I'm fine. As you can see, it's just that my sleeve has been destroyed. Seiji chuckled and indicated as his now bare arms. After finishing the duel with Shinobu, he went back outside to wait for the end of the negotiations rather than going back inside and seeing Akatsuki's face again. Was that guy rather proud of himself? Yes, quite so, your fake act was incredibly successful. Natsuya smiled. Actually, I wasn't faking entirely. That puppet was indeed powerful and I was injured due to my overconfidence, although it was only a light injury. Seiji paused for a moment. How did the negotiations go? Judging by your expression, things went well? Natsuya nodded. The duel will take place at Genhana High School, our main territory. She gave a brief explanation of the advantages she was able to obtain in the negotiation. The time of the duel has been set for next Saturday night. I shall prepare as much as I can before then. What do you need me to do? All you need to do is continue cultivating and improving your power level. Or, you can try practicing together with Hitaka and Rana. Understood. There wasn't anything he could help with regarding the preparations. All he could do was cultivate and become stronger. Well, that was how things should have been. However, due to Yomi's knowledge, there was something else he could do as well. Natsuya's car took him to the Uehara apartments. Seiji said goodbye to Natsuya as he got off her car and returned home. Brother Seiji. Shika-chan, I'm home. He took off his tattered clothing as he entered his apartment and explained the current situation to his adopted younger sister. That's how things are. Until next Saturday night, I'm going to work as hard as I can on cultivation and I won't be at home often. My apologies. Shika looked directly at Seiji. A duel, will it really be alright? It'll be fine, not a big deal. Just like last time, I'll definitely come back safely. Seiji smiled. Shika fell silent for a moment. I would like to battle together with brother. Shika said in a soft voice as something flashed in her eyes. Please allow me to become brother's spirit-branded retainer. I would like for you to become my spirit-branded retainer as well. However, now's not the time, Seiji stated. This isn't your battle. Technically speaking, this isn't my battle either, it's Natsuya's. I merely joined in forcefully due to my willfulness. I don't wish for you to become involved. But I want to become involved. Shika raised the volume of her voice. Brother, you acted willfully in joining this battle, but you're not allowing me to participate together with you. That's really terrible of you, but... This. Seiji averted his gaze as he didn't know what to say. Brother Seiji. Shika walked up right next to him, getting very close to him as she stared at him. What is it? Seiji mysteriously felt a sense of panic at seeing his adopted younger sister's beautiful face up so close. You are an idiot. Why is she suddenly calling me an idiot? You're an idiot among idiots, which is why someone absolutely needs to watch over you, Shika told him in a serious manner. I'm the best candidate to do so. I'm going to become Brother's spirit-branded retainer and protect Brother for his entire life. I'm quite happy to hear that. I shall eliminate all of Brother's enemies, as well as all sorts of random and unworthy girls. The first half of your sentence was fine, but what's the second half of your sentence referring to? I shall deal with Brother's troubles, and I shall need to approve any of Brother's women. Just what does the second half there mean? Rest assured, Brother, I'm strong enough to deal with anyone, no matter if it's a tough opponent or an unworthy woman. Perhaps so, but why do you keep talking about women? What does unworthy even mean here? Just what standards do you have anyways? His adopted sister was saying some rather strange things, and seemed to have lost control of herself. Calm down, Shika-chan. I know that you're quite worried about me, but this isn't necessary, Seiji coaxed her while reaching out and patting her gently on the head. Shika also noticed her own impulsive behavior, causing her to begin blushing. I truly apologize for willfully deciding to participate in a duel. But things will really be fine. Please trust me, alright? Shika slowly lowered her head. Hug me. Just patting me on the head isn't enough. Hug me. Seiji blinked and then smiled as he pulled Shika into his arms and hugged her gently. So warm. Shika hugged Seiji as well, rubbing her face against his chest. The anxiety in her heart gradually subsided and was replaced by a warm and reliable feeling. However, her resolution to do something intensified even further. I still want to participate in battle, she said in a light voice. About that, there's a limit to the number of participants. Then switch someone out for me. Don't be like that, Shika-chan. Seiji smiled wryly. Then promise me that this will be the last time. After this duel, I'm going to become Brother's spirit-branded retainer. No matter whom Brother fights with in the future, you have to do it together with me. I won't permit something like this to ever happen again. Shika spoke with firm resolution in her voice as she hugged Seiji tightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 457, Bite You. Chapter 457, Bite You. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Shika-chan. Seiji was quite moved by his adopted younger sister's heartfelt intentions, as well as troubled. If he promised her as she wanted it, what should he do if there was a truly dangerous battle in the future? Even though he had the ability to save and load, he still didn't want to see Shika come to any harm. I'm quite happy that you feel that way, but... No buts allowed. Shika prevented him from saying anything more. Promise me, brother. Not promising seemed impossible. Seiji could only smile wryly. Alright, I promise you, with conditions. No conditions allowed. Just allow me this tiny little thing. Not permitted, I want the entire promise with no conditions attached. Don't be so willful. Brother Seiji, you're the person with the least right to say such a thing. Then allow me to willfully set my own conditions. Not permitted, I'm willfully requiring your unconditional promise. I willfully deny your willfulness. Denial refused. You're not allowed to refuse my denial. Stop trying to struggle, brother. A man should struggle to the end,
no matter how unseemly he is.
Seiji used a cool line in a wrong situation. If you keep forcefully struggling against me, I'll. Shika lifted her head. I'll bite you. Seiji suddenly felt a strange sensation on his neck. Eh?
He was quite startled that he was really getting bitten.
Ah!
Shika returned to her senses and discovered that she had acted impulsively again, actually biting him. But she didn't want to let go. She absolutely had to get her idiot brother to surrender to her. And so, she continued biting down on him, while carefully controlling her strength in order not to injure Seiji. This is brother's taste. When she thought about how she was currently clamping down on his neck, a vital area, and tasting his flavor, a strange sensation welled up within her. She didn't know how to describe his sensation, but it felt quite good.
Eh? Seiji was even more startled as he felt Shika starting to bite down even harder.
It felt slightly itchy, slightly painful, and slightly moist. It felt like things were turning bad.
Shika, don't do this.
She was now biting on his ear. At this moment, he felt like an electric shock ran through his body.
Shika detected that his ears were sensitive and focused on his ear instead.
Stop biting.
His ear felt itchy, moist, and numb, and things were turning worse.
Seiji wanted to forcefully push her away, but was unable to muster up his strength.
Whoosh. She actually blew into his ear.
The feeling of an electric shock running through his body became even stronger.
This is bad. Seiji's face flushed completely red.
Please stop.
Blow. I can't take it anymore.
Whoosh.
No more.
I surrender.
Hurry and stop.
Shika finally heard what she wanted to hear. The strange sensation within her became even stronger, as if she had achieved nirvana. She couldn't control herself and smiled victoriously. Her face was flushed and there was a seductive look in her eyes. With her smile, she seemed almost demonic in her devilishness.
Demon King was the nickname that Chiaki had given to Shika before.
If only Chiaki could have seen the Demon King's current expression, she would have definitely been astounded at how appropriate this nickname had been.
Brother, since you've surrendered, you have to listen to me.
Yes.
I'll listen to you. From now on, we'll always be together. You can't abandon me. Don't say it like I really will abandon you. I just didn't want you to meet with any danger.
Seiji smiled wryly. I know, but I can't stand it if I can't be at brother's side, Shika told him softly.
A moment of silence fell between them.
If a dangerous situation that I'm worried about really does happen in the future, I'll just have to deal with it when the time comes.
Seiji could only inwardly sigh.
By the way, that was really fierce just now.
Shika was quite wild when she lost control of herself.
He couldn't help but recall the sensations he felt from just earlier, which caused his face to heat up again. Meanwhile, the black-haired girl who had achieved her goal and calmed down gradually began to feel embarrassment at her actions.
What did I just do? Shika really wanted to shout out loudly. I actually did such things?
At this moment, there was the sound of a key turning in the front door of Seiji's apartment.
Ryo had returned.
The moment that Shika realized this, she suddenly moved. She darted out of her brother's embrace and returned to her room at top speed while slamming the door. Seiji was rendered absolutely speechless.
I'm back. Harano Oniai-san, you've returned.
Ryo smiled when she saw him, but she soon felt that something was strange.
Harano Oniai-san, what happened to your neck? Seiji suddenly covered his neck as he realized there must be hickey marks.
I was feeling rather itchy just now, and scratched my neck. I scratched myself a little too forcefully. He did his best to fool the elementary school girl.
Your face is really red. That's because I'm feeling a little hot. Why would you feel hot?
Air.
I was exercising just now, and sweated a lot. I'm going to go take a shower right now.
Seiji decisively made an escape. Ryo was rather mystified.
Her Harano Oniai-san seemed rather strange today. Just what could he have been exercising?
She was rather confused.
Later, Seiji finally managed to fool Ryo after making great efforts. He felt like he had now experienced what it felt like for adults when their child accidentally interrupted them in the midst of something romantic. Seiji believed it was quite fortunate already that Ryo only returned after Shika was done instead of in the midst of what Shika was doing to him. He really wouldn't have known how to explain things away then. Shika's out-of-control behavior, her way of throwing a tantrum was simply too amazing. Seiji could only inwardly exclaim at it.
Biting his neck, biting his ear, even blowing in his ear, it was all so arrow. His adopted younger sister actually had such an arrow way of losing control of herself, and previously, she secretly borrowed his adult doujinshi to look at.
Was that also another way of her expressing her arrow tendencies? My adopted younger sister couldn't possibly be this arrow.
But that was just how things were. It was truly something.
What would happen if she lost control of herself like that again? Seiji helped but try imagining it. However, he then used his strong willpower to force himself to stop. Let's stop thinking about it. It's time to sleep. I have something to do tonight after I fall asleep. He lay on his warm bed and hugged the soft lowly Ryo as he relaxed himself and went to sleep. Inside the soul realm. Are you prepared? Yomi asked him this question.
I don't even know what I need to do, so please tell me about that first.
Then, I can tell you if I'm prepared or not, Seiji responded.
True enough indeed, he.
The female spirit chuckled. Actually, what you need to do is to talk with that child and provide your mana to her.
Talk to her, and provide mana? Talking to her is to teach her, while providing her with your mana is to help raise her. These two combined will be her education.
What will happen as a result of doing so?
She's a child who was just born. How she turns out will depend on the education that you give her. But no matter what she turns out to become, you will become an incredibly important existence for her, just like a mother to a child. Seiji was rendered speechless.
I apologize, it would have been better if I said father for my analogy.
Yomi chuckled. Akatsuki is her creator. No matter if you compare me to being her father or mother, it still feels unpleasant.
Then, would you like to give up on her?
If you don't teach her, she'll almost certainly end up devouring her creator Akatsuki Matarai and become a powerful demon. That's a choice you can make as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 458, She is a Demon. Chapter 458, She is a Demon. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji contemplated this matter.
He hadn't thought too much into it at first and had the mentality of simply trying it out.
But now, upon closer consideration, was it really the best choice to educate Shinobu?
Yomi's joking aside, Shinobu Miyaki was an artificially created product that his enemy made. Leaving her alone might cause harm to others. He didn't care if she killed Akatsuki Matarai. In fact, he would be delighted if that happened. However, if she turned into a powerful demon that posed a danger to others, that would be a bad thing. He felt that he should act in order to prevent harm from coming to others.
But if he educated her in order to prevent her from turning into a demon, wouldn't that end up benefiting Akatsuki? Then, Seiji pondered if he should take advantage of her in killing Akatsuki off, but not letting her devour Akatsuki and turn into a demon. Was this possible?
Well, not even considering whether it would be possible, taking advantage of a child to make her kill her creator who was basically like her parent.
Seiji was morally against such an action. It was true that he wanted to kill off Akatsuki Matarai. However, inciting Akatsuki's own creation into killing Akatsuki was something that Seiji felt was wrong.
Yomi had said that Shinobu was a child who was just born. Just because she was Akatsuki's creation, and likely created by some terrifying method that Seiji would rather not know about, did that mean that Seiji should treat Shinobu as an object to be taken advantage of? Seiji felt that he shouldn't. No matter what her creator, or parent, was like, the child was innocent. Taking advantage of a child to kill her own parent was something he morally couldn't bring himself to do. But if he didn't want to do that, educating her seemed like a process where his efforts would merely be wasted and only benefit his enemy. Seiji knew that he was stuck between a rock and a hard place with his dilemma. His difficulty didn't have anything to do with Akatsuki, but rather the child, Shinobu Miyaki. Just how should Seiji treat her, who was basically like a living weapon that his enemy Akatsuki had created? This was similar yet different to Shika's original circumstances. In Shika's case, she had only been a hired temporary spirit-branded retainer who wasn't deeply connected to Okubo Yoshiaki. However, Shinobu had a parent-child relationship with Akatsuki. Seiji sighed after thinking about it for quite a while. He felt like it was almost as if he was intentionally making things difficult for himself. No, wait, the source of his frustration to begin with was... Yomi, was it intentional on your part? I don't understand what you're referring to. Don't act dumb. Did you intentionally call the puppet a child, and even use words like educate, mother, and father as analogies to influence my way of thinking in a strange way? The female spirit chuckled. You saw through me so easily. That's right, I did it intentionally. At least you admitted it so frankly. Seiji folded his arms. What was your objective in doing so? I just wanted to see your reaction, Yomi told him. I didn't lie to you at all. I simply intentionally used some rather subtle analogies. Why did you want to see my reaction? Because I wanted to see it. Seiji was rendered speechless for a moment. You admit that it's a rather subtle analogy. In that case, what exactly is the truth? Just what type of existence is that puppet? He asked in a serious manner. She is a demon, a newly born demon, a demon who appears completely human but isn't. You could also call her an abnormal human, Yomi spoke in a vague manner, her voice sounding like it came from far off in the distance. In a generation long ago, when the differences between demons and humans were rather ambiguous, existences like her would often be born. Some would be good, some would be evil, and some would be neither good nor evil. They aren't humans, but are similar to humans. They can communicate with humans, but there's still a distance between them and humans. Some had happy endings, some had tragic endings, some didn't leave anything behind, and some left things that might have been passed down even to today. Not everyone can see them for what they are, and they aren't capable of seeing humans for what humans really are, either. It is a yin-yang master's task to act as an intermediary between humans and the spirits and demons and keep everything in balance. Yin-yang master Seiji Haruta, just what will you do when faced with such a child? I'm really looking forward to it, The female spirit chuckled. This time, her chuckling sounded different from before, seeming to contain something. Seiji didn't know what to say. He hadn't deeply considered the meaning of becoming a yin-yang master before. Or, it should be said that he hadn't considered it from the mystical society's point of view. Yomi's rather literary and mystical view had given him an impact. As a yin-yang master, what should he do with a newly born demon? This was a specific case scenario, but it could also be said to be a foundational question for how he wanted to treat his occupation as a yin-yang master. Rather than all this talking, I think it's better to see things first. After much consideration, Seiji finally spoke up. Right now, it's not easy to make a decision. Let's go see her first. And so, he cast the spell that Yomi taught him before to open up the path.
Seiji created a hand seal and uttered an incantation.
His hands gradually began to glow red as runes appeared on them. The soul realm gradually darkened before turning pitch black. Seiji extended his palms and pushed out in the darkness. The red light on his hands created a mystical spell formation that resembled a gigantic eye. Then, he leapt into the eye and the eye shut and vanished. Seiji fell on the ground as he arrived on the path to the netherworld. The ground was blood red. Seiji stood up and observed the environment around him, which caused him to furrow his eyebrows. The sky and ground were both blood red. Apart from the cluster amaryllis on the ground, there were also numerous tall black pillars that were connected by countless silver threads. A large amount of puppets as well as humans were impaled and hung from the threads and pillars. There were boys, girls, and even children hung in midair as if they were specimens in a museum. They were in various strange poses. Apart from these complete bodies, there were also many arms, legs, heads, and other body parts, mixed in together with various puppet parts. Many of these body parts were even dripping with blood. There was a disgusting thick smell of blood in the air mixed with some sort of unknown preservative medicine. This scene seemed like it came straight out of an R18 horror game. What an unpleasant soul realm she possesses.
Seiji began walking. Is it just like last time?
I should walk towards the place with the most cluster amaryllis flowers?
Yes, Yomi replied. Such a terrifying environment, just how was it formed? I'm unable to explain it.
However, this type of environment is evidence that just as I expected, this child is currently being influenced by highly negative factors. At this rate, she'll definitely become an evil demon soon unless you intervene.
Several seconds of silence fell between them. Yomi-san, may I ask what type of demon you are exactly? Or are you actually a heroic spirit?
Seiji was quite curious.
What do you think I am? Please don't answer a question with a question. I would like to maintain a feeling of mystery. There's too much mystery about you. At least give me something.
Please don't say again how you don't like men who ask too many questions.
At the very least, I'm supposed to be your host. Alright, just a little hint. Yomi chuckled. At the very beginning, I was an existence very similar to the child you're about to go visit. An existence similar to Shinobu Miyaki? What does that mean? You were a created puppet as well? I said that I would only give you a little hint. Imagine the rest by yourself. You? I suppose that's really just a little hint. It's almost like telling me nothing. I don't merely dislike overly greedy men, I find greedy men annoying, you know? Does this count as me being too greedy? After some walking, Seiji arrived at a location filled with blooming cluster amaryllis flowers. Countless puppet parts and human body parts were hanging impaled on the silver threads going between the black pillars here. There was only one which had a complete form. A little girl who was created from puppet and human materials. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 459, Shinobu-chan, would you like to come with me? Chapter 459, Shinobu-chan, would you like to come with me? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu.
She appeared like a puppet doll randomly put together, and even her messy hair was a mix of blood red and silver. Seiji observed her for quite a while.
When I wake her up, will she attack me on sight? I doubt it.
And even if she does, you should be able to easily defend against her.
Because she's a child? Indeed, Yomi explained. I recommend that you take her down from there. Otherwise, it'll be inconvenient to talk to her. Seiji nodded as he cast, evolved telekinesis.
A large golden hand appeared and broke the silver thread she was attached to, then caught the little girl before she hit the ground.
Numerous puppet and human body parts landed on the ground and scattered everywhere.
Seiji controlled the golden hand to take the little girl to a relatively clear area and gently placed her down.
Shinobu Miyaki, wake up.
He kneeled next to and called out to her as he observed her half-puppet, half-human face.
The girl didn't react. It's time to wake up. Seiji increased his volume. There was still no reaction. Try injecting some mana into her. The female spirit gave him a recommendation.
Seiji placed his hand on the little girl's chest and began injecting mana into her.
Iciness, bloodiness, darkness.
Right as she was born, she already experienced all these concepts without even having a clear understanding of them.
Answer me. Who are you? That
was the first sentence she'd heard after she was born.
Do you know what you are?
That was the second sentence. But after that, everything was hazy. She felt as if she learned some things, and did some things, but her consciousness remained unclear.
Who am I? What am I?
There were only two clear things in her mind, these two questions. She felt as if she should answer them, but she was unable to come up with the answers.
If I can't answer them, will I always remain like this?
She kept thinking, and did her very best to think. But not only was she unable to come up with the answers, her thoughts gradually became hazy as well, as if something was devouring them.
No. I don't want to die. Death.
This was a concept that she still didn't quite understand yet, but she could feel it. If she died, she would no longer be able to think of anything. She wouldn't be herself anymore. And she still hadn't even figured out who or what she was yet.
No. She kept shouting and resisting.
However, that something that kept gradually devouring her didn't slow down at all.
Despair.
This was yet another concept that she wasn't familiar with yet. However, this feeling had already enveloped her fully. Suddenly, a different feeling appeared within her.
It felt gentle, soft, and bright.
Her consciousness became much clearer. She was no longer being devoured. Something was being given to her that helped her to maintain her own sense of self.
She wanted this.
She could sense that this was something beneficial to her, and instinctively desired more. As if in response to her desire, whatever it was that was giving her this feeling continued giving it to her. The little girl slowly opened her eyes.
Ah, you're awake.
Seiji stopped injecting mana into her and retracted his hand.
The little girl looked at him.
He exchanged glances with her and saw that her expression was rather blank, just like a newly born child who didn't understand the world.
Shinobu Miyaki, can you understand my words?
The girl looked at him.
Shinobu Miyaki?
That's right, that's your name.
My name, the girl spoke in a light voice. I am Shinobu Miyaki.
Yes.
You are a human puppet created by Akatsuki Mitarai. That was the name he gave to you. Akatsuki Mitarai, human puppet.
Seiji realized all the more clearly that she truly was a child upon seeing the way that she spoke with only a vague understanding.
Who are you, the girl?
Shinobu Miyaki asked him.
I am Seiji Haruta. I'm Akatsuki Mitarai's enemy.
Seisai.
Haruta?
No, not Seisai.
It's Seiji Haruta.
Seiji.
Haruta.
She looked directly at him.
Did you give me?
I just gave you some mana earlier.
Mana, very good.
The little girl's expression slowly changed as her mouth gradually arced upwards to reveal a faint smile.
Thank you.
Her smile wasn't particularly beautiful.
However, it was incomparably pure.
Seiji widened his eyes at the sight. Then, he smiled faintly as well.
No need to be polite.
After talking to Shinobu for a while, Seiji came to a conclusion: he couldn't just leave this child alone. As a human puppet, Shinobu Miyake had only the most basic knowledge and understanding of the world. She was as pure as a blank piece of paper, and as long as she was properly taught and raised, she could definitely become a very good person, demon. However, she was currently being influenced by all the negative things in her soul realm, or perhaps a more accurate word would be invaded. She was currently losing her sense of self. When she completely lost her sense of self and ability to think, that would be the moment when she transformed into an evil demon.
It seems that you have already made a decision.
Yep. I'm going to teach her properly to prevent her from becoming an evil demon with no sense of self.
Even if this means that you'll be helping your enemy?
While it's rather unpleasant to think that I'd be helping him, when compared to simply allowing this child to fall into depravity, that's nothing.
Seiji folded his arms.
Not only am I going to teach her, I'm even going to steal her away from Akatsuki so that she can be raised properly.
He. Yomi chuckled. You actually care about a puppet that your enemy created. You're so interesting. You're the one who led me to this. You were the one who made the decision on your own.
Seiji found it difficult to counter her statement.
So what if I care? Shinobu-chan is a good girl.
He decided to frankly admit it. You're even calling her directly by name now.
That's just the type of man I am. Do you have any objections?
He. The female spirit laughed in delight. I should be able to obtain Shinobu-chan through the official Inyan Master Duel next week if I win. But that means waiting an entire week, and she's also going to participate in battle as well.
Akatsuki is highly likely to do more modifications to her. Is there any way I can protect her?
There isn't. However, you can simply just take this child back with you right now.
Right now? Here in the Soul Realm?
Seiji was quite astonished. This is possible. Yes. However, you're only taking her soul, not her physical body. Also, it will cause some damage to her for her soul to be separated from her body.
Damage? To what extent?
She'll be incredibly weakened, and she'll basically become the weakest class of demon, Yomi explained. However, if you properly raise her, she'll be able to become much stronger. And if you can take her physical body away from Akatsuki as well, you'll be able to return her soul to her body.
Seiji fell silent at this. He looked at Shinobu Miyake.
She was currently silently looking at the sky as if she wanted to see through to the heavens.
Should he take this child with him or leave her here?
Seiji was leaning towards taking her with him. Although taking her with him would damage her and weaken her greatly, he would take responsibility by properly taking care of her. He would definitely take her physical body away from Akatsuki as well, and help her soul return to her body. And if she stayed here, who knew what she would experience in her own soul realm that was filled with all these terrifying things, which were likely the circumstances surrounding her birth? Who knew what Akatsuki might end up doing to her soul?
Shinobu Miyake.
Can I call you Shinobu-chan? He asked after some consideration. She looked at him and nodded.
Seiji smiled and asked, Shinobu-chan, would you like to come with me?
She blinked upon hearing this.
Go, with you?
Yes, I feel that this is a bad place. It's not suitable for you to stay in. I'd like to take you somewhere else.
Somewhere else, where?
My territory. Seiji pointed at himself. I promise to take good care of you.
Will you come with me?
Shinobu looked directly at Seiji. She recalled what he had given her, and compared it to what she felt staying here.
I want to go with you.
She made the first decision of her life since being born. She didn't know that this decision of hers would massively change her fate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 460, Pest Elimination. Chapter 460, Pest Elimination. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji hugged little Shinobu while casting a spell with Yomi's assistance.
As he uttered the incantation, the space around them gradually darkened as red light glowed on the little girl's body with blood-red runes.
Shinobu's consciousness gradually faded.
However, she didn't feel like resisting as she always had before because he'd said that she would be fine. And just as she believed, a warm feeling was transmitted to her body from him again, which maintained her sense of self. This was his Seiji Haruta's mana. Shinobu really liked this, even though she didn't have a clear understanding of the concept of like yet. She simply felt that this was wonderful, and that meeting him was a wonderful thing. He gave her something very nice, and she wanted to give him something equally nice. However, she didn't know what she could give him. She decided to think hard about this later. As long as she followed him, she would be able to continue thinking, and always be able to think. She would definitely think of something. The little girl closed her eyes and revealed a faint expression of bliss in his arms. While holding on to Shinobu and entering the path to the netherworld, he noticed that her body was changing. The traces of her being put together by various materials vanished completely, and her hair became clean and pure silver rather than being messy and silver mixed with blood red. Her entire body seemed to be turning somewhat translucent as well. He hurriedly asked Yomi what was going on. The part of her soul affected by the negative energies there has remained behind. Currently, her soul's main portion is being sustained by your mana, so her form has changed, the female spirit explained to him. As for why she's turning translucent, that's because she's currently in a weakened state. As long as you continue providing her with mana, her form will gradually stabilize. So, she's still alright? Naturally. That's good, then. Seiji looked at the little girl in his arms who was seemingly asleep. What will happen to the portion of her soul that remains behind there? Nothing at all. It'll just be like a cicada discarding its outer shell, and it will simply remain there. That's a rather subtle analogy. I think it's quite an appropriate one, hee. Yomi chuckled. She was quite delighted to see what had happened. Long ago, a yin-yang master had acted just like the current Seiji Haruta, holding a weak little demon while walking home. That yin-yang master saved her, taught her, and helped her learn about the world, letting her experience so much. After the little demon grew up into a powerful demon, she became that yin-yang master's spirit-branded retainer to be of assistance to him. She gradually became stronger and stronger. Without realizing it, you've become quite strong. Your name doesn't seem to fit your current strength anymore. How about changing your name to a more suitable one? You don't want to change your name? Just treat it as your nickname then. Or, treat your original name as your childhood name, and your new name as your adult name. Let's give you a really cool sounding new name. You'll be called. Seiji gradually opened his eyes. It was light outside and time to wake up. He silently tried sensing his own body. Apart from the spirit Yomi, he could sense an incredibly weak and small existence inside him as well. That was Shinobu Miyake. You don't need to keep her in your mind at all times. Leave her to me. I shall communicate with her and teach her various things. Yomi had told him that before he woke up. It was nice that she was willing to do this. However, why was she suddenly so proactive? Didn't she usually enjoy her sleeping? Seiji was rather curious about her sudden change in attitude. Because educating a pure and innocent little demon is something quite amusing, but it was a reply that rendered Seiji speechless. Although this type of response might make one wonder, is it truly alright to leave things to someone like her, Seiji believed that Yomi was worthy of his trust. After all, he was only able to take Shinobu's soul with him due to her power in the first place, so he figured that she would do fine in teaching Shinobu properly. Besides, it seemed reasonable for a powerful demon to be teaching a newbie demon, and more appropriate than a human teaching a demon. When he got out of bed, he saw Shika at breakfast. At first, Shika's expression was normal, and she acted as if nothing had happened between them last night. However, a few minutes later, her face flushed red, and she kept averting her gaze from Seiji. She behaved incredibly awkwardly. Seiji started feeling awkward as well upon seeing her behavior. He did his very best to stop himself from recalling what he felt yesterday from Shika attacking him. Both of them felt awkward, yet still tried to prevent Ryo from noticing that anything was wrong. This caused the atmosphere at breakfast to become rather strange. At this moment, someone knocked on Seiji's apartment door. He was surprised to see that the visitor was Mai. "Milady has ordered me to begin coming over here to take Tachibana-san to school every day." The maid smiled in greeting. "From now on, I shall take charge of her safety to and from school and eliminate any problematic pests." Seiji was rendered speechless. He instantly recalled how this senpai of his would smile beautifully while shooting people with her laser gun at the school festival. If it was her, she probably really would kill off any criminals just like how one would kill an annoying insect. He couldn't help but think this to himself. As for whether or not she would still smile if she had to kill someone, he wouldn't know. "Thanks for the trouble. If you need any assistance in dealing with any problems, please contact me." "Thank you for your concern, Junior. If you're needed, I won't hesitate to call you." After Mai entered his apartment, she gave him the same present as the first one she had given him, a box of homemade red bean cakes. Seiji thus recalled how he had tasted Mai's red bean cakes together with Shika at the president's residence at that time. He could recall the scene as if it had happened only yesterday. After all, he had agreed to write a story together with Shika on that day, and it was a wonderful memory for him. After that, they wrote Brother Monogatari together, and it was almost published already, although he didn't know the specific time. "Let's call editor Yoshizawa later today to ask her." Seiji made a mental note. He invited Mai to eat breakfast together with them. She politely refused, saying that she had eaten already. "Although I was somewhat mentally prepared, seeing your breakfast still makes me want to go and borrow your kitchen." The maid sighed. "I don't want to say that you guys are doing a bad job, but breakfast is the most important meal of the day, especially for growing girls. You should pay more attention to nutrition and balance. Please teach me, senpai. I don't want to give a long lecture, but I can't make it too simple, either. How about this? I'll email you some information later that you absolutely must finish reading. Plan out your meals according to the information that you read and ask me about anything that you don't understand. You can also ask me about any recipes that you're having problems with, and I'll definitely teach you." Seiji was awed at how professional she seemed at being a nutritionist. He could only agree to do as she asked. Out of concern for Shika and Ryo's living conditions, Mai asked them some questions, and made some specific suggestions to both of them based on what she felt were bad habits. Her attitude seemed gentle and intimate, while also imperceptibly strict at the same time. The middle schooler and elementary schooler both obediently listened to her as if they were younger sisters being lectured by their older sister. Seiji was quite moved by this scene, finding it interesting at the same time. Of course, he did his very best to take care of Shika and Ryo. However, as he was male, there were always things that he would miss or overlook. Fortunately, Mika, her mother the landlord, as well as Ki Jumanji would all occasionally help him out. Now, his maid senpai had helped him with life counseling as well. He was truly grateful to all of them. "Junior, I hear that you sleep together with Tachibana-chan every night, is this true?" Mai asked him in an icy tone. Seiji's expression froze. He had forgotten about this landmine. Mai smiled as she looked directly at him with the same look in her eyes as when she had talked about eliminating problematic pests earlier. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 461, The Shame of the Newcomers Awards. Chapter 461, The Shame of the Newcomers Awards. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji did his best to withstand the assassin maid, his senpai's pressure as he explained the situation. Thanks to Ryo's testimony backing him up, he managed to escape suspicion of being a pervert yet again. Although Mai accepted his explanation, she still didn't seem to accept what was going on. Junior, I'd really like to give you a good sermon right now, but I'm short on time. At any rate, please take good care of yourself. The maid put extra emphasis on her last line. Don't do anything stupid. Seiji felt as if he could imagine her saying that in between the lines. I shall remember it in my heart and will never overstep my boundaries. He could only answer in such a classical fashion. Very good, then. Everyone left together after finishing breakfast. Nika and Chiaki, who was dragged over by Nika, were astonished to see Mai at the Uehara apartments. They had met this legendary former student council president during the school festival but had never talked to her before. They all greeted and got to know each other. At this moment, Keed arrived as well. Mai greeted the blonde infirmary nurse, while Keed smiled and greeted Mai by name. Jumanji-sensei, you're acquainted with Hoju-senpai? Yes, she once brought a sick girl over to the infirmary, and we chatted a little. She left quite an impression on me at the time. Keed smiled faintly. I was thinking how she seemed like someone who might be Hirano-kuan's acquaintance or friend. It seems that I had been correct. Why did sensei think so? Chiaki was rather curious. Because I felt like she was somewhat similar to Hirano-kuan, she didn't seem like an ordinary student. That was still a rather vague answer. However, Chiaki and Nika both now had looks of understanding. Jumanji-sensei doesn't seem like an ordinary teacher either. I could say the same for you. Mai smiled faintly as well. The beautiful female student, maid assassin, and beautiful female teacher, mafia family daughter, exchanged smiles in a beautiful scene. Seiji was rendered speechless. There was a dark secret hidden behind the maiden's beautiful smiles. Was that how he was supposed to describe this scene? Afterwards, Mai took Ryo to her elementary school. Seiji, Nika, Chiaki, and Keed went together to Genhana High School. On the way, Seiji explained what he was going to do soon. A duel between spiritual ability users. I'd really like to see that. Chiaki was as casual and relaxed as always. Shouldn't you be concerned about Seigo first? Nika gave her friend a sidelong glance. It's fine, if he's participating in a duel, he'll definitely win. Isn't that right? I'm quite happy that you believe in me so much. Still, I would like it if you would worry about me a little, Seiji told her. Seigo, don't die on me. You said that you would marry me and accompany me for the rest of my life. Chiaki pretended to be deeply emotional. I never said such a thing. Seigo, make sure to return alive. Mika's waiting for you to marry her and accompany her for the rest of her life. Chiaki pretended to be serious. There was no such promise, either. Seigo, you can't die. You still need to realize your dream of creating an extravagant harem. Chiaki pretended to be hot-blooded. Realize, the hell. You're making it sound worse and worse. Stop trying to give me death flags like that. Seiji retorted energetically. Nika and Keed were rendered speechless. The double pigtailed girl could only sigh as she watched Seiji and Chiaki's vigorous debate, while the blonde teacher smiled. Uehara-san, you don't need to worry so much. If things were so serious, Hirano-kuan wouldn't be joking around like this. Keed noticed Mika's emotions and tried to coax her. I know, but it's still a duel, even if Seigo makes it sound so simple. If you're so worried, try talking to him one-on-one then. Don't take Wakaba-san with you, Yeah. Mika felt that this was excellent advice as she observed the rowdy scene before her. When they reached school, Seiji separated from the others and headed for the student council president's residence instead. He went to the underground practice field.
Now that he was a yin-yang master, the first major spell that he wanted to learn was Dragon Counterattack. This was the ultimate spell that his system rewarded him with after winning the duel against Okubo Yoshiaki. It had caused him to recall Genji from Overwatch's ultimate ability. The first two prerequisites for learning this spell was to learn 3 attack type and then 3 defense type spells and martial arts techniques. That was why at the time, he could only set it aside despite how cool it looked. By now, he only needed one more defensive technique in order to fulfill the first 2 prerequisites. He wanted to do his best to learn this spell now as soon as possible. After some consideration, Seiji decided to learn martial arts technique, Sitagarba technique. This was an earth-based defensive technique that required him to be standing on the ground. He could transfer a mana-based or physical attack against him into the ground in order to absorb most of the attack's force. It would be even more effective when combined with mana barrier. That was the basic explanation from the system. He immediately started the process of learning Sitagarba technique. While he was busy cultivating, Hitaka and Rana arrived as well. They greeted him and began working on their own cultivation. Time passed just like that. Around lunchtime, Seiji received a phone call. The call was from editor Yoshizawa, whom he had intended on contacting anyways. Brother Monogatari is scheduled to be published on next Wednesday, the editor told him right after she greeted him. Next Wednesday, wonderful. Seiji was quite happy to hear this. And, tomorrow night, I need you to attend an awards ceremony where you'll receive a Judge's Choice Special Prize. Award ceremony? Special prize? Yes, it's a newcomer's award for Thunderbolt Literature's new and outstanding authors. Brother Monogatari received a Judge's Choice Special Prize. Oh, thank you. Seiji was still a bit too stunned to know what to say. Having suddenly received a newcomer's award prize like this seemed rather amazing to him. He suddenly recalled that several of the light novels he had read in this world had been awarded the same newcomer's award, such as Record of the Demon Sword and I Can't Sleep When I'm Sleeping Together with My Younger Sister. He had a more solid understanding of this award now that he had recalled some stories that had won it. Do you have time tomorrow night to attend the award ceremony? I sure do. Seiji replied. He definitely wanted to go get his award since he was lucky enough to win one. Saki told him the time and place of the award ceremony. Seiji wrote them down and promised to be there on time. They ended their conversation there. Not only did he learn the publication date of Brother Monogatari, he even received an award. That came as quite a surprise to him. Seiji left the practice field and went to rest for a while in the living room, taking a break from cultivation. He surfed the internet on his cell phone and checked out the information about Thunderbolt Literature's newcomer awards. That was when he discovered that these awards were actually considered a pretty big deal. The first place prize awards were basically always given to light novels that became bestsellers, and as for the special prize category, well, it wasn't so special after all. It was just an extra prize category, or perhaps it should be called a consolation prize. Although he was somewhat disappointed to learn this, he felt that it was only natural. After all, he never even submitted his own work to be considered for the award in the first place. It would have been unusual if he'd received first place. When he did more research about this award, he discovered that the submission deadline for the Newcomers Award had ended at the beginning of November of last year. At that time, he had just entered Genhana High School and met Shika at the drama club for the first time. Brother Monogatari's first words hadn't even been written yet. After the submission deadline was over, the editing department would determine the chosen candidates. Neither the first publicized list of candidates, nor the second, much shorter list of culled candidates included Brother Monogatari among them. Only the third and final publicized finalists list included Brother Monogatari, and it was explained that it was chosen as a special exception. Wait a moment, if that was what happened. Seiji's eyes twitched as he continued searching for information on the internet.
Then, as he expected, he discovered that there were incredibly heated discussions on relevant message forums about how Brother Monogatari had won an award without even having gone through the first and second rounds of selection, instead directly appearing on the list of finalists to receive a special award. The keywords that people were discussing were bribery, deceitful organizers, shame of the newcomers' awards, rigged by the industry, and so on. The hell? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 462, The Princess Sure is Difficult to Deal with. Chapter 462, The Princess Sure is Difficult to Deal with. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. It was a good thing that he won an award, but the circumstances around his victory made Seiji feel like he had fallen into a pit trap. Seiji called editor Yoshizawa to ask her about this situation. Specially chosen awards that can enter the nomination process later on have always existed within our system. It was just that the standards were incredibly strict, so there's basically no precedence, Saki explained to him. Brother Monogatari being chosen was something that all the judges unanimously agreed on. The judges also unanimously agreed on giving your story the award, so there's no internal problems at all. However, it caused so much controversy on the internet. Seiji could only smile wryly. We shall make an announcement detailing the specifics of how your story got chosen. Even so, there's probably still people that won't accept it. I'm happy to receive an award, but I think that creating such a controversy as the price for it isn't so good. Seiji paused for a moment. Or is it that the editing department's goal in the first place was to create a controversy to make my story into a hot topic? Saki fell silent for a moment. Our head editor personally saw to Brother Monogatari's inclusion in the awards as well as ensuring that you won an award. Saki didn't answer him directly. Instead, she drastically lowered her voice to a whisper. Could it be that it's not convenient for you to discuss this due to your position? Seiji perceptibly noticed that she was being roundabout. I'm currently at work. So you mean that it'll be fine to discuss this when you get off from work? Yeah. All right. I'll wait for you to get off from work then. Seiji thought for a moment. By the way, do you think I could speak directly to the head editor? The head editor is currently very busy. That meant no, or perhaps it meant that speaking to him would be meaningless. Understood. Talk to you later then. They ended the conversation there. The head editor personally manipulated things so that Seiji won an award. Perhaps the head editor intended to stir things up in order to increase Brother Monogatari's sales. Seiji didn't wish to see his and Shika's story meet with any negative controversy. Still, he understood that perhaps the head editor wanted to draw attention to his story. After all, how low or high quality a story was wouldn't be the most important thing. For Thunderbolt Literature or any similar company, sales would likely be the most important part of all. Stirring up some controversy and having everyone's attention on his story would help to influence sales. Seiji was quite clear on this. It was understandable that the editing department would take certain actions to help increase a novel's sales. Considering that he was just a newcomer author, it was quite something already that the head editor would personally take notice of his novel and act to increase its sales. Although I can understand. I still wish that I could have been informed first. Seiji sighed. If only he wasn't a newcomer author. If he had been a veteran author with plenty of accomplishments racked up already, the situation would likely have been different. He would change things in the future. Seiji then called Shika in order to tell her about the story's publication date and the situation regarding the award their story received. Seigo Harano took a leave of absence from school again. His classmates had gotten used to how often he took leaves of absence. However, some people were still curious just what this magic-devouring dragon was doing. One student even cracked a joke that was surprisingly close to the truth. Perhaps Hirano-san is actually a spiritual ability user who asked for a leave of absence in order to fight against demons. Of course, the reason why such a joke would appear was because of the discussions on the internet and in the media. The Night of 100 Demons continued as always since the New Year's. Normal people kept meeting with more and more strange situations. Even though the mystical society kept continuously suppressing the information the best they could, it was impossible to suppress everything, and people were starting to hear more and more about this topic. Mystical phenomena, demons and spirits, spiritual ability users. Most ordinary people simply treated it as a currently popular fad. However, there were also some ordinary people that would really come into contact with such things, learning the truth. Some people chose to avoid the truth, even treating it as nothing having ever happened. Some people would choose to try telling others about it. And there were incredibly few that would do their very best to try and search for the truth. Although things appeared calm on the surface, there was an undercurrent beneath all that. As for whether the waves would finally calm down or eventually surge and turn into a torrential flood, nobody knew. Is Seigo really fighting against demons during his leave of absence? During lunch break, Yukari came to Mika and Chiaki's classroom to ask them this question. Pretty much. You can treat it like that. I want to know the truth. Knowing too much is bad for you, Special Agent Asamiya. Chiaki pretended to be some serious middle-aged man. I know what I'm doing, Special Agent Wakaba, Yukari responded in turn. Tell me. What is he busy with? Killing people. The purple-haired girl's gaze sharpened upon hearing this. He's fighting against evil spiritual ability users, ... There's no separation between good and evil in our line of work. Don't be so naive, Special Agent Asamiya. The tomboy continued pretending to be some serious special agent as she droned on in a low voice. Stop acting, please talk normally. It's the same even if I talk normally. He's out killing people. Chiaki stopped using her serious expression and low tone of voice as she folded her arms. You aren't really naive enough to believe that he's simply Mr. Goody-Two-Shoes and an absolute hero of justice, are you? Yukari fell silent. Seigo will really kill people. He's the type who will definitely do what needs to be done if it's absolutely necessary, that's what I believe. Chiaki looked at Yukari. If you have such an unrealistic impression of him, then I would advise you to give up on him now. Chiaki. Mika looked at her good friend. Mika, the same goes for you too. Chiaki turned to look at her. Earlier this morning, you were quite worried about Seigo when he explained the situation. That's very natural, but you seem to have ignored another aspect about his situation. Let me ask you, have you ever thought about Seigo killing another person? What will you feel if he kills someone right in front of you? And what will you think? Mika's expression froze. She thought back to what President Yorihana had told her before about the mystical side of society. Although she made her decision back then, she never thought too deeply about it again. After all, something like killing people, she didn't want to think about it, and she unconsciously felt like it was something that wouldn't happen around her. Only now did she finally realize quite clearly that it wasn't far away from her at all. Seigo was going to a duel. Another way of describing it was that he was going to kill someone. He would have to risk his own life to kill someone else. That was the meaning of a duel, kill or be killed. Chiaki had recognized that from the very start and said, I'd really like to see that on top of it. Jumanji-sensei hadn't said anything, but with her maturity, she probably saw the duel for what it was and accepted it as well. However, I still haven't thought over things that deeply. Mika fell silent upon realizing this. Everyone remained silent for a while. Seigo. Seiji Haruta is a real, living person, not a fictional hero of justice from a shonen manga, the tomboy stated calmly. All of you have been saved by him before, so there's nothing wrong with viewing him as a hero. I also believe him to be a hero as well, a real-life hero. However, real-life heroes might not all stand for good and justice, and even if they're on the side of good, not all people will think they're good. I choose to give him my recognition. Even if he kills someone right in front of me, I'll believe in him. What about the two of you? What do you think a hero should be like? Or, what do you think Seiji Haruta should be like? Do you truly realize what the real him is like? You don't need to answer me, but you need to think about it well for yourselves. With that long speech finished, Chiaki began eating her lunch again. Mika and Yukari silently exchanged glances. What do you think? Uehara-san, the purple-haired girl asked Mika. I need to think about it, Mika said. I also want to personally talk to Seiji about it. She left her inner thoughts unsaid. How about you? Asamiya-san, Mika asked Yukari the same question. To be honest, this has given me quite an impact, and I need to think it over as well. Yukari sighed while glancing over at Chiaki. But no matter what, I won't give up so easily on him. Then, she said goodbye as she turned around and left. TSK, I thought that at the very least she would be obviously shaken, but she wasn't. The princess is truly difficult to deal with. Chiaki pretended to have a grim expression as she watched Yukari leave and made such a statement. Mika was rendered speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 463, I accept killing people. Chapter 463, I accept killing people. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Chiaki, you. The double pigtailed girl had a complex expression in her eyes. This time, I didn't lie to her, although I didn't tell her the complete truth either. The tomboy stopped displaying her grim expression and began giggling. I did want to shake up the princess a little, but I wasn't too serious about it. I was just doing as I pleased. Mika didn't know what to say anymore. Currently, in her eyes, Chiaki's grinning expression seemed the same as always, but with something incomprehensible added to it as well. If you really want me to explain, I can do that as well. But it's probably better that you think through things on your own, Mika. Later that night, Seiji went online to check out the discussions about his novels award. He saw that due to Thunderbolt Literature's announcement about how his novel went through the process of winning an award, the controversy was somewhat reduced. Then, just as he was about to call editor Yoshizawa, she called him instead. The answer to your question earlier this morning is no, the editing department doesn't like to use controversies as a method of attracting attention, Saki told him. However, I can't deny that it might be possible that our head editor had this in mind when he forced Brother Monogatari through the awards process. And no matter what, he didn't do anything that could be considered unethical. Although he did forcefully add Brother Monogatari in at the very end, all the judges themselves agreed that your story was worthy of the special award. So, it still followed the rules. I believe that the head editor did this with good intentions. He probably anticipated that giving Brother Monogatari an award like this would cause some controversy, but he still chose to do so because he believed in your story. He believed that its quality would be able to overcome any controversy and transform the attention it receives into excellent sales. Seiji silently finished listening to Saki speak. Since editor Yoshizawa believes it to be so, I'll believe that's how it is as well, Seiji told her. I understand that it's very important to attract attention to a newcomer author's novel. However, if at all possible, I'd like to be informed about such things beforehand, not right when they happen. I apologize for that. It's a lapse in my work, I'm sorry. Saki was apologetic about it. I didn't want editor Yoshizawa to apologize to me. But I suppose I'll accept that. Let's just leave things as is. Seiji didn't want to make such a big deal out of this. By the way, are there any specific requirements for the awards ceremony tomorrow regarding dress code? He decided to ask something that he'd forgotten to ask earlier this morning. There's no specific requirements.
Just wear something that's not ridiculous. You can even attend in your school uniform if you'd like. His school uniform was alright, so it wasn't that formal? How about a cosplay outfit then? Seiji asked jokingly. I wouldn't recommend it. But as long as it's not too outrageous, it's still alright.
Even cosplay was fine. If even that's allowed, this awards ceremony is quite a casual one. Although the important part is the award, it's also a bit of a celebration, which is why the requirements for what to wear are quite relaxed, Saki explained. But it's technically a formal event, so it's still somewhat serious.
Oh, in that case, what was the most unique attire you ever saw at the awards ceremony? The cosplay attire that you mentioned.
A female author once dressed herself as a vampire to receive the prize.
Seiji couldn't help but imagine that scene and felt that it was quite interesting.
The two of them ended their conversation after chatting for a while. At this moment, Mika arrived at his apartment.
Seiji, I'd like to talk to you. Is that all right?
Of course.
Mika took a seat in his study while Seiji poured some hot tea for both Mika and himself. What would you like to talk about? It's about the duel that you mentioned this morning that you would participate in.
I'm really worried, and also concerned about something. The double pigtailed girl expressed her anxiety, telling Seiji about the discussion that she had with Chiaki and Yukari during lunch break.
Seiji fell silent for a moment as he sipped on his tea. First of all, thank you for being so worried about me. Since I'm joining this duel of my own free will, I've resolved myself appropriately. Seiji began speaking. Also, do you still remember what I told you on that day that I scolded and insulted the Amami twin sisters? Mika looked at him with something flashing in her eyes. I'm not a good person, or an evil person. I'm just someone who does whatever he wants to do and likes to do, that's who I am. Seiji smiled.
The double pigtailed girl furrowed her eyebrows slightly.
But, duels are.
It might be kill or be killed.
I realize this, although the actual situation might not be so extreme, it isn't wrong to view the duel in such a fashion, Seiji stated calmly. This is completely different from scolding, as it's on another level entirely. It's about one's own as well as other people's lives. Of course it should be treated in a serious manner, that's what you believe, right? Mika nodded.
That's why you're such a kind girl.
Seiji smiled. But as for me,
I said it before at that time as well.
I don't believe myself to be a good person. Actually, I'm indeed no such thing. Seiji. Chiaki wasn't wrong at all. I'm the type who will kill others if I consider it necessary.
In this duel that I joined, I'm doing so with the resolution to kill my opponent.
Seiji looked directly into Mika's eyes and had a sincere and honest expression. You already know everything that you should know, Mika.
I believe that there's no need to repeat myself.
Think over things properly for yourself.
The double pigtailed girl furrowed her eyebrows even more deeply.
I don't know, Seiji, just what do you think about killing others? This question, how should I say it, I think it's quite difficult to answer.
Seiji paused for a moment.
If I really tried to explain it, it would be hard to say it clearly, or perhaps even impossible to explain, so in the end, it's probably better not to say anything. So, you can treat it as me being unwilling to answer. Several seconds of silence fell between them. I'm not like Chiaki. If you don't answer me, I won't understand. Mika muttered. If you really must have an answer, I'll just answer you directly and succinctly, Seiji stated lightly. I accept killing people. Accept.
This was quite a simple word, but it also seemed quite profound right now. Mika faintly felt as if she perceived something within, but when she thought over it more deeply, she couldn't figure it out.
They ended their conversation there. He wasn't going to say anything else to her.
The rest was up to her to figure out by herself.
No, there was one more person she could ask.
Ruri Kinsa, her spiritual ability user teacher.
Mika didn't really want to ask this teacher of hers, because she felt as if she could imagine Ruri's answer already. But Ruri was still her teacher. Seiji silently finished the rest of his tea after Mika left. That was all he could say on the topic. After that, what Mika thought and did would all be up to her. Then, he put down his cup and went back to surfing the internet. He contacted a certain person on the internet and immediately got a response. She was currently in the middle of a huge campaign. You're playing a game? There's something I wanted to tell you. Since you're currently busy, it can wait until tomorrow night, but...
She sent him a message saying wait for me, followed by a message saying it'll be taken care of in 5 minutes.
Seiji decided to wait.
5 minutes later, a girl wearing a hat with cat ears appeared on his screen. I just finished conquering the strongest castle in the entire server, and became the strongest domain lord of all.
Hana was currently in an excellent mood.
Congratulations, Miss Strongest Domain Lord, may you live forever. Seiji sent her an emoticon of tossing flowers around in congratulations. The way you're praising me sounds really strange.
What was it you wanted to tell me? Did you finish eating the silver fruits? Do you want to go to a spirit world again?
No, what I wanted to tell you was that I'd become a yin-yang master already. Hana paused in surprise for a moment.
You said, you became what?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 464, basically the distance from Earth to Mars. Chapter 464, basically the distance from Earth to Mars.
Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Hana was astonished to learn that Seiji had become a yin-yang master already.
Last time, the fact that he took only a wooden sword with him to adventure in a spirit world was already beyond her imagination. She didn't expect that this time.
You actually became a yin-yang master already? How did you do it?
Actually, I myself don't know how I did it either.
Why would you not know?
Because just like changing job classes in a game, I did it simply by choosing the option. I don't know how the specific process went. Seiji awkwardly scratched his face.
How is that possible, bastard? Hana retorted forcefully. There has to be a limit to your joking around. No, it's actually the truth.
Seiji really wanted to say that out loud, but he felt that she would be unable to handle it judging by her current reaction.
I really don't know.
I just fell asleep, and when I woke up, I had already created a yin-yang seal, he told her instead. It felt like I experienced something in my dream, but I can't recall.
The cat-eared hat girl fell silent. I'm even beginning to wonder if I'm Seiji Kamiju's reincarnation, huh?
The cat-eared hat girl still remained silent. Seiji felt rather awkward because he didn't hear a retort as he had expected.
Aren't you going to say anything?
The cat-eared hat girl sighed. You're a reincarnator, a body stealer, a transmigrator, and a hero from another world. It doesn't matter anymore if you were a double reincarnator on top of all that. She spoke as if she didn't care about anything.
I think that you should care at least a little more. Then should I be calling you Kamiju-sama? Or Milord Seiji? That won't be necessary.
It's good that you were able to become a yin-yang master so quickly and all, but don't be too proud of yourself. You're still quite far from reaching Yui's power level, Hana warned him. About how far apart are our power levels? Basically the distance from Earth to Mars.
An astronomical level. That's right, are you scared now? It's too exaggerated, so I actually can't feel anything at all. It absolutely isn't scary this way. Then I'll say it in a way that you can understand. Our older sister could easily kill a newbie like you who just became a yin-yang master by only using one of her hands. No, just one finger will be enough. Just one finger, will she flick me on the forehead? Seiji couldn't help but think that to himself. Wow, so amazing, so scary. With how fake your acting is, you might as well not act at all.
The cat-eared hat girl folded her arms.
Sister. Yui Haruta is truly strong.
She's the strongest among all members of the Haruta family that are in our age group, and she received an incredible nickname as well, Shilin Girl.
Shilin Girl?
She's excellent all around and highly skilled at fire and thunder magical spells, which is why she received this nickname.
Hana paused for a moment.
Before, there was a fellow from the Tendu family who was also a genius yin-yang master. He challenged Sister to a duel, and as a result, he and all his spirit-branded retainers were burned to death, turning into nothing but ash. That was a huge incident.
The Tendu family, is that one of the 7 major yin-yang master families?
Yes. They had a bad relationship with our Haruta family to begin with, and it only worsened after Sister's actions. Right now, Sister is hated by every young person in the Tendu family, but nobody dares to challenge her anymore.
How dominating. Seiji was sincere in exclaiming this. Killing off another major family's genius, and suppressing all the young ones in that family to the point where they didn't even dare to do anything? Just what was that like? Seiji felt that it was on the level of a main character from a Xuanhuan novel. No wonder even someone like Akatsuki Mitarai was worried about Seiji's family background. Seiji now felt that the only reason why a bastard like Akatsuki was so polite to him must have been directly related to Akatsuki's fear of Yui Haruta. This Shilin girl who even dared to kill a genius from another of the 7 major families, and all the young ones in the 7 major families were nothing more than trash in her eyes. Akatsuki Mitarai probably recognized her power. His family wasn't even one of the 7 major families, after all.
That's right, she's truly dominating.
Now do you understand just how strong our sister is? You actually want me to defeat someone as strong as her? What a request for you to make of me. Shut up. I've told you that it would be extremely difficult.
It's not even at the level of extremely difficult, it sounds basically impossible.
Humph, are you actually scared now?
Reincarnator transmigrator body stealer hero from another world. You're wrong, you should be calling me the double reincarnator transmigrator body stealer hero from another world.
Since I have all the traits of the main character, how could I possibly be afraid? A flash appeared in Seiji's eyes. Even if I'm up against a god, I'll show you how I win. Yeah, so cool, you're truly amazing. With how fake your acting is, you might as well not act at all. Seiji threw Hana's line right back at her. Apart from the fact that you became a yin-yang master, was there anything else you wanted to tell me? Hana changed the topic. Yeah. I'm about to participate in a yin-yang master duel soon. What?
Hana no longer knew what expression she had anymore after she finished listening to yet another one of his explanations.
Are you intending on marrying Natsuya Yorihana? She asked in an icy tone. No.
I don't have that type of relationship with her.
Even if you don't right now, it's basically almost at that stage. You harem protagonist, are you intending on making her the main wife, the female lead? I wasn't thinking of anything like that at all.
I want to help her half because she's my friend, and half because her opponent really pisses me off. You're doing so much just for the sake of a friend.
Who the hell would believe you?
Seiji awkwardly scratched his face. Even he himself didn't believe it when he said he felt only friendship towards Natsuya.
Alright then, I admit it, I am romantically interested in her.
But currently, our relationship really is just that of friends.
Disgusting. Stop giving off the sour scent of a teenage idol love drama in front of me.
Winners in life can all just go explode and die.
You were clearly the one who brought this topic up.
Oof. The cat-eared hat girl averted her gaze.
That's all I wanted to tell you.
I'm going to focus on cultivating this week to prepare for the duel.
If there's anything else, let's talk again next week. Wait a moment. That's all? Yep. Seiji nodded. Just how are you going to prepare? What about weapons? What about equipment? I'm just going to work my hardest on cultivating and practicing. Natsuya will prepare weapons and equipment for us. Just how good could the things she can prepare even be?
Hana muttered as she seriously considered something.
Give me Natsuya Yorihana's cell phone number, she told Seiji.
Seiji paused in surprise for a moment.
Why do you want her cell phone number? Obviously to contact her. Contact her for what? To talk to her about your weapons and equipment, idiot. You want to provide me with equipment? Yes, idiot. Didn't I say such a thing last time as well? But, this is a duel for Natsuya's sake, not a visit to a spirit world.
If you're going to participate in a duel, since I'm your ally, I still have to help you out, the cat-eared hat girl said fiercely.
Hana, don't act all moved like that. It's disgusting.
Seiji was rendered speechless. What should he do about the fact that he still felt she was quite cute despite her calling him disgusting?
Ding, congratulations on becoming a masochist siscon. Seiji imagined such a system notification in his mind.
No, I'm not a masochist, it's just that my sister is being tsundere, which is really cute, the siscon Seiji commented inwardly in his own mind. He gave Natsuya's cell phone number to Hana, and Hana turned off the video chat after that. A moment later, the student council president called him. I suddenly received a phone call from Hana Haruta.
Were you the one who gave her my phone number?
Yes, my apologies.
It's fine.
I was just really surprised.
Natsuya sighed.
I didn't think that you had already recovered your relationship with your younger sister.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 465, He's Awakened His Desires. Chapter 465, He's Awakened His Desires. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu.
Recover. I suppose our relationship has recovered, although the situation is still a bit subtle, Seiji told her.
It's not easy to explain. At any rate, she's currently my ally.
I told her about how I became a yin-yang master and about the duel I'm joining in soon. She indicated that she wanted to provide me with equipment, and that she wanted to talk to you, so I gave her your phone number.
Oh. Natsuya paused for a moment. So your relationship with her has improved, but not to the point of completely recovering, right?
Yes, you could say that.
Understood. No matter what, it's always a good thing to have more people helping out. Natsuya said that she would have a proper discussion with Hana and ended the call.
Seiji was quite curious about exactly what they would discuss. But, since he didn't understand the workings of mystical equipment, he figured that there was no need for him to ask to listen in. He believed in the two of them, so he would simply wait for the results. Natsuya and Hana had a video chat and discussed in detail about the weapons and equipment that Seiji would use during the duel.
Let's just do it like that for the idiot's equipment. Apart from all this, there's a question I'd like to ask you, Yorihana-san.
Hana still wore her cat-eared hat and cute cat mask in front of Natsuya as well.
What would you like to ask? Haruta-san. Do you want to get married to that idiot? Hana asked in a very direct manner. Natsuya's expression froze for a second. Why are you asking this?
She started to feel panicky.
Because I feel like the two of you might develop such a relationship.
We're just friends.
You should take a look in the mirror at your current expression. Only an idiot would believe what you just said. Natsuya was rendered speechless.
He's already told me about the things between you and him. Anyone who has a normal amount of knowledge about relationships between men and women wouldn't believe that the two of you are just friends. Actually, he's already admitted to me that he's romantically interested in you, the cat-eared hat girl continued.
Seiji admitted such a thing? Natsuya's heartbeat increased and she began blushing in obvious red. She was literally a beauty in love. Hana felt as if she could detect an acrid smell of youthful love even from across the computer screen. This made her feel displeased. That's right, he indeed admitted it. That's why I want to know just what you think about him. Please answer my question. I still haven't thought about it. Natsuya's face was burning up and her eyes became watery.
Seiji actually admitted it in front of his younger sister, that he's romantically interested in me. Her mind was currently all occupied with this one thought. She felt rather dazed, while a warm feeling began spreading in her chest. If you haven't thought about it yet, it's best that you think about this in detail starting from right now, Hana stated lightly. Isn't it too early?
No, it's not early at all.
As you're the daughter of the Yorahana family, you should have thought about this issue from the very start. See clearly for yourself whether that idiot is a good partner for you or not, and rationally see what he's really like.
Natsuya was surprised to hear the last part. What Seiji was really like? You should know that Seiji Haruta used to be a depraved otaku scumbag in the past. Even if he's changed now and become a bit more handsome, some foundational things haven't changed at all, the cat-eared hat girl went on in a serious tone. He's still an otaku, and has a problem common to all disgusting otakus. That is, he has the awful habit of wanting to start a harem collection. Normally, most otakus can only fulfill their harem collecting dreams through game and anime female characters since typical otakus are limited by their personal specs. However, when an otaku with the looks and abilities to pull off such a dream appears, it will become a sinful desire. Seiji Haruta is such a person. He's already awakened to his desires, and having only one girl will never satisfy him. His true self is a shameless pervert who likes to collect all sorts of beautiful girls. He's a demon who will reach out to capture any prey that he likes at all. His ultimate goal is to create a terrifyingly large harem with countless girls that he can vent his desires on at any time he wishes. Natsuya was astonished to hear all this. She didn't know how to react for the time being to Hana's grand speech. Don't be misled by his handsome outer appearance. Only by seriously observing and pondering will you be able to see the truth, Hana warned Natsuya seriously. Got it. For the time being, Natsuya went along with it. You have such a low evaluation of Seiji, your older brother. In that case, why are you still helping him out? She couldn't help but ask. Because I'm taking advantage of him, Hana replied. Although he's a shameless perverted idiot, he still has some uses when being taken advantage of. Taking advantage. Natsuya recalled that she had said something similar to Seiji during the Winter Snow Festival and couldn't help but smile. Why are you smiling? Nothing, I just recalled something. Natsuya looked directly at Hana on the screen. You don't actually think that, do you? What? What you said just now. You actually don't have a low evaluation of him at all, do you? Everything I said just now was the truth. The cat-eared hat girl averted her gaze. Although I can't see your expression under your cat mask, I think that what you said just now isn't believable. Natsuya suddenly felt that Hana was rather cute. Was Hana a so-called tsundere girl? It's up to you whether to believe me or not. At any rate, I've already warned you. It's your own problem if you still can't see the truth for what it is, humph. Hana spoke coldly. If you really have to be with him, just go ahead and cry when you find out that he's a harem-loving bastard. A harem. Natsuya folded her arms. I haven't thought about this topic before, but judging from Seiji's behavior, perhaps inside him, he really does have a little bit of this sort of interest. Far more than just a little bit. He's basically a harem story protagonist. Harem story protagonist. Ha, this description actually sounds pretty cute. Natsuya chuckled at the thought. You're even laughing. Do you really not mind? Hana furrowed her eyebrows. Of course I mind.
However, it's not strange for an excellent boy to have several girlfriends. No, I should say that it's quite normal. Something flashed in the student council president's eyes. Men that have the abilities and looks often have multiple girls around them. That's what I commonly see the most, not the world's common sense about one man being with only one woman. If Seiji creates a harem, at first impression, it does sound rather difficult to accept, but when I compare it to situations in reality, I feel like it's not all that hard to understand anymore. In fact, a person like him, a wondrous talent having only one girlfriend almost feels like a waste of his abilities.
What? The cat-eared hat girl even began shouting out loudly. You actually approve of him having a harem? I'm just considering things from a pragmatic point of view. You're the daughter of the illustrious Yorahana family. You can actually tolerate your potential boyfriend having a girlfriend apart from you. Natsuya fell silent for a moment.
As long as I can maintain my status in his heart, along with making sure that he reins himself in when it's needed, perhaps I'll be able to accept it.
Hana was stunned to the point where she was staring with her mouth wide agape. How could there be such a young lady from an illustrious Inyan master family? Is that bastard's charisma truly so outstanding?
No, wait, it's precisely because she's a daughter from an illustrious family. Just as Natsuya said, for normal people, one man being with only one woman was considered common sense. But for a daughter from an illustrious family like her, in the circles that she was familiar with, in both high society and the mystical society, a man having many women, a harem, was considered normal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 466, I've already done such a thing twice already. Chapter 466, I've already done such a thing twice already. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. A moment of silence fell between them. Natsuya's face started reddening even further.
No, I just tried imagining it for a bit.
I'm not saying that I can accept him having a harem right now. Besides, I'm not even his girlfriend yet. What did I just say? Why did I just say such things? Was I just trying to make a joke, or did I get carried away? At any rate, that wasn't what I should have said out loud. I was actually joking around. Something like a harem. I was just casually saying it.
Natsuya did her very best to maintain her composure.
But you seemed quite serious just now, the cat-eared hat girl muttered in a low voice. I wasn't being serious. I just slightly considered the situation pragmatically. Natsuya's face continued reddening as she averted her gaze. I was just extrapolating things from an objective, practical angle. I definitely wasn't thinking about my future at all. Hana was rendered speechless. She wanted to say something about this scene, but didn't know how to comment. Well, whatever you like, at any rate, it doesn't have anything to do with me. Let's just leave things at that, Yorahana-san. Hana decided to end the video chat after several seconds of silence. After that, Natsuya quietly stood up, left her study, returned to her bedroom, and locked the door. While Ada Scion jumped into her bed, covered her face with a pillow, and started rolling around. Seiji suddenly sneezed. At this moment, he was in the business district. He went to an internet cafe and into a private room there. Hisashi was currently waiting for him inside. Hisashi wasn't gaming or reading any manga, instead simply waiting by a kotatsu. Hisashi greeted Seiji upon his arrival. Did you want to talk about your older brother Zenkita? Seiji asked as he sat down. Yep. You asked me to come all the way here for a discussion instead of just calling me. What happened? I don't know. Hisashi sighed as he poured some tea for Seiji. I don't know exactly what happened to him. That's the problem.
Hisashi poured some tea for himself as well and sipped on it as he began explaining.
Ever since that day, the last time that you visited us, he's been going out every single night, and nobody knows where he was going. When I asked him, he only told me that he was out practicing his cultivation, and he showed me his flame ability that definitely got stronger compared to before. He also told me not to tell you. However, he's been gradually changing ever since he started secretly going out every night.
Changing?
Seiji raised his eyebrows. Yeah, the look in his eyes has changed. He now looks rather manic.
Hisashi adjusted his eyeglasses. While he was originally an idiot who loved fighting to begin with, a fighting maniac, at the very least he had mostly a normal way of thinking apart from that. However, during this time period, he's been changing in an abnormal way.
Is it similar to awakening an evil side of himself?
Seiji tried asking.
You could say that, Hisashi agreed.
I don't know what happened to him, nor would he tell me.
At this rate, I feel like something terrible will happen. Even though he told me not to tell you anything, I'm still doing so anyways.
Seigo, do you know anything about what might have happened?
Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. I think I might know where he's going every night.
Where?
A spirit world.
The fact that Zankita would vanish every night, and that his powers were indeed getting stronger, the first thought that Seiji had was of spirit worlds.
But if Zankita Jumanji indeed went to a spirit world, just where did he obtain the knowledge about spirit worlds?
Besides, spirit worlds were highly dangerous areas. For an awakened like Zankita to adventure in one by himself, that would be highly risky, not to mention how it seemed that Zankita was going on a nightly basis and hadn't even been injured yet. That seemed highly unlikely. So let's assume that he's really going to a spirit world. In that case, there's definitely someone providing him with information, as well as going together with him. That is to say, some other spiritual ability user or awakened came into contact with my older brother when I wasn't aware. Something flashed in Hisashi's eyes as he came to this conclusion after hearing Seiji's explanation.
Yes. But this is only one possibility.
I think it's highly likely that some other spiritual ability user or awakened contacted him. While these people made him stronger, they also caused his personality to change, and as for why he forbids me from telling you about this, it's probably because those people wanted him to keep their secret.
Seiji fell silent as he contemplated.
Hisashi remained silent for a while as well.
I want to make a request of you, Seigo, no, Seiji.
Hisashi had a serious tone.
What is it? Beat my older brother Zankita up. I've already done such a thing twice already. I request you to do it a third time for me. Well, depending on the circumstances, perhaps it won't even be necessary. But I feel that only by beating him in a fight will he finally listen. Is beating him up really alright? What if it causes the opposite effect than intended?
Seiji asked. That's possible as well, but apart from this, there's no other method I have left.
What about your father?
Hisashi fell silent for a moment.
Father is currently hospitalized. Was he the one you mentioned before who was seriously injured by a Tengu spirit?
That's right, you guessed it.
That night, when you said that you would represent your father and leave your sister in my hands, I felt like something was off.
Seiji folded his arms. I haven't seen Mikiru Jumanji-san in so long now, so I had a guess. How sharply perceptive, as expected of you.
I don't think this counts as being particularly perceptive.
Hisashi took another sip of his tea. With father hospitalized, the Jumanji group is now run entirely by my older brother Zankita and myself, and things are mostly being held together by Zankita's authority and people's respect for him.
I can only do things behind the scenes.
There's a lot of pressure on my brother. Even though he's an idiot, he still knows what he needs to do, and the heavy pressure caused him to be anxious, which probably made him approach people that he shouldn't have. Seiji remained silent. I want to have a serious discussion with him. If I can't stop him using words, I can only rely on your fists, Seiji. Hisashi slowly lowered his head. Asking you to beat him up for a third time, this time might be more difficult than the last 2 times, because I have no idea just how much stronger he's become. Perhaps you might even get injured. And, whoever it was that influenced my brother in such a fashion, they might start paying attention to you because of such a thing, which will surely bring you trouble. I'm truly sorry to have to make this request of you, but... please. Seiji slowly unfolded his arms as he faced his friend who was lowering his head to him. All right. Just like last time, he agreed. Thank you. Hisashi was truly grateful. Although it was the same response as last time, the meaning behind it was completely different. When are you intending to talk to your brother? The sooner the better. Will tomorrow night be fine? I'm busy tomorrow night. Seiji shook his head, recalling the award ceremony he was supposed to attend. Why don't we just talk to him right now? Okay. Hisashi nodded. Zenkita lazily slouched on a sofa. A gigantic blue fireball floated in midair before him. It slowly turned around in midair under his control with his hand gestures, and it would sometimes shrink and sometimes expand. It was devilishly beautiful. Ever since he received this power, he had improved his ability by several times already, several tens of times. At first, he could only envelop his fists in flames, which meant that his ability's power was still quite limited. But now, not only could he envelop his entire body in flames, he could even control flames at a distance and create a huge amount of destruction. It felt wonderful. Zenkita was thrilled that his power level had gone up significantly in such a short period of time. All the years that he worked so hard exercising in order to obtain his muscular body seemed like such a waste compared to how easy it was to obtain power these days. The former him was nothing more than a pitiful existence. Only the current him was someone truly strong. Not only that, he would only become stronger and stronger. Zenkita was addicted to playing with his own flames. He desired to become stronger, he desired more and more power. However, as for why he wanted to become stronger in the first place, why was that again? At this moment, his cell phone rang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 467, Strength is Everything. Chapter 467, Strength is Everything. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Zenkita slowly stopped his own fantasies and looked at his cell phone. Only several seconds later did he finally pick up the call. Yo. It's me. Yeah, I'm currently here. What do you want to discuss? That was Zenkita's half of the conversation. Something flashed in his eyes as he listened to Hisashi's words. However, his face remained expressionless. Zenkita slowly put down his cell phone after the conversation ended. He once again focused on the fireball before him before waving his hand and causing it to vanish. After Seiji and Hisashi reached the Jumanji group residence, they split up, with Seiji heading towards the dojo. Although Hisashi said it was alright for him to listen into their conversation if he wanted, Seiji felt that he shouldn't intrude in their family affairs too much. It would be best if Hisashi was able to convince Zenkita with words alone, without having things come to a fight. Seiji was quite curious as well just what exactly happened to Zenkita. Did Zenkita really go to a spirit world? Would there be any differences for the awakened and spiritual ability users in a spirit world? Hisashi's idea of a hypothetical group of people that might have contacted Zenkita, did they really exist? And if they did, who were they, and what was their goal? Seiji patiently waited in the dojo. A few minutes later, he heard the sound of footsteps. A red-haired man slowly walked into the dojo, by himself. Seiji exchanged glances with him. Where's Hisashi? He's unconscious.
Did you do that to him?
That's right. Seiji furrowed his eyebrows. I didn't think you were the type of person who'd hit his own brother.
I thought the same of myself just a few minutes ago. Zenkita smiled widely.
His smile had something indescribable about it, something negative and dark. But actually, when I really hit him, I found out that it wasn't much of a big deal at all.
So what if he's my little brother?
Even if he's my family, if he makes me displeased,
I'll act on my displeasure.
A dark look entered Zenkita's eyes.
Why should I be restrained by such things?
My younger brother, my father, the Jumanji group, all these things used to be really important to me, but that was all just a mistaken impression I had due to my own weakness. Now, I'm someone strong, far beyond their level. Why should I still care about them and allow them to hold me back?
No.
I don't need such things. I don't need to be like how I was before.
I shouldn't have to be like before.
Zenkita reached out his hand and summoned a blue flame that illuminated his face, which was becoming distorted.
I'm someone powerful, someone special. I should be free.
His flame instantly burned even fiercer than earlier. Seiji slowly stood up as he looked at Zenkita.
You want to be free. What comes after that? What do you want the freedom to do? Does it even need saying?
Of course, to become stronger.
Why do you want to become stronger? As long as I'm strong, I can do anything I want.
Zenkita shouted loudly. Strength is everything. Seiji was rendered speechless. He really wanted to make a comment here, but there was so much to comment on that he didn't even know where to start. Just as he was thinking about how to retort, he saw Zenkita suddenly waving his hand, causing the flames on his hand to transform into a fireball which shot in Seiji's direction.
Seiji dodged the fireball, which crashed into the ground and exploded with a loud boom.
I lost twice to you before.
This time, I'll definitely win.
Zenkita's entire body erupted with blue flames as he rushed over and punched at Seiji.
Seiji dodged the first few of Zenkita's punches and attacks.
Seiji then stepped forward and landed a strong punch upon Zenkita's stomach area. It felt as if he had punched a steel board. Also, the flames on Zenkita's body attacked him at the same time as he managed to land the punch. If it wasn't for the fact that Seiji cast mana barrier on himself beforehand, he would have definitely been injured with burns. Zenkita, who was wreathed in blue flames, merely backed up 2 steps from receiving Seiji's heavy punch before continuing to attack Seiji again.
Zenkita had indeed become much stronger. Seiji remained calm during the fight.
He aimed for Zenkita's unguarded areas and managed to strike him with a mana-infused punching technique.
Zenkita roared and gathered 2 fireballs, one in each hand, tossing them at Seiji.
Whoosh, whoosh. Seiji dodged both fireballs, but he was unable to dodge Zenkita's kick that came together with the fireballs, and took a vicious direct hit.
Boom, blue flames exploded.
Although Seiji jumped backwards the moment he was kicked to mitigate the impact, he was still kicked backwards by an explosive force that sent him flying across half the dojo field and crashing into the wall. Zenkita stomped, causing fire to spark underneath his feet, and rushed at Seiji with an astonishing speed like a rocket's. In just an instant, he covered the distance of half a dojo field to punch towards Seiji's chest.
Boom. Star. Seiji was able to dodge this punch in time.
This viciously heavy punch struck the wall instead, causing fierce flames to explode and create a large cone-shaped hole. Every mafia member in the residence heard this commotion. The unconscious Hisashi was woken up by the noise as well. He did his best to withstand the pain in his throbbing head while ordering all the mafia grunts not to approach the dojo and for anyone nearby to immediately get away from the vicinity.
Meanwhile, inside the dojo,
another fireball came flying towards Seiji. Seiji once again dodged all the fireballs and sent a mana bullet towards Zenkita, who was wreathed in flames while trying to attack him. But
boom, Zenkita took a direct hit and was knocked over.
Seiji suddenly jumped upwards, stepped upside down on the ceiling, and used the reactive force to help him launch a powerful stomping attack.
Boom! Zenkita dodged this attack.
When Zenkita backflipped and got up, he once again gathered his power in his hands, then suddenly opened his hands wide and released a tremendous amount of blue flames.
Seiji speedily backed up, then suddenly realized that this seemed exactly like the ultimate attack of one of the main characters from the King of Fighters franchise.
He recalled that the character was named Kyokusanagi or something like that. Zenkita clenched his fists tightly, causing them to glow blue with fire, then rushed and punched at Seiji, creating a large explosive flame with his punch at the same time.
Seiji found his attack difficult to block and continued to retreat.
When Seiji was continually forced to retreat and found himself in a corner of the dojo with nowhere left to retreat to, he suddenly realized that things were bad. As expected, Zenkita, who was literally on fire, once again clasped his hands, gathered the power of his flames, and released. Roar! A tremendous amount of flames that resembled a beast's gaping maw swallowed Seiji whole.
"I've won!" Zenkita was shouting in his mind.
However, before he could enjoy the taste of victory, he saw a golden flash and a fist approaching his face.
Smack. Star.
Seiji had cast evolved body strengthening technique on himself in time and transformed into his golden form to send Zenkita flying away with a single punch and counterattack.
Round 2, fight. Even if you are Kyokusanagi, I'm a Super Saiyan, so I shall defeat you. Seiji kept up a stream of mental comments while chasing after Zenkita to keep up the attack.
Zenkita originally thought that he had won, but suddenly found himself at a disadvantage instead. He was quite angered by this. He did his very best, but his golden and shiny opponent was simply better than him, and was now forcefully suppressing him.
Why?
I'm so strong already, so why is it that I still can't defeat this guy?
Zenkita wanted to furiously counterattack. However, Seiji's succession of powerful punches completely broke through his flame defense and gave him a vicious beatdown. Zenkita's consciousness became hazy.
The last thing that he saw was the sight of the shiny golden teenager calmly observing him.
Anger, unwillingness, and hatred.
Zenkita sunk into a darkness while possessing such extremely negative emotions.
I want more power. His consciousness sunk even deeper and deeper into the darkness. Seiji watched Zenkita collapse while being under the impression that the flames on Zenkita's body would naturally be extinguished.
However, he saw that Zenkita's blue flames were gradually becoming black in color.
What's going on? Seiji had an ominous premonition. He was fairly confident that he had knocked Zenkita unconscious. Should he give him another blow just in case? Seiji speedily came to a decision and controlled his strength so that he wouldn't severely injure Zenkita while stomping on him one more time. However, the flames were still becoming darker and darker. The rate of blackening was increasing as well. The black flames were beginning to gather and take form. Seiji frowned as he observed the situation. In just a short period of time, the blue man on fire became something else entirely. He became something black and abnormal, with such a strange appearance that it was difficult to describe. Even if this is something akin to an evil transformation, isn't this a little too dark? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 468, Hell's Aura. Chapter 468, Hell's Aura. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Suddenly the abnormal black being started moving.
The abnormal black being's head turned, and Seiji instantly felt like something fearsome was staring at him, causing his nerves to tense up.
Whoosh, the abnormal black being waved its hand in midair.
Pooh, there was a dull sound that resembled liquid erupting after being suppressed for too long. Blue-black flames that were so powerful that they seemed almost sticky due to their density suddenly erupted. Seiji was able to dodge the flames in time, and twisted his body while lifting his foot to stomp down once again. There was a loud sound as his stomp missed. The abnormal black being twisted its limbs in an unnatural, reverse fashion as it dodged his stomp and moved to the side at a very high speed. Then, it stood up while still having its limbs distorted, which made its movements seem quite abnormal. Its actions resembled a mix between those of a robot and a zombie's.
Seiji recalled Shinobu Miyake's movements.
Not the weak little demon currently residing within him, but the human puppet that he met at first. Right now, he instinctively sensed that Zankita Jumanji was no longer in control of this abnormal black being, but rather, something else that was inhuman.
The abnormal black being waved its hands again and sent out another large spurt of blue-black flames.
Seiji dodged these flames, but suddenly saw his opponent spreading out its limbs and flying towards him.
Bullet time, activate.
Thanks to the sharpening of his senses and the slowing of his perception of time during bullet time, he was able to clearly see countless tiny holes on his opponent's body with blood-red jewel-like objects in them. It was as if countless tiny eyes had grown on Zankita's body. Seiji felt chills running down his spine at this sight. He sensed that whatever was behind these eyes had to be an incredibly terrifying existence.
I absolutely can't touch those eyes.
He instinctively felt this and began retreating at top speed.
Boom! The abnormal black being missed with its flying attack.
Seiji retreated to a place near the corner and prepared to counterattack with a mana bullet.
Use cleansing instead. A female voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It was his bonded spirit, Yomi.
Seiji took her advice and speedily created the seal necessary for cleansing.
The abnormal black being once again flew towards Seiji.
Seiji locked onto his target and cast the cleansing spell.
Boom!
An explosion occurred on the abnormal black being, which was currently in midair. Large plumes of black smoke rose from its body, and it suddenly fell from midair as if it received a huge impact.
Seiji avoided it and put more distance between them. The abnormal black being stood up in an abnormally twisted fashion once again after crashing into the ground.
The strange jewel-like eyes on its body were faintly making strange, creepy noises. Seiji speedily created another seal, and borrowed power from his bonded spirit while casting cleansing again.
Evolved cleansing. A golden mystical spell formation suddenly appeared on the abnormal black being's body and glowed brilliantly. Boom. Star. Another deafening explosion occurred. The golden glow became mixed with thick black smoke which covered half of the entire dojo. The strange, creepy sounds became noticeably louder now.
Seiji faintly felt like the sounds resembled human speech. Don't stop, and repeat it several times more,
Yomi told him. Seiji continued to cast evolved cleansing. Boom. Boom. Boom, star.
After Seiji cast evolved cleansing 6 more times in a row, Yomi indicated that he should switch to sealing. Seiji created a seal and uttered the incantation, while extending his palms towards his target.
Evolved sealing.
Golden pentagrams appeared on the abnormal black being's head and feet, while squares, triangles, circles, and other polygons of various types appeared all around its body as spell formations. All the spell formations shot golden light upon the abnormal black being in unison, creating countless spell seals.
Galaka Walaka.
The abnormal black being started uttering strange incomprehensible sounds while dancing about in a twisted, distorted fashion. It resembled a mechanical dancing doll that had broken down. No normal person would be able to make such movements unless they had no bones.
Is Zankita going to die? Seiji couldn't help but ask Yomi.
He's already dead, but with his degree of death, perhaps he can still be saved, Yomi responded.
Ha!
At any rate, seal him first.
Don't be overconfident.
Seiji took his female spirit's advice and injected more mana into his seal, etching many runes onto the abnormal black being's body, creating many locks upon its power. Finally, the humanoid monster that used to be Zankita Jumanji ceased its movements. It collapsed where it stood, its entire body covered in runic seals.
What exactly is that? Hell's aura. Hell's aura.
It's the most frightening, the most despairing power of the abyss which gathers the endless darkness from the infernos of hell, which possesses the countless evils of the world, Yomi stated in a soft voice. Seiji was rendered speechless. A power which possessed the countless evils of the world, wasn't that just like a concept from Fate/Stay Night? The hell! Wasn't such an incredible thing only supposed to appear at the end after gathering 7 heroic spirits and fighting to the end? Why did it appear on an awakened body? Zenkita Jumanji wasn't supposed to be and remain you. No, wait, I can't get things mixed up with games and anime from my previous life. What I should focus on is that this seemingly powerful ability isn't one that should appear so easily, should it? He asked Yomi about his doubts. Indeed, such a power shouldn't appear so easily. I don't know why it would appear on this person's body. Then, can Zenkita still be saved? You earlier said that he was dead already but that he might still be savable. Any humans that are devoured by Hell's aura are no different from being dead. But, those who have only been slightly devoured are still savable. What should I do? Only a person closely related to him by blood will be able to pull him back from the abyss. Yomi paused for a moment. It might not even succeed, and if it fails, the person who tries to save him will be devoured as well. You mean, only his family members can try to save him, and if they fail, they'll all die together? Seiji furrowed his eyebrows. Yes. Also, it's incredibly dangerous to have only one person trying to save him, and it's highly likely to fail. It's best if there's at least 2 or more. Hisashi looked at the humanoid figure who was sealed before him. He had an incredibly grim expression after he finished listening to Seiji's explanation of what had happened. You idiot. No, you're no longer at an idiot's level, you're a moron. A super mega ultra moron. Hell's aura, just this name alone sounds so ominous. Why would you have such a mysterious power? Why are you so stupid? Say something. Idiot. Bastard. King stupid, bastard. Smack. Hisashi viciously punched towards the monstrous creature's head, but ended up changing his punch's course and punched the ground instead. Damn it, After his fury came deep regret. He should have told Seiji about this long ago. If he'd told Seiji earlier, steps could have been taken to prevent things from coming to this, right? I shouldn't have trusted in my idiot older brother. I should have known this long ago. It's all my fault. At the time, I believed that he would be able to take care of himself. Hisashi sat down on the dojo's floorboard and revealed a depressed expression. I thought I could trust in him. I hoped for the best. Seiji silently observed him. It's all my fault, so let me bear all the consequences. Hisashi adjusted his eyeglasses. Let me save this idiot brother of mine by myself. Don't notify Keed. But in that case, it's highly likely that you'll. I know. But what else can I do? Am I supposed to call my younger sister and tell her that her idiot brother did something stupid, and her second older brother was equally stupid in not stopping him in time, which is why Zenkita's almost dead now, so she should hurry over and risk her life to save him? Seiji didn't have any response to this. I apologize. I lost control of my emotions just now. Hisashi sighed and deeply lowered his head to Seiji. Both of them fell silent for a moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 469, a maximum of 1 minute. Chapter 469, a maximum of 1 minute. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Some seconds later, a cell phone ringing broke the silence. It was Hisashi's cell phone. He slowly took out his cell phone, but paused in surprise when he saw who the caller was on his caller ID. His ringtone, which was Honey Candy Girl's newest ending song, continued without stop.
Hisashi didn't pick up the call, nor did he reject it. He simply waited in a daze for the ringing to stop. Then, Seiji's cell phone began to ring. The caller was Kid Jumanji. Seiji looked at his cell phone for several seconds and chose to accept the call. "Good evening, Harano-kun." "Good evening, Jumanji-sensei. I apologize for suddenly calling you like this so late at night. I just felt like something was off," Kid said in a light voice. Seiji remained silent. "Harano-kun, what's the matter?" Kid sharply perceived that something was the matter on his side. Seiji looked towards Hisashi. Hisashi continued to lower his head. "Harano-kun?" Kid raised her voice slightly. Could it be that you're currently together with my brother Hisashi?" She guessed it right on the mark. Seiji could only inwardly sigh. "Yes." "What happened?" Kid's voice became rather tense. "Your oldest brother, something bad happened to Zankita Jumanji." Kid rushed home to the Jumanji residence. She felt chills all over her body upon seeing her oldest brother's abnormal condition and her second brother's depressed state. What exactly happened here? Seiji gave her an explanation. Kid's expression became grim as she listened to Seiji. Idiots, the both of them. While in her apartment room at the Uehara apartments, Kid suddenly felt anxious inside, as if she had forgotten something important but couldn't recall it no matter what. It made her feel quite uneasy. Then, she recalled that she hadn't contacted home in a long time. So, she decided to call Hisashi just to chat a little, but Hisashi didn't pick up her call. Then, she called Seiji, also intending just to chat, but she didn't expect that. Kid really wanted to get angry at her two idiot older brothers but was unable to do so. In the end, she simply sighed. "Second brother, what are you just sitting around in a daze for? Aren't we going to save our brother Zankita? Hurry up and become more spirited." Hisashi slowly raised his head. "Yes, I'm going to save him. Sister. If I fail, I leave father's care up to you." Kid frowned. "You intend to try saving him by yourself?" "Yep." "Stop being stupid. Harano-kun just said that with only one person." "I know. But I can't have you taking the risk as well." Hisashi suddenly raised his voice and began shouting. "Someone needs to stay behind and take care of father." Kid fell silent for a moment as something flashed in her eyes. "Then you stay behind, and I'll go save our brother," she stated calmly. What are you saying? If second brother and eldest brother are both gone, I alone won't be able to run the Jumanji group. That also means I won't be able to take good care of father. But if second brother stays behind instead, you'll be able to accomplish it. Stop saying something so stupid. It's all my fault that everything became like this, since I didn't stop eldest brother in time. So that's why only I should take the responsibility to save him. It has nothing to do with you. Hisashi scolded Kid severely. You're the one saying something so stupid. If saving eldest brother is your responsibility, isn't running the Jumanji group also one of your responsibilities? Staying behind and making sure that the Jumanji group continues to function is your greatest responsibility. Kid spoke in a cold tone. That's not my responsibility at all. That's eldest brother's responsibility. I shall drag him back to us. What if you fail? If it's the same no matter who goes to save him, I should be the one to do it. That's far more logical. Logical, the hell. Are you able to bring back that idiot with you? It's far more likely that I'll succeed compared to you. My idiot second brother who didn't stop the idiot eldest brother in time doesn't have the right to say such a thing. The siblings began to argue. Seiji silently walked off and left them alone. He felt that there was nothing he could say to them as it was a family decision for Hisashi and Kid to make. He could only wait for the result.
He could feel the deep connections in the Jumanji family from this argument that regarded saving a person's life.
Yomi, apart from casting the spell for them, is there really nothing else that we can do? Seiji tried asking his bonded female spirit.
If the two of them try to save their oldest brother together, and both of them truly accept you, you'll be able to help them.
However, the time that you can assist them is truly short. It's a maximum of 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yes, that's the limit.
Seiji fell silent.
He listened to the argument continue in the distance for quite a while. After the argument quieted down, he walked back to see that the Jumanji siblings were standing facing each other, but neither of them was looking at the other.
"What's your decision?"
Seiji asked them softly.
"I'm the one who's going to save him."
Hisashi and Kid looked at him and spoke simultaneously. They then both started glaring at each other. "I wanted to give you both some more time to come to a decision, but the longer we wait, the worse things will be for your brother."
Seiji sighed.
Hisashi and Kid's expressions both darkened as they both turned to look at the abnormal black being's figure.
"Also, I would like to say."
Seiji paused for a moment. "This isn't a recommendation, but an addendum. If the two of you try to save him together, I'll be able to help you guys out.
However, the time limit's really short, and I'll only be able to help for a maximum of 1 minute. 1 minute?
Yes, because both of you treat me as a good friend, so even though I'm an outsider, I can assist.
However, I can only assist and not do the main part.
Seiji checked his system just earlier and saw that both Hisashi and Kid had high friendship/favorability ratings and connectivity ratings towards him. He figured that was probably similar to what Yomi meant when she said that they needed to truly accept him. The siblings looked at him.
"Basically, it means that since we have a good relationship with you, you'll be able to help us save him?"
Hisashi adjusted his eyeglasses.
"You could say that. In that case, if I have an even better relationship with you, will you be able to help out for even longer?" Something flashed in Kid's eyes. "No, 1 minute is the upper limit." Seiji denied this possibility. "I see. How regrettable."
Hisashi sighed.
"Yeah, it's really regrettable. If at all possible, I would have been quite happy to have a more intimate relationship with you, Harano-kun, no, Haruta-kun." Kid's face flushed slightly red.
Seiji was rendered speechless.
"I would also be quite happy to have a more intimate relationship with you, Seigo, no, Seiji." Hisashi added that on as well. "Seiji." Hisashi chuckled at Seiji's expression of astonishment from his joke. Kid giggled as well. The atmosphere finally eased up slightly.
The Jumanji siblings glanced at each other and communicated non-verbally through their eyes.
"Let's do this, then." "Yeah."
They turned towards Seiji after coming to an unspoken agreement.
"We've decided to save eldest brother together." Seiji looked at them.
"Why's that?"
"Of course, because of what you just said," Hisashi replied. "I said that it wasn't a recommendation. I can help out for at most 1 minute, and it's quite possible that it won't even be 1 full minute. It might only be 30 seconds, or even 10 seconds. From the very start, you said that it would be best if 2 people worked together to save him. If you can help us out as well, even if the time is very short, it'll be enough." Kid smiled.
"She doesn't believe in me, and I don't believe in her.
However, both of us believe in you. Even if you're only helping out, that's something reassuring to know."
Hisashi smiled. Seiji was rather moved by their trust in him.
"You guys are really certain?"
The siblings nodded in unison.
"All right then. I wish you the best of luck."
He sincerely hoped for the best. He decided to make a save file here. If things didn't work out, he would have to load to an earlier save file. "I need to risk my life here, but I'm only getting one simple little wish of good luck.
I feel slightly unsatisfied."
Keed looked straight at Seiji as something flashed in her eyes.
Haruta-kun, can I ask you for a little something?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 470, that's all the points I can obtain on this test. Chapter 470, that's all the points I can obtain on this test. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. What would you like, dot.
Seiji didn't even need to ask that out loud, because he knew the answer already simply from the look in her eyes. His heartbeat increased, and he didn't know whether he should accept or refuse. Keed blushed as she looked straight at him. Hisashi adjusted his eyeglasses upon seeing this scene.
I'm going to go make some preparations. Hisashi decisively left them alone. Seiji was unable to stop Hisashi from leaving.
And now, Seiji was alone together with the blonde teacher.
Keed silently approached him. Seiji somewhat felt like backpedaling.
However, when he considered what circumstances she was making this request in, he found himself unable to refuse her. Keed walked up in front of him, reached out, and hugged him. She leaned against his body. Seiji slowly rose his hands and softly hugged her as well.
Hug me more tightly, Keed murmured in a soft voice.
He did as she instructed, causing him to feel a soft sensation. Hug me even tighter, she requested again.
Seiji used more force than earlier and was able to inhale a nice aroma from her hair. Keed began moaning. Seiji almost couldn't help but imagine certain R18 scene in his mind and forced himself to stop.
They hugged intimately for quite a while.
Seiji, can I call you by your name?
Sure.
You don't think that I'm a bad woman for making such a request at such a time? Not at all. Really?
Really?
You're so gentle. I don't think this extent counts as gentle. He.
Keed giggled as she buried her face in his chest. Her eyes were quite watery. Seiji, have sex with me, Keed spoke in an incredibly light and soft voice.
Seiji's body instantly tensed up upon hearing this, and his heartbeat quickened even more.
He had to do his absolute best to maintain his sense of logic and reason.
This doesn't seem like a good idea. I think it's a very good idea. I want you, and I don't need you to take responsibility. I just want you to comfort me, and I'm not joking around this time. I still don't think it's very good. If we really do it, I wouldn't know how to face you in the future. There might not be a future for me if this fails. Don't say something like that. You and Hisashi will definitely succeed. Then just treat it as a way of encouraging me. Only with such encouragement will I have the confidence to succeed. Seiji didn't know what to say to this. Are you beginning to think that I'm a bad woman now? You don't have to do this, sensei.
Call me Keed, the blonde teacher requested.
Alright then, Keed. Will that be sufficient? Nope, not at all.
Once again, Seiji was rendered speechless. Keed lifted her head and raised her face, closing her eyes and puckering her lips slightly. Seiji looked at her beautiful face and observed her luscious lips, and slowly went over and softly kissed her on the forehead. You failed. The blonde teacher opened her eyes and gave him a low evaluation. That's all the points I'm able to obtain on this test, Seiji said as he averted his gaze. No, you have plenty of potential within you, Haruta-san. Please try as seriously as possible. I'm in my most serious condition right now already. No, you're just avoiding the challenge. At this rate, you'll flunk and need to take makeup tests. I apply to repeat my grade. I won't accept such an application. You absolutely have to get high test scores, and it'll be best if you get the highest test scores out of everyone so that you can graduate in glory. It's still not time for me to graduate.
Then when do you want to graduate?
Keed looked directly at him.
This.
Seiji averted his gaze.
I don't know, at any rate, it's not now. It'll be quite fun for you to graduate early. I think that repeating another year is fine as well, but honestly. The blonde teacher leaned against him once more and buried her face in his chest again. It's so troublesome having such a willful student. You're the willful one here, sensei. Seiji retorted in his mind. There's no helping it. As a teacher, I'll just have to guide this student the best I can, no matter if he fails or repeats his grade. As long as I continue working my hardest to teach him, he'll graduate one day eventually. Keed smiled. Seiji felt indescribable emotions as he understood her intentions. A moment of silence fell between them. Seiji Haruta-san. There's more than one subject to be tested on, you know. Seiji was rendered speechless. Are you satisfied? When Hisashi saw his sister again, her face was still flushed red and she had an exuberant and glowing expression. It was obvious that something good had happened to her. Nope, I'm not satisfied. However, I'll have to be satisfied with what I received just now, and the test can continue later, Keed said joyfully. Test? Hisashi looked towards Seiji. Seiji pretended not to know anything and averted his gaze as his face reddened. Were they doing a teacher-student role play? It didn't seem to Hisashi that they had crossed that line yet, however. Just what exactly were they doing while he left them alone? Hisashi wanted to know, but he was also Keed's brother, and didn't want to know too much. Forget it, he decided to not think too much about it. Let's begin. He adjusted his eyeglasses. Seiji took things seriously as he cautiously warned Keed and Hisashi about things to watch out for based on what he learned from Yomi. Then, he told them to lie down by Zankita's side as he cast a barrier around them and then began casting a spell. As Seiji uttered his incantation, a gigantic golden spell formation appeared on the ground. Gold-red mystical runes gradually appeared on Keed and Hisashi's bodies, then the runes began spreading out and connecting to the black abnormal being. A dark blue mist began coming out of the abnormal black being's body. However, it was all blocked and contained by Seiji's barrier. The golden spell formation began glowing blindingly, while the dark mist continued increasing in density. The dark mist soon filled the entire interior of Seiji's barrier. Strange sounds could faintly be heard coming from the mist. The mist even formed itself into abnormal scenes such as human faces and eyeballs and kept roiling around. Seiji continued forming seals as he extended his palms. A pentagram spell formation instantly appeared above his barrier, and numerous polygonal spell formations appeared around it which shot blinding light towards Seiji's barrier. The roiling mist was suppressed by the light and started condensing itself. Finally, it gathered upon Keed and Hisashi's bodies and formed into two strange black spell formations. The spell was completed. The rest would be up to them. Hisashi, who was laying on the ground with his eyes closed, felt a warm sensation. As Seiji continued casting his spell, the warm sensation filled Hisashi's entire body and caused his consciousness to begin turning hazy. Hisashi then felt a cold sensation. Both the warm and cold sensations strengthened, causing Hisashi's consciousness to become hazier and hazier under the influence of these two opposite sensations. He faintly felt as if he was falling. He fell down towards somewhere dark, icy, and incredibly deep. It felt like he was being devoured by the icy darkness. However, something warm continued to persist within him, and helped him to maintain his sense of self. Hisashi continued falling. After falling for an unknown length of time, his body finally slowly stopped the falling process. His consciousness gradually became clear. Hisashi slowly opened his eyes and saw Keed right next to him. Keed also opened her eyes and saw Hisashi. The siblings discovered that both of them were faintly glowing golden, with a blood-red line connecting the two of them. They were currently standing on a gigantic golden spell formation, and their bodies were also connected to the spell formation by golden lines. Everything outside the spell formation was pitch black, with nothing but empty darkness above them. Below them was an indescribably terrifying scene.
If they had to force themselves to describe it, it seemed like a mix between a gathering of humans, animals, demons, and abnormal creatures all together, totally cooked together into a mushy, black porridge of something. These things kept changing shape, continuously combining and dissolving, making faint sounds that sounded like screams of agony or pain, or sounding like angry roars and curses. Hisashi and Kid both froze upon witnessing this scene as tremendous fear welled up within them. They both felt highly disgusted by what they witnessed as well. If this had occurred in reality, they would have definitely vomited. This is hell. An inferno of endless darkness. According to legends, those who fell down to hell would never be able to escape. It was the most frightening and most pitiful abyss of all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 471, No Release. Chapter 471, No Release. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. This was a place that no human should enter. This is quite foolish as well, voluntarily entering a place like hell in order to save my idiot brother that fell down here. Hisashi couldn't help but inwardly comment to himself as he did his best to suppress the feelings of fear and disgust within him in order to speedily regain control over his body. Let us review everything that Seiji warned us about, he told his sister. Kid nodded. Seiji hadn't given them too many warnings, so both of them clearly remembered everything he said was important. They stood at the edge of the golden spell formation and held each other's hand as they made their final preparations for what they needed to do. We shall succeed in saving that idiot, and then we'll give him a really good lesson he'll never forget. Yeah. Let's have a countdown. 5, 4. Kid recalled Seiji's face as she listened to her brother counting down. She felt warmth in her heart as she thought about how he was waiting for her in reality. I'll definitely return. She firmed her resolution. The countdown completed. The siblings jumped down together into the abyss. What did it feel like to enter hell? When Seiji asked Yomi about this, her answer was pain. This abyss that gathered all the evils of the world would give anyone that entered it nothing but pain. As for why legend said that anyone that fell down to hell would have no release from their suffering, that was because anyone who fell down would constantly be tortured by pain, so it would be impossible for oneself to escape. If the fallen helped each other to bear the burden of pain together, it was actually possible to escape. However, the abyss of hell only possessed evil, not kindness, which meant that it was actually impossible to find a release for eternity. Because there was only evil, it was a terrifying place. Because there was only evil, it was a pitiful location. Seiji fell silent as he contemplated on the female spirit's description. Hisashi felt like he was falling down in between nightmares. The first nightmare referred to hell. Simply being down here was like a nightmare in and of itself. The second nightmare referred to the illusions he saw. There were various types, some hazy, some realistic. Some were clear, while others were murky. At first, he was still able to differentiate whether these illusions stemmed from his own memories or outside sources. After a while, he was no longer able to differentiate as everything mixed together. It caused him an endless amount of pain. The limit of what he could tolerate had long been surpassed. More than once, Hisashi felt that he was about to go insane. It was all he could manage to barely hold on to his sanity. He felt absolutely fortunate that his younger sister was by his side. Countless times already, Kid had successfully saved him before he was about to completely lose his sanity or his consciousness, shouting at him and pulling on him to help him maintain his sense of self. If Kid hadn't come together with him, he would have failed long ago. The reverse was also true. Hisashi had already saved Kid many times from slipping past the brink of insanity. No wonder Seiji said that it was too dangerous unless two people did this together. No ordinary person by themselves would be able to last more than a minute down here. Hisashi felt that even a god would lose their mind in such a terrifying location. He really wanted to leave instantly and return to reality, without caring about anything else. But that was no good, because they still hadn't found the person they were looking for. Hisashi and Keed continued falling. They followed the guidance of the blood-red line as they continued descending and searching. Just how long has passed already? How far down have we fallen in the pits of hell? Just what exactly did my idiot brother do for him to fall so far down into hell? No amount of lecturing or scolding will be sufficient after I bring him back into reality. Suddenly, the environment changed. Hisashi discovered that he was back at the dojo, with Zankita standing right before him. I've already had enough, Zankita stated coldly. All of you always treat me like an idiot, wanting me to do this or that. Especially you, Hisashi. You're clearly so weak, but always act so clever and give me so many orders. Smack! Zankita viciously punched Hisashi, causing his eyeglasses to fall off. 2 of Hisashi's teeth were knocked out as well. It was a very painful experience, and Hisashi tasted blood in his mouth. See? You're just a piece of trash that can't even block a single punch from me. You're a disgusting fellow who lusts after something that only little children would watch. Tui. Zankita spat on top of Hisashi's head. It's the greatest humiliation of my life to have a younger brother like you. I never want to see you ever again. Nor do I want to see that stinky old man or idiot woman again. Never. Smack. Star. Zankita viciously kicked Hisashi in the gut. It hurt an incredible amount, and Hisashi felt like he had broken a rib bone. Garbage like you should just be thrown away in a trash bin, humph. Zankita condescendingly harumphed and turned around to leave. Everything outside of the dojo remained pitch black. Zankita walked off into the darkness, getting farther and farther away. Hisashi forcefully withstood his pain and crawled up from the ground of the dojo. He knew that this was all just an illusion, but he also instinctively sensed that if he let Zankita go, then Zankita would truly. Elder brother. Stop! Hisashi loudly shouted towards the red-haired figure walking off into the distance. However, Zankita didn't respond. Zankita Jumanji. Stay right where you are, dot. Hisashi chased after Zankita, entering the darkness as well. So cold. Hisashi felt like he had entered a winterland of ice and snow while wearing only light clothing. His entire body was freezing over. Zankita was still walking off into the distance. Hisashi grit his teeth and forced himself to bear with the cold as he took large steps and chased after his brother. Zankita. Elder brother. I'm not treating you like an idiot, because you really are an idiot. It's not that I want to care about every little thing you do, it's that you won't grow any brains at all. I am indeed quite weak. I'm an otaku. I just have my little tricks and smarts. If you don't want to listen to me, that's fine. If you want to view me as garbage, that's also fine. I can just stay quiet, or I can get out of your life. But that's only after you truly become strong. Not physically strong, mentally strong as well, with wisdom and spirit, in order to become an appropriate leader for the Jumanji group, and to inherit father's position as head of the family. At that time, you can do whatever you like. But before that, don't get so ahead of yourself. Don't even dare to escape. I won't allow you to leave. Elder brother, come back here. Hisashi reached out to that figure who was getting farther and farther away from him. Zankita's figure disappeared. However, Hisashi felt as if he touched something. He reflexively grabbed whatever it was tightly and forcefully dragged it to his side. He discovered that it was a skeleton. This skeleton didn't have any flesh at all, and its eye sockets were hollow. The bones were also pitch black. However, Hisashi recognized the skeleton. This was Zankita Jumanji. You actually became something as strange as this, idiot. Hisashi muttered bitterly.
the environment changed yet again.
Hisashi returned to the frightening pitch-dark abyss. He was holding onto the skeleton, and Kid next to him was also holding tightly onto the same skeleton. He exchanged glances with Kid without saying anything. "Seiji will be able to help him recover," said Kid.
"Yeah." Hisashi nodded.
Both of them looked above him. There was a golden line connected to them that stretched up beyond what they could see. This was their guiding light to return. Hisashi and Kid carried Zankita together with them as they started moving upwards. At this moment, many things started surging around them in the darkness. This was the abyss of all evil and despair. Nothing here would stop anyone from falling downwards. However, if someone tried going up, things would be the opposite. Although Hisashi and Kid had mentally prepared themselves the best they could, they still felt a tremendous amount of fear when they saw countless fearsome dark shadows surging towards them. They had already somewhat conquered their fear of the abyss from while they were descending. However, only now did the two of them truly witness hell's nature. Every single existence here who suffered endless pain would never allow their own kind to receive salvation, since these existences were unable to be saved themselves. It wasn't hell's abyss that didn't allow for them to ever leave or find release. It was they themselves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 472, I want to see you. Chapter 472, I want to see you. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu.
The dark shadows, the fallen rushed over viciously, trying to tangle up Hisashi and Kid. However, the moment they touched Hisashi and Kid, the shadows were dissolved by a faint golden glow on their bodies. It was as if snow and ice had come into contact with a powerful flame. After all, Hisashi and Kid weren't fallen like they were. There was a spell protecting them. The fallen would have to undergo the pain of being dissolved in order to obstruct them. Yet even so, the fallen still continuously swarmed them, refusing to let them leave. Even more fallen chose to swarm Zankita. Although the golden light protecting Hisashi and Kid extended itself to Zankita as well, since Zankita was now a skeleton, the protection's effect was greatly weakened.
Zankita got stuck due to too many fallen dragging onto him. "Let go."
Hisashi waved his hand to dissolve them. However, a new batch of fallen instantly replaced them. Hisashi and Kid both worked their hardest to dispel all the evil dark shadows. The two of them protected Zankita just like this while doing their best to continue moving upwards. Thus began their difficult return journey. After an unknown period of time, the nightmares began overlapping with each other. Hisashi was no longer able to differentiate what was real and what was only an illusion.
Perhaps there was no such thing as real to begin with? No, I can't think like that. I can't lose my sense of self, because I have to keep moving upwards.
Upwards?
Go upwards, to where? I remember that I need to return somewhere. Return where?
I can't remember. Calm down and think it over carefully.
That's right, I need to return home. But where is my home? Why do I need to go upwards in order to return home? Do I live somewhere really high?
No, that shouldn't be it. It's not that I live somewhere really high, it's that I fell down.
Fell down, to where? Why did I fall down? Where did I fall down to?
It feels like I fell down to a very deep, incredibly scary place, together with someone else. Who was that person?
Who, damn it, I can't remember. This is so annoying. I absolutely have to remember, but why? Isn't it just forgetting about someone? Why does it feel like I care so much?
I don't want to think about it, but it's so annoying not remember what I forgot. So annoying, 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 so annoying. I want to die with how annoying it is.
Why not just die, then?
If I die, I won't have any more pain, I won't be annoyed anymore.
Alright, it's decided then. I'm going to commit suicide. I should write a suicide letter. Forget it, I wouldn't know who to write it to. Not to mention I can't even remember who I am anymore. Ha ha. Eh? Why do I suddenly have a gun in my hand? No, I was holding on to this earlier, wasn't I? That's right, I originally intended to do this anyways.
I don't want to live anymore because it's too painful, too tiring.
Farewell, whoever I am. Although I don't know why I'm feeling somewhat apologetic, I've had enough. Let's just end things like this. He aimed his gun at his head. And then, he began pressing down on the trigger. Boom!
There was the sound of a gunshot. Hisashi jumped at the sound.
That was because it was someone else's gun that sounded, not his own.
He turned around to see a blonde woman. This caused Hisashi to remember everything. He recalled who he was, where he was, and what he was doing.
Get down!
Keed shouted at him. Hisashi did so immediately.
Keed started shooting at a zombie that appeared on the wall. Bang 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 bang.
The gun shot out golden bullets that eradicated all the strangely shaped dark zombies. Several zombies approached from behind her.
Keed turned around and used a whirlwind kick to kick them all away.
Hurry and leave, she told Hisashi. Hisashi grabbed the skeleton on the floor and carried it on his shoulders. The two of them walked up the stairs.
As they progressed, dark zombies kept continuously appearing.
They fought back using their guns as they kept moving upwards.
Suddenly, the environment changed yet again.
Hisashi no longer possessed his gun, and his sister had disappeared to somewhere else. Hisashi was carrying the skeleton alone and standing in a graveyard. Dark demons started crawling out from everywhere and approaching him. Many arms started reaching out from the ground and began to forcefully tug on the skeleton. Hisashi raised his hand, causing a long sword to appear in his hand. The sword was sharp and shone with a golden light. He swung his sword around, slicing through the demon arms and eradicating the demons.
A golden line appeared and continued indicating the path that he should take. Hisashi continued to carry Zenkita while following the direction indicated as he continuously destroyed all demons that appeared before him.
His left hand was injured by a zombie bite due to a moment of carelessness. Hisashi grit his teeth and withstood the sharp pain that attacked him. With a golden flash, his wound healed.
He continued onward.
A blood-red line appeared, and he immediately changed direction to follow that instead. After following it for a while, he located Keed. She was standing there in a daze, with a faceless demon attached to her body. It was moving the sword in her hand towards her neck. Hisashi immediately rushed over and slew the demon with his sword. Keed instantly woke up and regained her senses.
Let's go!
The two of them continued onward. The environment continued to change. The siblings pulled on the skeleton in the abyss while dispelling dark shadows and did their best to continue upwards. The environment continued to change. The siblings dragged on the skeleton while fighting with packs of wolves in a blizzard while climbing a snowy mountain. The environment continued to change. The siblings carried the skeleton while fighting enemy soldiers in a hailstorm of bullets as they passed through enemy campgrounds. The environment continued to change. In the endlessly changing and overlapping environment of hell and its illusions, Hisashi and Keed kept continuously taking damage, suffering various pains, and forgetting over and over again about who they were and what they were doing. Their spirits had already become unavoidably numb, they were struggling on the brink of becoming fallen themselves, and they were only stubbornly persisting by relying on each other. It was already quite tough. They were truly just barely holding on. However, neither of them mentioned wanting to use their one and only chance to ask for help. If they asked for it, Seiji would come assist them. Although he would only be able to help for 1 minute, it would definitely be a huge help. Even if he couldn't do anything at all in here, even if he only appeared, that would be an incredible encouragement by itself to the two siblings right now. They really wanted to ask for help. They wanted to be saved.
But precisely because of this, they couldn't ask for help at all. That was because this was all that was currently supporting them to go on.
Hisashi and Keed both realized that if they used up their only chance of asking for help, that it might become impossible for them to persist until the end.
It was as if they possessed merely a single candle in this endless dark labyrinth.
If they didn't use it, they would still feel a light in their hearts.
But if they ignited the candle and used it up, then they wouldn't have anything left anymore.
When we really can't go on anymore, we can still go for help, so, until we really can't go on, let's just bear with it for a little longer. They continued moving upwards, upwards, upwards. The obstacles they met with became stronger and stronger. The number of times they lost their own sense of self became more and more. It took longer and longer for them to find each other again after being separated. Finally, they were injured irrecoverably. Hisashi finally collapsed after accumulating too many injuries in battle. Keed was left alone, forced to face a black gigantic monster that was approaching her by herself. She was similarly seriously injured. However, she began smiling as she looked at the fearsome monster that seemed like an incarnation of despair.
Seiji. I want to see you.
She summoned Seiji. The black gigantic monster reached out towards her. A golden figure descended from the sky. The large monster's hand was shattered by this golden figure. Then, its mouth, followed by its entire body, were all entirely shattered as it vanished completely. Seiji turned towards Keed and Hisashi to cast healing magic on both of them after taking care of the huge fallen threatening them in one swoop. Then, he pulled on Keed's hand, while telling Keed to hold Hisashi's hand, while Hisashi would pull on the skeleton.
Zenkita. Hold on tight. Seiji began flying. Their procession transformed into a golden light. Seiji crushed every fallen that attempted to obstruct them. He tossed them downwards before they even finished dissolving. Seiji kept speeding up, speeding up, speeding up. He sped up to the maximum, causing the environment around them to speedily change like a kaleidoscope turning at high speed. Seiji withstood a tremendous amount of pressure while taking the Jumanji siblings with him and flying past an indeterminable distance in the endless abyss of hell. Bright red blood began seeping out from all over his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 473, The Ties of Blood Surpass Even Hell. Chapter 473, The Ties of Blood Surpass Even Hell. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. A drop of blood landed on Keed's face. Since they were currently flying at a high speed, all the blood flying off of his body seemed like bright red flower petals. Keed and Hisashi realized that they had overlooked something very important upon seeing this scene. What they'd overlooked was just how large of a price Seiji would have to pay in order to help them. He only mentioned that he would be able to help, but never said anything about what price he had to pay. Nor did either of them think of asking. Why had they overlooked such a thing? Being able to help for only a maximum of 1 minute obviously meant there was more to it than seemed on the surface. They should have thought of it, and they should have asked more. Keed felt a pain in her heart. Hisashi blamed himself for not realizing. They could only widen their eyes and watch as more and more blood began seeping out from Seiji's body, continually dripping downward. Seiji's body gradually began to turn entirely crimson. He felt tremendous pain all over his body as if something incredibly heavy was forcefully squeezing him. He felt like he was dissolving. His consciousness became hazy as well. His strength was reaching its limit. This still isn't enough yet. I want just a little more time. This was the only chance he had to help the Jumanji siblings. He had to do his very best. He wanted to work his hardest to stretch his strength to the utmost limit. Raf! Seiji began roaring in a low voice. After proceeding onward for a while longer, his body was no longer able to withstand the pressure.
Cracks appeared all over his body that blood sprayed from in fountains. What Kid and Hisashi witnessed was that the entirely blood-red Seiji slowly began shattering to pieces. "Seiji," they shouted loudly. Seiji slowly turned to look at them with a faint smile on his bloody face.
"I'll be waiting for you in reality."
His body shattered entirely before his words even finished echoing.
Cough cough, cough cough cough, cough 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 cough, wow. Back in the real world, Seiji was kneeling on the ground as his body trembled violently.
He suffered from a vicious coughing fit that had him spitting up blood.
"You went overboard." Yomi sighed.
Seiji was unable to speak for quite a while due to his continuing coughing fit. Only after he spat up some more blood did his body slowly stop trembling. He finally weakly breathed a sigh of relief.
"That was so unpleasant. I already warned you, but you didn't listen. How foolish. I didn't think that it would feel so unpleasant.
I definitely wouldn't have forced myself so much if I knew."
Seiji wiped off the blood on his mouth. Yomi didn't know what to say at this.
She was highly suspicious of the veracity of his words just now, feeling like he would have done the exact same thing even if he'd known that. She wanted to comment somehow but didn't know what to say, so she decided to simply remain silent.
"I already did the best I could.
I hope that they can succeed." Seiji slowly stood up and looked at Kid and Hisashi. The siblings were still quietly lying there on the ground.
Seiji already did what he could.
There was nothing more he could do apart from wait. Earlier, during his coughing fit, there had been the sound of a system notification. Seiji thus decided to open up his system and check things out. "You have been rewarded with 44 points and the item Hell's Curse as a reward for traveling through Hell and returning for the first time. Mental Suppression Card Hell's Curse. This card contains the evil curse of the Pitch Black Abyss. You may use this card on any one person. That person's mental spirit will have a probability of instantly being destroyed." Seiji was rendered speechless. Although the explanation itself was quite simple, it was easy to tell that this was a highly dangerous card. Just what would a person whose mental spirit had been destroyed be like?
He didn't want to imagine.
The effect was highly dangerous. However, its actual usefulness seemed rather subtle since it didn't appear to be a 100% effect.
The system's explanation merely said a probability. What exactly was that probability anyways? Was it a fixed probability? Or did it depend on the target's mental condition or power level?
And if he used this card in tandem with the mental suppression card, Desire to Retort, that he received from his sister Hannah, would that increase the Hell's Curse card's success rate?
Seiji thought about it but decided not to think too much into it right now.
After he closed his system, he cast Healing upon himself. A while later, he suddenly sensed something and turned to look at the Jumanji siblings again. The siblings were glowing with a golden light.
It succeeded.
Seiji was quite delighted with this outcome.
Kid and Hisashi had accomplished it. They returned. Seiji stopped healing himself and sent his mana into the spell formations instead.
All the spell formations started glowing in unison and illuminated the three siblings. The black spell formations on Kid and Hisashi's bodies along with the black abnormalities on Zankita's body all transformed into a mist that rapidly disappeared. When the last of the black mist completely vanished, Seiji cancelled the spell, causing all the spell formations to vanish. Kid was the first one to open her eyes. She immediately sat up and looked towards Seiji.
"Welcome back."
Seiji smiled at her.
Kid crawled up and instantly jumped at him.
She hugged him as tightly as she could.
"What's the matter?"
Seiji was somewhat mystified by her actions.
"Are you all right?" Kid didn't say anything and only hugged him tightly. Then, Hisashi woke up as well.
He also looked for Seiji the moment he opened his eyes. Hisashi sighed a breath of relief upon seeing that Seiji was still all right. However, Hisashi's expression froze upon seeing the blood Seiji had spat out earlier on the ground.
"Seiji, how are you doing?" he shouted as he got up. I'm fine. Are you really fine?"
Hisashi pointed at the blood on the ground.
"I was slightly injured, but it's not a big deal." Seiji smiled. "It's still not a big deal even though there's so much blood on the ground?"
Hisashi felt that Seiji was truly being ridiculous. However, he found it difficult to retort when faced with Seiji's current expression.
"More than me, you should be more concerned about yourselves. How are you currently feeling? Does anything feel off?" Seiji asked in concern.
Hisashi fell silent for a moment. "It feels like I had an incredibly long nightmare, my memories are incredibly hazy, and I can only remember some scattered scenes. Apart from that, there's nothing."
"That's good, then."
This was an effect of the spell to help shield people from the influence of having visited hell itself. If it wasn't for this mental suppression of their own memories, then the Jumanji siblings would definitely mentally collapse due to the tremendous pain they'd suffered while in hell. However, even with the spell helping to maintain their minds, something still might have been left behind. After all, that was the scariest abyss of all, and its evil curse was impossible to completely block out. "If you ever feel that something's wrong with your body in the future due to this, let me know," Seiji told him.
Hisashi nodded.
Then, he looked towards Sankita. "Although we successfully dragged this idiot back with us, but, with the shape his body is currently in, can he still recover?"
Seiji mentally asked this question to Yomi and received a response from her.
"He should be able to wake up after resting for a long while. However, it's highly likely that he won't recover completely. There might be after effects."
"I see."
Hisashi adjusted his eyeglasses. "I suppose he's lucky that he's even alive still."
"He's not lucky at all."
"You're the ones who helped him to survive," Seiji told him sincerely. "You and Keed successfully saved him from the pits of hell."
"That's truly amazing."
Saving a family member from the depths of hell seemed like a legendary feat to him.
"You're the one who's amazing. If it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't even have had the chance to save him."
Hisashi smiled as he looked towards Seiji again.
"I'm truly grateful to you. I only acted as the support this time."
"The success depended largely on both your efforts."
Seiji smiled in response as well. "At this time, should I say something like, the bonds of family have defeated hell?"
Hisashi was rendered speechless.
Things indeed sounded like how Seiji described it.
However, Hisashi reflexively wanted to deny it as complex emotions welled up within him.
"I don't like that line you came up with. How about I change it to the ties of blood surpass even hell? That doesn't sound good, either. Stop making lines up. The two of you just accomplished something legendary. Don't you want something cool to express it by?"
"We merely dragged our idiot older brother who did something incredibly foolish out of a terrible place."
"There's nothing else to say about it."
Hisashi looked towards Zenkita. "It was simply saving an idiot that he absolutely had to save.
That was all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 474, This test is far too difficult. Chapter 474, This test is far too difficult.
Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu.
Meanwhile, as Seiji and Hisashi had their conversation, Keed had been hugging Seiji all this time. Seiji indicated to her that it was probably time to let go of him. However, she still hugged him tightly and quietly without saying a word.
"You scared her so much," Hisashi told him.
"Seeing you shatter like that, we were under the impression that something terrible happened to you." She worked her hardest to rush back as quickly as possible. To be honest, he almost wanted to say, as if she was insane, instead. He had definitely witnessed for the first time just how much power a woman could explode with when she was worried about the person she loved. Even as her older brother, Hisashi was somewhat scared by his sister in such a condition. It was because of Keed going on a rampage that the remainder of the return process went unexpectedly smoothly. Should he make a comment like "even hell cannot stop a maiden in love"? I apologize for worrying both of you. Seiji was apologetic about this. I'm fine. However, she was truly worried to the point of almost breaking. Do a good job consoling her. Hisashi glanced over at Keed before he left the dojo. He called some Jumanji Group Mafia underlings over to carry Zankita away and to clean up the scene. Seiji was thinking about how to console Keed when she slowly let go of her embrace. After she let go, she pulled on Seiji's hand instead and silently led him out of the dojo to a private area. Tell me the truth. How are you right now? She asked him. I'm really quite fine. I already healed myself using magic. Are you really alright? Of course. Does it look like to you that I'm not alright? Seiji smiled. Something flashed in Keed's eyes as she observed him. How about you? Are you feeling alright? Seiji asked. I'm alright. I feel basically the same as brother Hisashi. That's good, then. As long as there's anything wrong with your body at all, let me know immediately. Keed blinked upon hearing this. No matter what it is, you'll help me out, right? Yep. Seiji nodded. Then let me tell you the honest truth, I'm not feeling that good right now, my heart is aching. Eh? I was so scared for you that my heart aches even now. It's such a terrible feeling, and I want you to do something about it for me right now. Keed said in a serious manner. Seiji was rendered speechless. It was fine to do something for her. However, the problem was just how to do something for her regarding this issue. What would you like for me to do for you, sensei? I would like for you to sleep together with me, my dear student Seiji. This test is far too difficult. I give up. It's not difficult at all. You sleep together with Ryo-chan every night. Seiji received an unexpected cannon attack from this. You definitely have the ability to pass this test. You're forbidden from giving up. Keed looked directly at him. Ryo is only a child, and sensei, you're. It's just sleeping together. Age is meaningless. No, age is important as well. In this test that I'm giving you, it's meaningless. That's such an unreasonable test. Stop resisting with your pitiful excuses, my dear student Seiji. I don't think I'm making excuses. The teacher-student roleplay continued for a while with Keed attacking and Seiji defending. Finally, Seiji agreed to lie down together with Keed for a while on a bed. He felt that it still wasn't alright to really sleep together with her. Although Keed wasn't completely satisfied with this result, she was still happy because she considered it as making progress with Seiji. She took Seiji back to her own bedroom in the Jumanji residence. It was a clean and wide room with elegant and beautiful decorations. Keed had a large bed with light pink blankets. Seiji couldn't help but feel nervous upon seeing her bed despite the fact that it was only a promise to lie in bed together. It would truly be a test for him to lie together with such a great beauty in her bed, especially since he knew that she was completely willing to have sex with him. Seiji would never have accepted this request under normal conditions. However, he was currently injured, and Keed had just returned from hell. She was fatigued both physically and mentally, so he figured that things wouldn't develop to become anything R18. Actually, he was correct to think so. The two of them finally realized just how tired they were after they got into Keed's bed together. Keed hugged Seiji and enjoyed his warmth and the sensation of contact. She gradually fell asleep as she closed her eyes, enjoying the feelings of safety and bliss in her heart. Seiji, who was also fatigued and injured, soon found himself overtaken by drowsiness. A soft bed with a warm and a beautiful lady right next to him. He supposed that heaven was supposed to be such a place of warmth and softness as well. Just closing his eyes made him feel like he wanted to sink into this feeling forever.
Really, falling asleep here would be fine, right? I can't, if I really fall asleep.
Seiji forced himself to remain awake and slowly got out of bed after he confirmed that Keed was fast asleep. He covered her with her blanket and left her room.
Can't you just sleep together with her for one night?
Hisashi adjusted his eyeglasses after meeting with Seiji again and learning the situation from him.
I'd really like to do so as a man. However, I can't do so because I'm a person of integrity.
Seiji acted all proper.
What about the honest truth?
I think that it'll become quite troublesome for me if I sleep with your sister like this, in more ways than one.
Hisashi nodded in begrudging acceptance after staring at Seiji for a while.
Although I can somewhat understand where you're coming from, I'd still like to say that handsome guys should just go explode.
I've already exploded once in hell.
Seiji extended his palms and shrugged.
Hisashi was rendered speechless. Even exploding can increase a girl's favorability rating towards you? Such an excellent winner in life you are.
As expected of my king.
The otaku mafia-san chuckled after remaining silent for a few seconds.
Hisashi then revealed a much more relaxed expression than earlier after he finished laughing.
No words are sufficient to express my gratitude for my lord's assistance today.
All I can do is swear my loyalty and pay you back however I can.
Very good. I'm looking forward to it, my first night. Mikiru was currently hospitalized, and Zankita was going to be hospitalized now as well.
Hisashi was the only one who could take on the heavy responsibility of running the Jumanji group now. Things were likely to become quite busy and difficult for him during this time. Seiji was unable to help Hisashi with any of this, so the best Seiji could do was crack a few jokes so that he would be able to relax. Hisashi understood Seiji's intentions and remembered it in his heart. To be honest, Hisashi really didn't want to take over the role of being the Jumanji group's leader. However, this heavy responsibility was now upon him.
Still, this wasn't something permanent.
Once his older brother Zankita and father Mikiru recovered, Hisashi would be able to have fun simply being an otaku again. Compared to his family business, he was far more interested in working under his king on the dating sim. As long as you need my service, I shall forever be your first knight, Seiji, Hisashi thought that to himself. Keed, who was quietly sleeping in her bedroom, had a faint black aura appear around her. Intricate and complex runes slowly started appearing on her face. Perhaps she sensed something unconsciously, as she turned around in her sleep. The dark aura slowly gathered behind her back, gradually forming into a gigantic dark figure. The next morning, Seiji, who was fast asleep in a guest room at the Jumanji residence, was woken up by his cell phone ringing. He dazedly grabbed his cell phone, intending to turn off the alarm. However, he then realized that it wasn't his alarm, but his ringtone instead. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes in an attempt to wake himself up before he accepted the call. However, Seiji woke up completely after hearing the content of the call. He immediately got out of bed and changed his clothes. He then left the guest room and hurried over to Keed's bedroom. When Seiji arrived and entered, he paused in astonishment at the scene before him. Her snow-white skin and elegant figure, well, he had seen her beautiful body once before during the board game that he played in his apartment before the Winter Snow Festival. However, there was something else there that definitely wasn't before. Seiji was astonished at what was on the blonde beauty's back. No way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 475, Can I touch them? Chapter 475, Can I touch them? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu.
Keed had pitch-black wings attached to her back that seemed just like a fallen angel's wings like in the legends.
Her nickname of Fallen Angel in White at Genhana High School actually became real.
Seiji finally managed to regain his senses only after standing there in a daze for several seconds before he hurriedly averted her gaze.
Keed was currently wearing no clothing whatsoever on her upper body.
The contrast of black wings on her snow-white skin had a strange allure to it.
"How about putting on a shirt?" Seiji mentioned. "There's no need, you've already seen everything before. Last time was an accident. I don't mind this at all. You can go ahead and inspect my body just like this." "But I mind, sensei. This will make it difficult for me to concentrate. Besides, you might catch a cold like this. Why don't you put something on?"
Hearing this, Keed gave in and put a jacket on herself, which also covered her chest. Only after confirming that she had covered herself did Seiji finally turn back around and inspect her using his astral vision. What he saw after using astral vision was that Keed's pitch-black wings were emanating a faint black mist.
Not only that, there were black mystical runes on Keed's face and back. What was going on here? Seiji tried to ask Yomi in his mind.
It would seem that she's become awakened to her spiritual ability. However, her power seems to have undergone a transformation due to Hell's influence, Yomi told him.
Her power transformed?
Yeah. I don't know myself just how her power has changed, either. At any rate, there seems to be no danger for the time being, but
what about in the future? I wouldn't know. Seiji fell silent for a moment.
Then, he asked Keed what it felt like to have these wings. "It feels like I have an extra pair of strange hands," Keed replied. She also controlled her wings and flapped them a little, causing a few feathers to fly off, which transformed into a dark mist and vanished in midair.
"If I flap them forcefully, I can create a strong gust. And I also have a feeling that I'll be able to fly." "You might be able to fly, that'll be amazing if you can really do it." Seiji rubbed his chin.
Black wings and the ability to create a strong gust. Rather than saying that Keed was a fallen angel, she seemed more like a female version of a great Tengu.
"Did you dream about anything when you were sleeping last night, Dot?" "Not at all. I slept excellently and deeply."
She didn't have any strange dreams, which meant that she didn't enter her soul realm, and directly awakened her ability instead.
Did this have to do with the fact that she traveled through hell and returned, so the mystical connection in her bloodline judged that she didn't need to undergo a trial?
Seiji felt that it was possible, but other possibilities were out there as well. Mikiru was ambushed by a Tengu, saying Keed had dreamed about fighting a Tengu. While Keed grew what resembled a Tengu's wings, it seemed to him that the Jumanji family's mystical connection had to be to a Tengu.
"Can I touch them?" He looked at the black wings.
"Sure." And so, Seiji reached out and gently touched Keed's wings. They felt rather soft and smooth, and a little cool to the touch. It was quite a comfortable sensation.
Seiji tried touching the wings a little more forcefully. Keed began to moan. Seiji was rendered speechless by this.
He decided to silently retract his hand.
"You're not going to touch them anymore?"
"You can touch them more if you want."
Keed looked at him. "There's no need, it seems like it wouldn't be good for you." "Not at all, it's actually the opposite. It feels really good." Keed waved her wings. "Touch them some more."
Seiji could only reach out his hand and touch her wings again.
"Yep, just like that."
Keed closed her eyes in contentment.
"So comfortable, use a little more force."
"Ah, right there, use a little more force."
Dot.
The blonde teacher began trembling all over as her face began flushing red. She started moaning in a way that would easily make anyone have dirty thoughts. Seiji instantly decided to retract his hand.
Why the hell would merely touching them give her such a reaction? Are those wings actually like an additional sensitive area? Phew, that felt amazing.
Keed opened her watery eyes to reveal a seductive expression.
"I feel like I've turned into a cat." Seiji didn't know what expression he had anymore after hearing that from Keed. He couldn't help but imagine a blonde Catwoman acting all spoiled. Stop. Cough, it's fine as long as you're not feeling uncomfortable. By the way, are you capable of hiding those wings? Yeah. Keed controlled her wings and folded them. Then, her pitch-black wings slowly became translucent and finally vanished. The runes on her body faded as well, causing her outer appearance to completely return to normal. It's excellent that you're able to retract your wings, they won't affect your daily life. Seiji looked directly at Keed. From now on, you're a spiritual ability user, or more accurately, an awakened. Please use your own ability with caution. Does this ability have to do with the fact that I just visited hell? Keed inquired. It seems to have been influenced by hell, but it doesn't seem like anything dangerous so far. Seiji paused for a moment. I think that you should be able to use it if you wish. Just pay attention to the situations that you do so in. Something flashed in Keed's eyes. Also, since you're now an awakened, you need to know that. Seiji explained to her the things she should watch out for and know as an awakened. The blonde teacher nodded in understanding. Also, let's go talk to Hisashi. I wonder if he also. Before Seiji even finished his sentence, he was interrupted by his cell phone ringing again. The caller just happened to be Hisashi. Hisashi awakened to the power of lightning and thunder. He showed Seiji and Keed by raising his hand and causing a black streak of electricity to appear. It kept flashing and making sparking sounds as it danced upon his palm. Then, he waved his hand, causing the electricity to transform into several streaks of lightning that shot out with deafening thunder. Seiji also saw black runes on Hisashi's face and hands, similar to the markings on Keed's body. It seemed that Hisashi was the same as his younger sister. His awakened ability had been transformed by his visit to hell. Perhaps it was also hell's influence that caused both Hisashi and Keed's abilities to be rather powerful. They were both definitely far stronger than Zankita right after Zankita awakened. Keed brought out her wings again and tried them out. She really was able to fly. Not only that, the gusts she could create with her wings were strong enough to be on the level of a small whirlwind that could blow someone away. Hisashi charged up his power for approximately 5 or 6 seconds and shot out the strongest lightning he was capable of using. It sounded just like a real bolt of thunder as everyone in the Jumanji residence heard the resulting thunderclap. If he tossed a coin in the air and shot it out using the powers of electromagnetism, wouldn't that make this Toro Kagaku no railgun? He'd be a male version of Misaka Makoto, wouldn't he? Seiji's cheeks twitched at this thought. I suppose receiving this ability can be viewed as an unexpected benefit of going all the way to hell to save that idiot. Hisashi adjusted his eyeglasses and made that statement after he heard Seiji's explanation for how he awakened to such an ability. Although it seems like there still might be some problems due to hell's influence, it's still quite nice to receive a power like this. It's a lot better than just quite nice. Black lightning seems really cool, so how about giving your ability a cool name to go with it? Seiji was only half joking here. How about calling it Dark Arm of Thunder? Is that a name given to it by my lord? Hisashi smiled. If that's the case, I'd be more than happy to accept. Given as your king, now that you say that, I need to be a little more serious about giving it a good name. Seiji's lips arced upward in amusement. Would calling it Abyssal Arm of Thunder sound cooler? I think they both sound equally cliché to me. Then come up with a fresh name by yourself. King's Dark Hand. There was a flash in Hisashi's eyeglass lenses. The meaning of the name isn't clearly related to your ability. Rejected. King's Hand. The meaning is getting completely off track. Rejected. King's Dark Dragon Arm. Not only does that name sound cliché and embarrassing, why are you always obsessed with adding kings to the name? That's because I'm the first knight, and I act as my king's right hand. I'm happy that you think that way,
but please don't add me into your ability's name." The two of them started joking around the topic of naming Hisashi's power. "I think that Thunder Arm will be fine, as it's simple and easy to understand." Keed finally joined the conversation after listening silently for quite a while. "As for my ability, I think it's fine to just call it Wings of Wind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 476, Raise them and take advantage of them. Chapter 476, Raise them and take advantage of them. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Although the names are appropriate, overly simple names lack recognition, Seiji commented. "That's right, sister. Apart from an ability's name being descriptive of the power in question, what's even more important is personality," Hisashi added. "It's just like a name brand. Having a cool ability name is a man's romance." "Then you guys feel free to slowly think of names on your own." Keed turned around and began flapping her wings as she started flying again. It felt really nice to be flying. However, she was currently still unfamiliar with the action and wanted to practice more. She flew around slowly in the dojo, and it was evident that she was flying rather clumsily like a young bird just learning how to fly. Seiji and Hisashi watched her practice flying. Although her flying was rather rigid in her movements, the scene still mysteriously managed to touch them. "It's amazing that she's actually able to fly. Yeah. It's such a pity that she can't just fly around outside as she pleases." The two of them silently observed the flying blonde beauty for a while. In the end, they were unable to come up with names for these new abilities that satisfied them. Well, it was only a joke topic to begin with, so they didn't mind so much. However, with the fact that Hisashi and Keed had now become awakened, Seiji's Knights of the Round Table dating sim creation group now had over half its members as spiritual ability users now. That was no joke. A spiritual ability user faction was beginning to form in his dating sim group. Although Seiji felt that it was cool at first to imagine such a thing, he was now concerned as the group's leader and king about things becoming like this in reality. There were now a total of 6 spiritual ability users in his dating sim group. Apart from himself and Mika, the other 4 were all awakened. And currently, the awakened had a rather awkward situation in the mystical society. Seiji really wanted to be able to protect his friends. However, the things he was capable of were limited. Even though he became a yin-yang master, there would still be situations that were difficult or impossible to deal with. He had to become stronger. Or, Seiji had an idea. He didn't know if it would work or not. Should he try it out? He kept thinking it over as he returned home to the Uehara apartments. It was currently a bit after breakfast, and Ryo was in the midst of preparing to go to elementary school. Mai called Seiji at this time and informed him that she had already eliminated the pest causing security issues for the elementary school and that he wouldn't have to worry any longer. As for what the pest she was referring to actually was, and how she eliminated it, Mai didn't mention the details, and Seiji felt that it was best not to know. Since the problem was taken care of, that meant Ryo no longer needed an escort to school. She happily went to her elementary school on her own. Seiji gave Shika an explanation of what happened last night. However, he intentionally left out the part about himself being injured so that she wouldn't worry. He had already cured himself using his beginner-level healing magic and rested for an entire night. He felt that he was fine already. At most, all he needed was a checkup at the hospital a bit later. Seiji contemplated the idea he had a while longer before coming to a decision. He made a save file in his system at this point in time, then contacted his younger sister Hana. "Your dueling equipment will arrive at Natsuya Yorihana's residence in 2 days' time. At that time, try it out. She'll be responsible for making the final adjustments for you." The cat-eared hat girl appeared on his computer screen and greeted him with those words. "All this equipment is merely being loaned to you. Although I doubt that you'll be able to break it, I still need to add on that it's best if you don't break the equipment.
Thank you, my dear sister, Seiji gave his sincere thanks. Don't disgust me like that so early in the morning.
As always, Hana didn't enjoy such a response.
Hana-sama, this humble one has something he would like to discuss with you. What is it this time? Seiji couldn't help but imagine the cat ears on Hana's hat stiffening in a cute manner as he noticed the cautious tone she spoke in. You know about the awakened, right?
I would like to know what you think of awakened, as well as what Yui and the entire Haruta family think of them as well.
The awakened, of course I know about them. Why are you bringing up such a topic? Do you know someone that became an awakened? Hana inquired.
Yes. I would like to seek protection for them, Seiji told her honestly.
Them? Yes, there's more than one.
I feel that with my strength alone that it'll be quite difficult to do a good job protecting all of them.
The cat-eared hat girl fell silent for a moment. I don't have any particular opinion.
However, sister is paying special attention to the awakened, and even recruited several as well.
Recruited,
Yes, she took in several awakened as her subordinates, and had them go and visit spirit worlds. Seiji's gaze sharpened upon hearing this. He and Hisashi had once guessed that someone must have taken Zankita to a spirit world. Could it have been Yui?
No, it couldn't have been. Seiji reflexively denied the possibility. What is she having them do in the spirit world? Seiji decided to ask.
I don't know the specifics, but there's basically only two things to do in a spirit world anyways, gathering resources and cultivation.
So you mean that Yui is basically raising them? Hana nodded.
Sister probably views the awakened as having excellent potential, which is why she recruited several to raise and train. The Haruta family as a whole doesn't have a unified view on the awakened.
This is something that she's doing personally.
I don't know why sister seems to favor the awakened so much.
However, since she's spending so much effort on raising them and improving their strength, that means that they're worth her doing so.
The cat-eared hat girl folded her arms.
If you request sister to protect your friends, perhaps she'll accept. However, they'll become just like the other awakened as sister will be making use of them. Perhaps they'll even become your opponents in the future.
Although that type of scene actually seems rather amusing, you don't want things to turn out that way, do you,
Indeed not.
Seiji tried imagining having Hisashi and the others as his opponents, and found himself unwilling to imagine such a scene. That's why you shouldn't do something like asking her to help protect those awakened, you know. Instead, you should copy her, and take in those awakened as your subordinates, raise them, and take advantage of them.
Hana advised him seriously. I don't even have the power to protect them. How would I be able to take them in as my subordinates? You can do it, using your name of Seiji Haruta.
I thought that I was already officially removed from the Haruta family.
That's a private matter that very few know about. And even for those that know about it, they still might not dare to antagonize you, because even if you've been removed from the Haruta family, you still have Haruta blood in you. Hana paused for a moment. Besides, you've already become a yin-yang master, which makes you someone to be reckoned with now.
At the very least, the average spiritual ability user will no longer be a match for you.
Seiji fell silent at this. Believe in yourself, O hero. You're making defeating our sister your goal, but you don't even have the confidence to be able to protect your friends, and you even want to ask the sister you want to defeat for her assistance? Isn't that simply too trash-like? Hana continued.
You're someone who dared to adventure in a spirit world with only a wooden sword, as well as someone who dared to challenge another yin-yang master to a duel for the sake of a girl.
Why is it that you lack so much confidence when it comes to being able to protect your friends? These examples you bring up are of different natures entirely. You're comparing apples to oranges. Seiji sighed.
Protecting others is something quite difficult, and what I can do is limited. Although it may be rather unbecoming to ask Yui for assistance, it's nothing compared to having my friends be safe. I don't want to regret things because something I was incapable of handling happened to them."
Hannah was rendered speechless.
Of course, I won't beg her to help me like a beggar.
I just want to try asking. If she's really willing to help me protect them, that'll be great. If not, then that's that." Seiji smiled.
"Idiot."
Hannah called him that in her mind. "Then go ahead and ask her.
At any rate, you're the one who's going to lose face."
The cat-eared hat girl humphed and ended the video chat.
Seiji slowly retracted his smile as something flashed in his eyes. Then, he took out his cell phone and dialed Yui Haruta's cell phone number.
"Good morning, Sister Yui. I would like to discuss something with you, something inconvenient to discuss over the phone.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 477, Neo-Humans. Chapter 477, Neo-Humans. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu.
Seiji took a taxi to a high-class Sakura Island tea cafe. The decorations here seemed slightly plainer than the ones at the high-class restaurant owned by the Himiki judging clan. However, the decorations were similarly elegant and seemed quite tasteful. A female server led Seiji to a private room. There was nobody inside. The server asked if he would like to order anything, and Seiji indicated that he didn't. The server then bowed and left Seiji alone. Seiji looked all around him and enjoyed the view as he sat down on a cushion in front of the table and patiently waited. He recalled the first time he coincidentally met Yui Haruta at the Grand Spring department store. Seeing her there really shocked him, and he felt that meeting her would be really awkward, so he hid in the men's restroom.
Was meeting her there truly a coincidence? Seiji was uncertain.
However, he felt that there was no need to know the answer. He had talked to her subordinates, and also talked to her by phone since then. Now was the time to meet her in person for the first time since he reincarnated in this world.
Seiji heard some footsteps.
A moment later, the door to the private room was opened. A beautiful black-haired girl wearing a white windbreaker walked into the room. Seiji exchanged glances with her. When their gazes met, it was as if they exchanged countless words in that moment, just joking.
"I've finally met her."
That was Seiji's first thought. "She's truly beautiful." That was his second thought. He didn't feel anything else apart from that. He didn't have any dramatic emotions of love or hate for this blood-related sister of his that he didn't actually know that well due to not being the original Seiji Haruta. "Long time no see, Sister Yui."
Seiji smiled in greeting. "Long time no see." Yui's expression was calm.
However, something flashed in her eyes, which indicated that she wasn't quite so calm inside at all.
Yui took off her windbreaker to reveal a blouse underneath that didn't do anything to conceal her ample bosom.
Seiji couldn't help but stare for a short moment as he compared Yui's chest size to Natsuya's. However, he instantly suppressed such a way of thinking and got rid of all unnecessary idle thoughts. After putting away her windbreaker, Yui sat down across from Seiji and ordered some tea. Both of them remained silent for several seconds even after the server left after receiving Yui's order. "When did you become a yin-yang master?" Yui spoke up first.
"Just 2 days ago."
"Why didn't you tell me immediately?"
I didn't think to."
Seiji was rather surprised that she asked such a question.
Yui took a good look at his face. "You've done very well."
"Seiji." She called him by name. The name of her younger brother that she personally exiled from the Haruta family. The name that she had personally officially removed from the family records. Just what she felt when she called him by name again, even she herself didn't know. Seiji could feel the deep emotions contained within her seemingly nonchalant words.
Seiji smiled openly and brightly in response. "It's all thanks to you, Sister Yui." Simply judging by his current circumstances, this would normally sound like sarcasm. However, Seiji's smile and tone were both completely sincere, with not even a trace of sarcasm to be found.
Yui widened her eyes slightly. She received a larger impact from this than she'd expected.
Things fell silent between them again.
A while later, Seiji was about to continue the discussion when Yui spoke first. "What did you wish to discuss with me?"
"It's like this. I have several friends that have become awakened. And as you know, the awakened currently have an awkward status in the mystical society. I would like to seek protection for them." "You want me to protect your awakened friends?"
"Yes, if that's possible."
"Why don't you do it yourself?"
"Of course I'd do it if I was capable, but my power is limited."
"You believe that you can't do it, so you want to rely on me?"
"You could say that." I figured that there would be no harm in asking. "Perhaps my sister Yui would be willing to assist me," Seiji told her honestly.
Yui fell silent for a moment. "You don't have the confidence to protect your friends, and you even want to rely on someone that you declared that you were going to defeat?"
Yui looked directly into Seiji's eyes. Her tone contained different emotions from earlier.
"That's right.
I know that it's quite shameful, but I'm still making such a request even so." Seiji faced her question seriously.
The room fell silent yet again.
There was a knock on the door. A server entered and brought Yui the confectionaries and tea that she had ordered, then silently left. During this time, Seiji and Yui kept looking directly at each other, with neither of them so much as looking anywhere else at all.
"Did you talk to Hana about this before you came to discuss this with me?"
"I did. She opposed me doing such a thing."
"Yet you still chose to come find me."
"Yes."
Something flashed in Yui's eyes. "Are you testing me?"
Seiji's lips arced upward upon hearing this.
"No, but also yes." "What does that mean?"
"It's true that I would like your assistance. Even if you refuse, I still gain something from seeing how you react." Seiji paused for a moment while his mouth arced upwards even higher. "To be honest, being able to meet you in person and talk to you like this face to face was already something that I didn't expect."
Yui didn't respond to this.
She revealed a complex expression. Seiji retracted his gaze, lowered his head, and looked at the table.
He then picked up a teacup and sipped on some tea.
This is excellent tea," he praised in his mind. Yui continued observing her younger brother for a while before picking up her own teacup and also sipping on her tea. The handsome boy and beautiful girl, who were siblings, quietly drinking tea together in an elegant room while tasting the confectionaries, seemed like a scene out of a movie. "I won't protect your friends," Yui finally spoke up again after a long period of silence.
"Protect your friends by yourself." Seiji nodded. "I apologize for bothering you with such a thing. However, I will tell you some information about the awakened," Yui continued.
Seiji blinked as he realized that this sounded really important.
"Please go ahead. I'm more than happy to learn."
"Awakened are the neo-humans."
"Neo-humans?"
Seiji revealed a subtle expression upon hearing this term. Yui interpreted his expression as one of confusion, so she continued explaining, "They're the ones most suited to this current new generation. They have truly strong potential. Their potential isn't entirely positive, as it also has possible negative connotations. In other words, they might become powerful individuals in the future, but they also might turn into monsters. And neo-humans aren't limited to merely the awakened, or another way of putting it is that the world still has far too much limited information on what they think the awakened are. Actually, the phenomenon of awakening has appeared long ago, even before the New Year's incident.
People have been awakening even before then."
Something flashed in Yui's eyes as she looked at the boy sitting across from her. "You are one such example yourself, Seiji."
Seiji didn't know what to say at this. This means that she considers me an awakened as well? A neo-human? I suppose that the way she describes it, it really does make me sound like one. Seiji thought at a high speed regarding this topic.
He had always believed himself to be a combination of a reincarnator, transmigrator, and body stealer.
However, his identity could be interpreted the opposite way as well. Perhaps he was still the same depraved scumbag Seiji Haruta who miraculously received the memories of an otaku from another world, or somehow combined with that otaku's soul?
He had always reflexively denied being such a depraved scumbag and recognized himself as a transmigrator.
But perhaps he wasn't one to begin with?
He had merely awoken in a different manner from Yukari and his friends, but he might still be an awakened after all. That was to say, in this theory, he wasn't someone else to begin with at all. He wasn't a reincarnator or a transmigrator, and definitely not a hero from another world.
He was Seiji Haruta,
a former scumbag who suddenly changed himself when he awakened and became a neo-human. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 478. Gather spirit-branded retainers that are willing to fight for you. Chapter 478. Gather spirit-branded retainers that are willing to fight for you. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji was shaken by this knowledge and possible theory. However, this only lasted for a short moment. That was because he didn't completely reject the concept of being Seiji Haruta. If that had been the case, he would have simply decided to leave this city and change his name to start a new life right after he transmigrated to this world instead. He recognized himself as a transmigrator, but at the same time, he also recognized himself as Seiji Haruta, and was willing to accept the burden and responsibility of everything this body had done before he took it over. That was why, even though he was somewhat shaken by his own theory, it wasn't a big deal to him. He decided to think about it some more later. The important part right now was dealing with the person in front of him. I'm a neo-human, someone who's fundamentally the same as an awakened. That's what you mean, right? Sister Yui. That's right.
I suppose that it's reasonable to describe everything that's happened to me as me having awakened.
I can accept that, Seiji stated calmly. However, just where did this term come from in the first place? Yui remained silent and didn't answer him.
Neo-humans, you called them the ones most suited to this current new generation.
In that case, what does current new generation refer to? Seiji continued asking. If this refers to the current era right after New Year's, then in that case, what happened on that night? Do you know something about the midnight incident? Yui continued to remain silent as she silently sipped on her tea. Seiji took a good look at her. Sister Yui, are you a member of the Soul World faction? Yui quietly sipped on her tea.
Her expression and movements appeared quite calm, and Seiji was unable to tell if she had been ruffled or not by his questions. Seiji observed her for a while longer before he finally retracted his gaze as he picked up his own teacup and sipped on his tea.
The silence continued for a while.
Various things will be happening in the future, including plenty of dangerous events, Yui said as she put down her empty teacup and began refilling it. If you wish to protect your friends, continue working hard at becoming stronger.
That's the only way you will succeed, she said as she began refilling Seiji's tea as well. I will. Apart from protecting my friends, I still have the goal of defeating a certain Shilin girl, after all. Seiji smiled.
That's when he saw Yui's expression freezing slightly.
That nickname, did you hear about it from Hana? Yui asked him. Yeah. I think that's a pretty cool nickname. Seiji nodded. Yui revealed a subtle expression upon hearing this. You don't like this nickname?
Seiji raised his eyebrows at seeing such an expression.
You think that I'd like such a nickname?
Yui stared at him. Seiji was rendered speechless.
At any rate, don't call me by that nickname. Yui made it obvious that she objected. I really think that it's a pretty nice nickname. At the very least, it's far better than mine.
Seiji revealed a serious expression. They call me the magic-devouring dragon at Genhana High School.
Yui was the one who was rendered speechless this time. Not only that, before I was the magic-devouring dragon, my previous nickname was the Destroyer of Clubs. Are you joking with me? Yep, I'm joking with you.
Seiji acted all serious in admitting such a thing before he chuckled. I never expected that Sister Yui would object to her own nickname.
That's rather cute of you. How is that cute? I don't understand.
Yui averted her gaze.
That's exactly what's cute.
Seiji maintained his smile while thinking that in his mind. If you want to defeat me, only you becoming strong by yourself isn't enough.
After a few seconds of silence, Yui changed the topic.
It's excellent that you were able to cultivate and become a yin-yang master in such a short period of time. In the future, perhaps you'll even develop enough to be a match for me.
However, I won't be dueling with you by myself.
As a yin-yang master, we rely on our spirit-branded retainers in addition to our personal strength.
As she said so, Yui adjusted the now empty confectionery plates on the table.
She arranged the plates into a neat row to block a cup that represented herself. My spirit-branded retainers are my weapons and shield that I'm extremely proud of.
If you wish to duel with me, you must first be able to surpass them.
Seiji looked at her plate arrangement for a while before he glanced at his own cup, which was left all by its lonesome.
He remained silent without saying anything.
Gather spirit-branded retainers that are willing to fight for you, Yui told him seriously. Recruit those awakened friends of yours and raise them to become much stronger. Or, simply recruit or hire someone who is already a powerful spiritual ability user to begin with. You can do whatever you like. Only after you have a team of spirit-branded retainers strong enough to be a match for my spirit-branded retainer team will you truly be worthy of challenging me to a duel.
Domineering.
At this moment, Seiji truly felt how domineering Yui, the Qilin girl, was. She had true strength mixed together with a pride that gave her an indomitable spirit. Her power level wasn't contained in only her personal power level. Her true power included that of the spirit-branded retainers under her as well. She said that she was extremely proud of her spirit-branded retainer team. In order for the Qilin girl to use such a term, they definitely had to be incredibly strong.
He didn't know any of her spirit-branded retainers other than the Hasegawa siblings, Iroha and Naoki. Would he currently be able to win in a serious all-out fight against those siblings? Seiji didn't know.
Yui observed the silent Seiji.
If you need anything, just tell Hana, she stated lightly.
I'm not going to care too much about what she does.
Seiji raised his head and had an astonished expression at hearing this. You're permitting me to use the family's resources? Yui didn't respond yet again. She simply sipped on some more tea. Thank you.
I shall use it with restraint, Seiji expressed his gratitude. This was a concession from her, as well as her recognition.
Wait a moment, isn't this? Seiji felt like he suddenly realized everything.
Isn't this all simply a roundabout way of providing her protection? Seiji was quite moved by Yui's actions as he watched her sitting there quietly drinking tea.
She was strict on the outside, yet gentle on the inside, a classic example of a tsundere.
Seiji even impulsively felt like he wanted to rush up and hug her as this older sister of his was just too cute.
Seiji expressed his current feelings in his eyes.
When Yui noticed this, she slightly averted her gaze. At this moment, Seiji felt like he was seeing Hana. Even their tsundere actions resemble each other so much. As expected of sisters. Seiji was even more moved by this scene.
Ding.
Congratulations on becoming both an older and younger sister Siscon. He imagined such a system notification in his mind. No, I'm not at such a level. I'm merely quite moved. After self-commenting, he took a sip on his tea to help calm his emotions.
If I gather my awakened friends, how should I help them to grow stronger? Go to a spirit world, Yui responded. Spirit worlds are dangerous. One must take risks in order to grow stronger. Seiji nodded. In that case, what should I do to avoid them from becoming negatively affected by their powers and becoming monsters?
There's no definite method. You can only pay close attention and try what you can to stop them if you feel that something's wrong.
Seiji nodded once more.
Got it, thank you so much for teaching me. In the end, Seiji didn't have to use the save file he'd made just in case. Not only didn't anything bad happen as he feared, he received an unexpected harvest. He felt that it was all quite amazing. Seiji was in a rather jubilant mood. His only regret was that he didn't know when he would get to meet his sister Yui again. Well, they were closer to each other than they were before. He figured that he would be able to slowly repair the relationship that the original Seiji Haruta messed up as long as he continued to make progress. Now then, let's think about that topic from earlier that I put aside. Just who am I? A transmigrator? Or a formerly depraved scumbag otaku? Or just a butterfly in a dream? Fine, the last part was just a joke. Still, if he seriously thought about it, perhaps it wasn't entirely a joke after all. But still, it actually wasn't relevant. No matter who I am, I'm still me. I have no regrets about what I've done, and I have no doubts about what I want to do. There's really no point in being worried about just who I really am. But, let's come to a conclusion so that this matter can be closed. I'm both a transmigrator and a former depraved scumbag otaku. I am a hero from another world, just like how my younger sister views me. I'm also an awakened neo-human, just like how my older sister Yui views me. I am Seiji Haruta. I was in the past, I am right now, and I will be in the future as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 479, Why do you want her? Chapter 479, Why do you want her? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. A new generation, and neo-humans, just how did these terms come about into existence? Did Yui know some top-secret information, or was she perhaps even a member of the Soul World faction? She remained silent and didn't answer his questions on that topic. Seiji could understand. Just telling him what she did might have been quite risky for her. It meant that she wasn't able to tell him anything more. What if she truly was a member of the Soul World faction? Let's deal with it when the time comes after I learn the truth about the Midnight Spell and the Soul World faction's goals, Seiji thought to himself. And no matter what, Yui was his family. By the way, a term like neo-humans. Should he play around with a Gundam now? I really have played around in one. More than once, even. Well, even if it was only in the Soul Realm, Seiji commented in his mind. Seiji went to the student council president's residence to practice cultivation. When he met the president there, Seiji thought that he should mention something to her. Natsuya, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Discuss what? Natsuya was acting somewhat unnaturally. This was mystifying to Seiji. Your expression is a little strange. What's the matter? And nothing. Natsuya averted her gaze as her face flushed slightly red. I'm just feeling slightly uncomfortable. After all, she couldn't tell him that she was currently feeling awkward due to the discussion she'd had last night with his younger sister about potentially getting married to him. Natsuya was quite worried that Hana would tell Seiji about the contents of their discussion regarding harems, but it seemed that she hadn't, which helped Natsuya to calm down. If you're feeling uncomfortable, make sure to rest. You've been working too hard, Seiji said out of concern. Yeah. I will. Natsuya nodded with her red face. What would you like to discuss with me? It's about Shinobu Miyaki. Akatsuki Matarai's human puppet, Seiji told her. I would like to be able to obtain her as one of the victory conditions in our duel.
Natsuya was incredibly astonished to hear this, and it showed on her face. Why do you want her? It's like this. Actually, Seiji gave her an explanation of how Shinobu was actually a newly born demon. Something flashed in Natsuya's eyes after she finished listening to Seiji's explanation. Yomi is able to perceive demons to such an extent, and is even able to steal away a soul. Have you figured out just which spirit she could be? No. I have no idea. Natsuya shook her head slightly. Can you contact her right now? Seiji tried mentally calling out to her. She's not responding, she's probably sleeping again.
Marking a target to be able to steal away the target's soul in their soul realm is an incredibly powerful spell.
It's considered a top-level soul magic spell, Natsuya told him seriously. If this spell was used on a human, you can imagine just how fearsome it is. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation.
Although I don't know much about magic compared to you, I realized it as well. She's actually really powerful. Apart from being able to steal souls, Yomi was even capable of figuring out an awakened's mystical connection, or sending someone down to hell to save a fallen and return safely. She was definitely an incredible existence. Yomi, a name which meant the netherworld, was an incredibly fitting name for her. The person who gave her this name seemed most likely to have been Seiji Kamiju. She mentioned how she used to be similar to Shinobu Miyake long ago in the past at first. Although Seiji was unsure exactly what she meant, he figured that it meant that they were both demons since Shinobu was also a demon. When Yomi was still a demon freely roaming around on the land, she was quite likely to have been an incredibly powerful demon on the same level as the famous three most powerful evil demons like Great Tengu, Shitendaji, and Tamamo no Mae. Someone who had a good enough relationship with her to give her a name, or in other words, someone who was able to suppress her power. The only person that Seiji could think of in Sakura Island's history was Seiji Kamiju, his ancestor. Seiji felt that his inference about Yomi being one of Seiji Kamiju's spirit-branded retainers in the past was highly likely to be correct. However, she always answered ambiguously about her identity. This might be because she wanted to intentionally act mysterious to make people wonder about her. It also might be because, well, no idea, actually. If at all possible, I'd like to know as well. But, she keeps saying she wants to maintain a sense of mystery about her. Seiji extended his palms. So, that's just how it is. Natsuya nodded in understanding. Demons and spirits have all sorts of personalities, just like humans. Meeting such a carefree one like her isn't considered strange. But with how powerful she is, the fact that she's always sleeping might actually be her storing energy to use her power. What do you think? I've thought about that possibility as well, and I've also asked her why she sleeps so much. But, her answer was, because she wants to sleep. Seiji sighed. Let's change the topic. Tell me more about Shinobu Miyake. Shinobu-chan's soul is currently within my body, and she's currently in a greatly weakened state. She's absorbing my mana to slowly rest and recover. Can you detect her? Natsuya cast astral vision and carefully observed Seiji for quite a while. I can see just a few traces. She's barely noticeable, and I wouldn't have been able to detect her if I wasn't especially looking for her. That's probably because she's too weak right now. Yes, she's incredibly weak. The power level of her existence compared to your bonded spirit is like the difference between an ant and an elephant. You can even notice the difference to such a degree? Seiji raised his eyebrows in surprise. I'm confident in my own judgment. Natsuya ended her astral vision. I understand why you want her now. Simply speaking, just like how you took in Shika Kagura as your first girl, now you want to take in a female demon as well. Natsuya had a rather subtle expression. Seiji was rendered speechless. He felt like he was unable to counter her statement. Pretty much, but I still need to correct something you said.
I didn't take Shika-chan in. She became my adopted younger sister. Natsuya stared at his face. You're just such a person, aren't you, Seiji? A harem story protagonist. She was now feeling the full extent of just how true this statement describing him was. It gave her complex feelings inside. Seiji was once again rendered speechless. He felt like he had heard such things before multiple times. Both of them fell silent for a moment. I shall make obtaining that Shinobu Miyake's body is one of the conditions of the duel. Natsuya finally retracted her gaze. The prerequisite, obviously, is that we have to win the duel. Of course. We have to win the duel. Seiji nodded. We're definitely going to win. Later that night, Seiji took a taxi to a large hotel which was close by to Thunderbolt Literature. The 18th annual Newcomer Authors Award ceremony was being held at this hotel's banquet room. Since he was told beforehand that there were no particular formal clothing requirements, he wore his typical casual attire for cold weather, a jacket and long pants. When he walked into the hotel, a tour group just happened to be undergoing the process for checking in. The female members of the tour group immediately noticed such a handsome young man like him passing by. Seiji noticed their attention and smiled at them. This immediately caused a commotion as the women all had sparkles in their eyes as they raised their cell phones in unison to take pictures of Seiji. Seiji had already gotten used to such behavior from others whenever he went out in public, so he ignored them and walked directly to the hotel's elevator. Several other people who were waiting for the elevator as well noticed the commotion in the hotel's main hall. They turned around to see an overly handsome smiling young man walking over. They all had the first impression that he must have been some idol or movie star and reflexively tried to recall who he was. However, nobody recognized him. Seiji waited for the elevator together with these people. He then got on the elevator that arrived and pressed the button for the banquet hall floor. Nobody pressed any other elevator buttons after him. The others all looked at Seiji. Seiji looked at them as well. I'm here for the Thunderbolt Literature Newcomer Authors Award ceremony. Are all of you here for that as well? He asked them politely. The others exchanged awkward glances. Yeah, I'm here for that. A young man wearing a suit and carrying a briefcase who seemed like a normal office worker was the first to reply. Same for me. A middle-aged man who seemed roughly 30 years old was the next to reply. He had messy curly brown hair, incredibly thick eyeglasses, and was wearing a padded jacket with sweatpants. I'm one of the award winners. A young man who seemed like a college student spoke up. He was wearing a windbreaker and long pants, was rather thin, had short silver hair, and was wearing silver-rimmed eyeglasses. The Newcomers Award ceremony typically has the award winners arrive half an hour first before everyone else. So, all of us here that have arrived at this time just like me, I'd think that you all won awards as well, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 480, What should I do because I've grown cat ears and can see ghosts? Chapter 480, What should I do because I've grown cat ears and can see ghosts? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Just as the college-aged man surmised, everyone riding this elevator was an award winner. The elevators soon arrived at the banquet hall floor, and they all walked to the venue to see the orange-haired beautiful editor who was wearing a suit. Editor Yoshizawa. Welcome, everyone, Saki greeted Seiji and the others politely. I'm Editor Yoshizawa from Thunderbolt Literature. Everyone, please sign here on the check-in sheet to indicate your arrival. Saki gestured toward a form on the table. Seiji saw that it was labeled Award Ceremony Arrival Status, and that several names were signed on it already. He picked up a pen and signed the name Seigo Harano next to his pen name Idle Dimension by the Shore. Everyone else filled in their names as well. Saki looked over at the form that everyone filled out,
then picked up several name tags embroidered with red ribbons and placed them in front of Seiji and the others.
Please put on the name tags with your own name on them. Seiji and the others did as instructed. Then, the female editor led them to a waiting room by the banquet hall. There were 3 people inside this room already, 2 women and 1 boy. All 3 were currently fiddling with their cell phones.
When Seiji and the others entered, a woman wearing a one-piece dress with a jacket on top and the boy who was wearing a school uniform looked at them, while the girl who was wearing a down coat continued to focus on her cell phone. Please rest here for a while. I'll come let everyone know when it's time to formally begin. The female editor left after saying so. The room remained silent for a few seconds. Good evening, Seiji politely greeted the woman and boy that were looking in his direction. The one-piece dress woman was slightly dazzled by Seiji's handsome face and only regained her senses when he spoke to her, which caused her to start blushing. She finally responded with a good evening. Good evening. The boy who appeared like a middle school student seemed to be unwelcoming of Seiji's presence as he responded with a grim tone. Seiji then turned to look at the girl who was focusing on her cell phone as he was rather surprised to meet her here. Miyabi Ishihara. A student librarian at Genhana High School who once had a mystical incident during the infirmary. She possessed a ghost within her that called itself Yuchan. She never returned to the infirmary after that, nor did it seem like anything was wrong with her. She never became unawakened, nor did any other incidents happen. Seiji never expected to meet her in such a place. This Ishihara senpai of his must have been writing light novels as well. He felt that a student librarian writing a novel was such a classic setting. It was just about perfect since she was also a beauty if she removed her eyeglasses. Seiji couldn't help but smile as he imagined things while walking towards her. Hello, Ishihara-senpai. She noticed someone approaching her and greeting her by name. The brown-haired girl with black-rimmed eyeglasses finally lifted her head away from her cell phone, only to notice a smiling handsome boy standing before her. Hello, Harano-san. It seems that senpai knows who I am, so I won't need to introduce myself. Seiji smiled in greeting. I didn't expect to meet Ishihara-senpai here. Miyabi looked at him with a confused expression on her face. Harano-san, you're a really famous person in our school, which is why I know you, but why do you know me? Last year right before the final exams, I saw you in the library when the drama club was having a study group there. I heard that you were Shiho-senpai's friend, so I remembered this fact from that time. Are you highly skilled at remembering girls? No, I just coincidentally happened to remember you, senpai. Seiji did his best to cover for himself. Miyabi furrowed her eyebrows slightly in evident doubt. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. Since he saw that she didn't believe him, Seiji did the next best thing without having to tell her about her own mystical incident. Actually, a friend told me that when Ishihara-senpai takes off her eyeglasses and pays special attention to her appearance, that she'll be an incredible beauty, which is why I especially observed senpai before, and that left me with a deep impression. Miyabi paused in surprise for a moment. A few seconds later, her face began to redden. Ridiculous. I don't think it's ridiculous at all. Senpai, how about trying it out? No thanks. That's such a pity. Seiji sat down across from her and gazed directly into her eyes. However, senpai looks quite nice like this as well. Miyabi was rendered speechless. Her junior, who was a famous individual in her school and handsome like an idol, was now talking to and praising her. Miyabi considered herself just an ordinary girl whom people wouldn't pay much attention to. Her heart beat quite rapidly when dealing with such an unusual situation for her. She felt that he wouldn't have anything in common with her, so why? Miyabi suddenly realized what place they were currently in. Harano-san, you're an author who won a Newcomer's Award as well. Yep. Seiji nodded. You also write light novels? That's right. Seiji smiled. Once again, Miyabi was rendered speechless. She had never heard anything about writing light novels and the rumors about him, for someone like him who was so handsome and shining brilliantly like a star, how could he possibly be a light novel author? She couldn't help but ask, "Why do you write light novels?" "Senpai, why do you write light novels yourself?" "Because I like them. I also write them because I like them." Seiji chuckled. "But someone like you? What about someone like me?" "It's nothing." Miyabi suppressed her own emotions as she felt that she had misspoken. After all, there was no rule about handsome boys not being allowed to write light novels. That was just her own personal bias, which she felt was wrong. Seiji continued looking at her. Meanwhile, the college student young man started chatting with the office worker and the middle-aged man, while the middle school student continued playing with his cell phone. The one-piece dress woman also played with her cell phone while sneaking occasional peeks at the handsome Seiji. "Ishihara-san, which award did you win?" Seiji decided to ask after observing her for a while. "What about you, Harano-san?" Miyabi asked him back. "I was the one who asked first." Seiji indicated that she should tell him first. Miyabi slightly averted her gaze. "My novel is called What Should I Do Because I've Grown Cat Ears and Can See Ghosts Now?" Miyabi told him in a soft voice. "Ah, a Silver Award novel." "Excellent," Seiji praised her. The novels that received awards were all publicized on the internet before the award ceremony. What Should I Do Because I've Grown Cat Ears and Can See Ghosts Now was one of the 2 novels that received a Silver Award. This story was about a middle school girl who had an overactive imagination. One day, when she visited her grandmother's home in the countryside, she grew cat ears and a cat tail for an unknown reason. Not only that, she gained the ability to see the ghost of a human child that nobody else could see. She had a mystical adventure under the ghost's guidance and uncovered a hidden story behind the rural village. Just this synopsis alone seemed quite ordinary, but this story definitely had excellent points to it in order to have received the Silver Award. The judges' reviews of this light novel included phrases such as healing, cute, very a bit frightening, and surprisingly scary. In summary, it was a mo-type gore, or mo-type suspense novel. Miyabi Ishihara's pen name was Snow Moon's Words in a Dream. While Seiji praised her novel, something flashed in his eyes as he considered the content of her novel as well as the pen name she chose for herself. A ghost child, Words in a Dream. Did what she wrote have a connection to the ghost child that would appear when she was asleep? "It's your turn, Harano-san," Miyabi told him. "Which novel did you write?" "I wrote Brother Monogatari," Seiji responded. "Brother Monogatari." The brown-haired girl widened her eyes in surprise. "The novel that cheated, ... If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 481, Worthy of Far More. Chapter 481, Worthy of Far More. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Her voice wasn't loud, but it just so happened to be that the others had a lull in their conversation. Not to mention, a word like cheated would always be a sensitive one, which was why everyone heard what Miyabi said. "My story didn't cheat," Seiji said helplessly. "There's already an announcement on the internet from Thunderbolt Literature about it." He had already mentally prepared himself to receive some criticism. Miyabi wanted to say something, but stopped herself. "To be mentioning a word like cheated, could you be talking about Brother Monogatari?" an inquisitive voice asked them. The person who spoke was the young man who appeared like a college student. His name tag said Kosher Nomura. Seiji nodded at him. "I know a bit about what happened with the judging process. That novel didn't cheat at all. Just as the announcement on the internet said, it received an award based on its own merits. It's actually quite amazing," Nomura stated. If it had been written in time to be formally submitted for the award contest, it definitely would have received the Gold Award rather than just a special award. "Thank you." Seiji was rather surprised to hear someone defending him.
I'm quite happy to hear you saying so, Nomura-san. But saying that it could have received a gold award is an exaggeration. It's not too much at all, it's the truth, Nomura insisted.
Brother Monogatari is of even higher quality than the story that won the gold award.
Tisk. A displeased sound came from behind them.
The sound came from the middle school boy. The name on his name tag said Shotaro Rinura.
He was glaring at Nomura disgustedly with an expression that said, "Just who do you think you are, saying such a thing?" That's the unanimous review by all the judges, Nomura said as he looked in Rinura's direction.
All the judges, without exception, stated that they believed Brother Monogatari to be the best novel of the year's batch, exceeding all other light novels submitted as candidates.
When Nomura said this, not only did Rinura's expression freeze over, everyone else was shocked as well. The one-piece dress woman couldn't help but ask, all the judges, unanimously, is that really true?
That's what I've heard. If it wasn't for the fact that Brother Monogatari was too late for the submissions, it would have definitely received a gold award rather than just a special award.
A pity that it was written too late for the contest, Nomura told her. This story is truly amazing.
It's worthy of far more than simply a special award.
The entire room fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Nomura-san, how did you learn about all this?
Seiji asked him. I have a relative who works as an editor for Thunderbolt Literature.
He was the one who told me, Nomura replied. Ah, so he knew someone on the inside.
Who knows if you're lying or not, Rinura growled in a low voice.
It's the truth, but it's up to you whether to believe it or not, Gold Award winner Rinura-san. Nomura identified Shotaro Rinura as the Gold Award winner.
You're the Undying Indestructible Avenger is pretty good as well, but it can't compare to Brother Monogatari. Especially the vocabulary aspect of your story is still quite immature. It's easy to tell that the story was written by a middle schooler. The middle school boy's face reddened slightly upon hearing this.
So what? Vocabulary isn't really that important for light novels. Yes, you could say that.
That's why your story was able to win the Gold Award.
Winning the Gold Award is the top prize. That means my story is the best. Not some Brother Monogatari or whatever. Rinura raised his voice.
That story sounds like garbage simply from the title.
It shouldn't have even been made a candidate.
Hey, Seiji spoke with an icy tone. He didn't use a loud voice or a particularly fierce tone. However, everyone could still feel his imposing manner simply with his hey. It was as if a sleeping lion had been awakened.
If you have objections to my story, that's your right to think that to yourself.
However, don't go around insulting my story in front of me, Seiji said in a low voice.
Otherwise, I might just beat someone up. Shotaro Rinura froze over completely. Everyone else felt an almost tangible sense of pressure as well. This was especially all the more so for Miyabi Ishihara.
She recalled the rumors about Hirano-san at Genhana High School along with his nicknames, which caused her heartbeat to quicken in a different way from before.
Nomura-san, thank you for your recognition of my story.
However, please don't go around saying private things like that in public, Seiji asked Nomura after giving a warning to Rinura.
Kosher Nomura nodded in understanding. I apologize. I said too much.
He apparently self-reflected on his words.
After that, silence fell in the room.
Seiji realized that he had made the atmosphere awkward after he calmed down, so he spoke up to break the ice again. I'm quite happy to be able to meet other authors here. There's many things I'd like to discuss with you all, as long as it isn't anything negative, any topic is fine, he told them sincerely. Since the host, Thunderbolt Literature, is having us award winners arrive early and wait here together, they probably intended to give us a chance to meet and talk with each other in the first place.
Perhaps we might not all become friends, but chatting for a while should be fine, what do you all think?
Several seconds of silence permeated the room.
I'd love to chat with you, would that be alright? Harano-san. Nomura was the first to respond. I would like to talk about various things as well.
The one-piece dress woman, who was an author named Yuko Hashimoto, was the next to speak. After hearing what Nomura-san said just now, I'd become quite curious as to what this Brother Monogatari story is about. The office worker author, whose name tag said Shousai Meisher, spoke up as well.
Seiji smiled in response to the authors that showed friendliness towards him.
And so, he successfully managed to thaw the atmosphere. When Saki Yoshizawa arrived to notify the award winners that it was time to join the award ceremony, she saw that everyone in the waiting room was chatting amicably, with Seiji at the obvious center. The gold award winner, Shotaro Rinura, seemed to be the only one left alone, isolated. He was simply busy looking at his cell phone.
The female editor wasn't surprised by such a scene at all.
Thunderbolt Literature had always arranged for the award-winning authors to wait together before the award ceremony. The objective was to have the newcomer authors meet with and exchange ideas with each other. While there were a few who wanted to do away with this arrangement entirely, and there were others that wanted to increase or shorten the time, or even add 1 or 2 editors to oversee the situation with the authors, this was currently how it was. This method indeed helped to improve friendship amongst the newcomer authors, while it also occasionally generated enmities.
Of course, there were also completely ordinary instances where nothing happened at all. At any rate, each batch of newcomers had completely different personalities, so the result would always be different.
Since Seiji's novel was under some controversy, normally speaking, he would be the one singled out and isolated by the others.
However, Saki wasn't worried about him at all. The result was just as she expected. Not only was he not isolated, he even became the center of the conversation. As for the Gold Award winner, Shotaro Rinura being all by himself, she didn't find that strange either. Although Rinura's novel won the Gold Award, he was a middle school student who preferred being by himself to begin with. It was normal that he wouldn't be able to get along well with a crowd of older authors. Apologies for the wait. Everyone, please follow me. Saki led everyone to the banquet hall and explained the upcoming process to them as they waited outside.
At this moment, they could hear many people talking in the banquet hall before someone spoke into a microphone and asked for silence. Thunderbolt Literature's 18th Annual Newcomer Authors Awards ceremony shall now commence. The male announcer for the ceremony spoke in a loud and clear voice. First, please welcome our 7 award-winning authors. A clear and pleasant voice of the female announcer spoke next. Saki indicated to Seiji and the others that they should enter now.
Many people were currently standing inside.
When the award-winning authors entered and walked up to the stage, everyone began clapping for them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 482, Gold Award winner. Chapter 482, Gold Award winner. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu.
When Shotaro Rinura heard this clapping, he finally felt a tangible sensation of glory. He felt like he had now reached the most glorious peak of his life. The fact that he won the top-ranked Gold Award the first time he ever tried writing a light novel from the illustrious Thunderbolt Literature meant that he could doubtlessly consider himself a genius with this achievement. While his idiotic peers in middle school spent so much wasted effort on learning useless things, busying themselves with joining meaningless social and club activities, pretending to be interested in things they weren't in order to maintain hypocritically fake relationships, he was already on the way to becoming a professional. Soon, he would be able to quit school, which he hated so much, and start a free life of his own as a genius author. That was what Shotaro Rinura believed. Rinura was quite satisfied with his current moment of glory as well as the beautiful future he envisioned for himself. However, he was still rather aggrieved at what had just happened in the waiting room. That kosher Nomura was just a guy who spouted nonsense. That Seigo Harano was handsome on the outside, but merely a violent hoodlum on the inside. Rinura bore a grudge against these 2 fellow authors of his. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, apart from being a light novel author, he was simply an ordinary middle school student. As for why he began writing, it was actually because of his dreams. One day, Reinura was resting at home with a cold. He hazily had a dream on that day, and after he woke up, he was seized with a strong urge to express what he witnessed in his dream. And so, he picked up his pen and began writing a story despite his inexperience, a story about someone taking revenge. The main character of his story was the prince of a small kingdom. The prince's kingdom was invaded by a powerful kingdom, and his father, the king, personally went out into battle and died in combat. The prince obeyed his father's secret dying message to him to surrender to the powerful kingdom. However, he didn't expect that after the powerful kingdom accepted the surrender, the powerful kingdom instead publicly went against the terms of capitulation and executed all the royalty of their small kingdom, including the prince. The main character witnessed all of his relatives being cruelly executed, and died as well while wallowing in the depths of despair. The main character's soul came into contact with an unknown existence in the void, and signed a contract with it so that he could possess a corpse and have a new life for himself. After coming back into the world, the only thing he wanted was revenge. He wanted to kill all the royalty of the powerful kingdom. According to the terms of his contract, he wasn't allowed to do anything unrelated to his revenge until his revenge was complete. And, no matter what method he died by, he would be able to possess yet another corpse and be reborn over and over again. He tried over and over again, experiencing death many times over, to the extent where his pain became numbness, and his hatred and desire for revenge hardened his heart into ice. Only after he died more than 10 times, jumping from corpse to corpse, did he finally succeed in killing the first target from the enemy's royal family. This story took Reinura an incredibly long time to write. Although he knew what he wanted to write, it was quite difficult for him to express the content using words. It was similar to recalling the contents of an excellent movie. That would be quite simple. However, writing the movie's storyline down and doing its scenes justice through the power of words alone would be an incredibly difficult task. For some people, it would be impossible no matter how long they had. They just wouldn't be able to express such detailed scenes using the power of words. Reinura kept thinking about giving up after he experienced how hard it truly was to write a story. However, that dream of his kept repeating over and over again, and it always made him impulsively want to continue writing. And so, he barely managed to keep persisting. Why did he keep having that dream? Why did that dream make him feel so strongly that he wanted to write it down? Although Reinura wondered about such things, he never told anyone about it. And after he entered his story into Thunderbolt Literature's Newcomer Author Awards, and got chosen as a potential candidate after the first round, Reinura started treating his novel as being a product of his own talent. After his novel was announced as being chosen to win the top-ranked Gold Award, Reinura now believed himself to be a genius. No matter what that Nomura says, I'm the Gold Award winner, the most glorious person at this award ceremony. Shotaro Reinura was currently quite proud of himself. Please welcome head editor Suzo Hattori from Thunderbolt Literature to the stage for his speech. The male and female hosts gave an introduction that livened up the atmosphere, then followed the script and invited the head editor onto the stage to speak first. This was the first time that Seiji had ever met Suzo Hattori. He had only heard him speak on the phone before in a previous timeline, when Hattori informed him that Saki Yoshizawa had died. Seiji felt that this white-haired head editor who wore black-rimmed eyeglasses appeared just as he imagined. First of all, as always, I would like to express my sincere thanks to everyone present as well as everyone unable to attend that have all extended their support to our Thunderbolt Literature. Thanks to everyone's continued support, Thunderbolt Literature has become what it is today, and even our Newcomer Awards ceremony has reached its 18th year. Hattori spoke at a normal pace in an unhurried fashion. He first discussed the situation of the light novel market in the past year, as well as mentioning some manga, anime, and games that were produced from Thunderbolt Literature's light novels. Finally, he discussed and praised the award-winning light novels that won today's awards and gave an introduction of all 7 award-winning light novels and pointed out their excellent points, starting from the Gold Award and finishing with the Special Award. Finally, with regards to Brother Monogatari, I would like to clarify that the author himself actually didn't enter our contest.
I was the one who made a special recommendation for it.
At the time of my recommendation, the author had already signed a publication contract with us. I personally believe that this story's quality will have excellent sales even without any awards added to it. However, it would be a waste for such a high-quality light novel to be published without any awards attached to it, which was why I gave it my recommendation.
Everyone knows the result by now.
The judges unanimously gave Brother Monogatari excellent reviews, which was why an exception was made for Brother Monogatari to enter the contest and receive a special award. I'm truly delighted with this outcome. Also, I express my sincere apologies to the judges that had to spend their precious time reading an extra novel due to my willfulness, as well as to the author of Brother Monogatari who didn't learn about this until after I had it done for him. Head editor Hattori bowed deeply towards the judges who were sitting near the stage, then he turned towards the authors and bowed deeply towards Seiji. Seiji exchanged glances with him and accepted what head editor Hattori expressed to him. And so, Seiji stood up as well and returned the bow after head editor Hattori finished bowing.
Everyone began clapping upon witnessing this scene.
Nomura clapped as well, and Miyabi and the other authors started clapping after him, but only Rinura refused to clap.
Shotaro Rinura was feeling highly displeased from seeing this scene.
Already signed a publication contract with Thunderbolt Literature.
The head editor personally recommended this light novel.
This seemed like it was on a grander scale than even his light novel that won the Gold Award. Even though this special award is clearly just a mere consolation award, the hell. Rinura's grudge grew deeper inside as he felt like something was about to erupt from deep within his heart. Meanwhile, it was now time for the award part of the ceremony after head editor Hattori finished talking. The person who was handing out the awards to the authors was the president of an anime production company. She was a woman who appeared to be in her 40s. She was wearing a suit and light makeup. She seemed rather regal, mature, and reliable. 18th Annual Newcomer Authors Award Ceremony, Gold Award winner, Shotaro Rinura-san. The male host called out Rinura's name first.
Rinura stood up and walked up to the anime production company president.
He started feeling nervous when he noticed that everyone below the stage was looking at him. His body started involuntarily freezing up. When he reached the middle of the stage, he strongly realized that he was now the center of attention, which caused his heartbeat to quicken rapidly. Beat, beat, beat. Something deep within his heart gradually began to expand from within him. Seiji suddenly noticed that something was wrong, so he secretly cast astral vision. As a result, he saw a faint black mist emanating from Shotaro Rinura's body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 483, I'm interested in women. Chapter 483, I'm interested in women. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. What exactly is this?
Seiji furrowed his eyebrows. He observed carefully but saw nothing abnormal apart from the black mist emanating from the middle school boy's body. It didn't seem like a demon or spirit was possessing him, nor did he seem like an awakened. Was it a problem with something in his soul levels? A mysterious power similar to Ryo's.
Is Shotaro Rinura someone who possesses the same mysterious power as Peach-sensei and Ryo-chan? Seiji began to have his suspicions.
Rinura-san, congratulations to you and your light novel, The Undying Indestructible Avenger, for receiving the Gold Award.
The female anime production company president and award presenter smiled as she presented Rinura with a gold trophy.
Although Rinura's heart was beating quite rapidly, he felt like his chest was freezing and his head was rather dizzy. He stood still for several seconds before finally reaching out and accepting the gold trophy, and his movements were obviously rigid. It would seem that Rinura-san is rather nervous, the male host commented.
Well, he's still a middle school student, so he's probably a little bit shy. The female host chuckled.
By the way,
it's incredible how he won the Gold Award at this age. It really is incredible. Only one person in the past has ever won the Newcomer Author's Gold Award in the past at his age. Eh? There was one other person as well? I figured that Reinura-san would definitely be the youngest Gold Award-winning author in Thunderbolt Literature's history. He isn't, as he's only the second youngest to have this honor. But that doesn't change how amazing he is. After the two hosts complimented him, they handed a microphone to Reinura, indicating that he should give a short speech about how he felt at receiving this award. But while the two hosts were talking about him, Reinura only felt like his head was getting dizzier. He began to see the scenes from his dream right in front of him. An execution platform, covered in blood, corpses, and a guillotine. Reinura did his best to maintain his sense of self as he accepted the microphone and looked towards the audience below the stage. Reinura suddenly saw an incredibly clear image when he was looking at the audience. A dark sky, with a dense crowd of citizens, a black-clothed executioner, the enemy kingdom's king sitting high above, the execution platform that was soaked in blood. An incomparably powerful anger filled his heart, causing his heart to pound violently and his body to turn completely ice-cold. With the most extreme hatred in the world, he sent an eternal curse at his enemies. Soudabeg Church. Everyone was mystified at hearing this. Nobody present could understand the mysterious sound that the Gold Award winner Reinura had just uttered. What did he say just now? Is that a foreign language? Which country's language could that be? While everyone else was mystified, there was only one person who had a grave expression, Seiji. He just witnessed the black mist around Reinura suddenly becoming much thicker when Reinura spoke in that unknown language. Seiji didn't know exactly what happened. He only knew that things seemed to have gotten worse. Seiji prepared himself to rush over and deal with the situation if Reinura seemed like he was going to lose control of himself and go berserk. Reinura-san, what did you say just now? The female host asked him. Reinura suddenly came back to his senses. I just. His head still felt dizzy, and he wanted to say something but was unable to say anything. He simply stood there in a daze while facing the audience. It would seem that Reinura-san is too nervous, so he must have forgotten what he wanted to say. The male host stepped in to cover for him. Let us give him a round of applause as encouragement. The male host began clapping to lead everyone. The audience clapped for Reinura as well. Reinura managed to calm down slightly after the applause and somehow managed to give two simple sentences of thanks. Both the male and female hosts noticed that Reinura was obviously in no condition to be making speeches, so they covered for him together and had him return to the other authors. Seiji silently kept observing Reinura. Next up, the Silver Award winners Koshiro Nomura and Miyabi Ishihara walked up together onto the stage and received their awards from the female anime company president in succession. Just like before, the hosts praised them and then handed a microphone to Nomura, having him go first with his thoughts about receiving the award. My goal was to obtain the Newcomer's Gold Award. I worked hard on my story for several years yet didn't receive it in the end. I feel that it's truly regrettable, Nomura said in a light tone of voice. To be honest, I'm feeling quite miffed that my story was surpassed by a middle schooler's story. However, that's how reality is, and I can only accept. In the future, I shall transform my unwillingness at being surpassed into my motivation as a light novel author and do my very best to write something even better. I hope that everyone here will continue supporting me in the future. Nomura bowed deeply towards the audience after finishing his speech. Although his tone remained light all throughout, his words contained his sincere emotions. The audience responded in turn with a loud round of applause. Next up was Miyabi. I don't have any goals like how Nomura-san does. I merely wrote a novel that I wanted to write simply because I like reading light novels. I'm quite honored to have received a silver award. Thank you so much to all the judges for appreciating my story. In the future as well, I shall continue writing the stories that I like to write.
I hope that I shall receive more recognition in the future from people everywhere, of course including everyone present today. Please take good care of me in the future. Just like Nomura, Miyabi bowed after her speech and received a hearty round of applause.
Next up was an award called the Excellence Award. The award winners were Shousai Meisher, Yuko Hashimoto, and a middle-aged man named Ima Yoshida. The three of them went up to the stage to receive their awards together. Once again, the hosts praised the authors and the authors took turns giving speeches. I simply wrote a story in my free time, never expecting that I would receive an award. Perhaps I'm actually quite talented? But even if I actually do have talent in this area, I can't possibly quit my current job to change my profession to author. So, I'll only be able to write slowly in my free time in the future as well. This was Shousai Meisher's speech. I've already failed several times in getting my drafts accepted. I was thinking that if I don't receive an award this time, I would simply give up on writing light novels. Now that I've been fortunate enough to win this award, it has given me the motivation to continue persisting. I'm so grateful to the judges. This was Yuko Hashimoto's speech. I'm honored to have received this award. A big thank you to the judges. Let's just skip over Ima Yoshida's speech. Finally, it was time for the special award, the author Seigo Harano. When this incredibly handsome boy stood up and walked onto the stage, the audience members felt as if they were seeing things. It was as if an idol had arrived, or as if this was the final act of a stage performance with everyone else only being the appetizer. Even the female anime company president seemed to be smiling more brilliantly when she handed Seiji his award. Harano-san is truly so handsome. I feel as if the entire atmosphere on stage changed when he arrived, the male host mentioned. I know. It's just as if an idol or model appeared on stage, the female host added. I'd be more than happy to go out with him on a date. I think that most single ladies here would be more than happy to do the same thing, perhaps even some men would be willing as well? The male host's joke caused quite an amount of laughter from the audience. After the two hosts joked around a little, they handed the microphone to Seiji. I'd like to state first that I'm only interested in women. Seiji pretended to be quite serious with his opening statement. This caused another round of laughter from the audience. Then, Seiji revealed his real expression, a smile. I'd like to thank head editor Hattori for recommending me for the special award, as well as the judges' appreciation, Seiji stated sincerely. But before any of them, there's one person I'd like to thank more than anyone else, my partner that wrote Brother Monogatari together with me, my adopted younger sister. Half of the honor for winning this prize belongs to her. However, due to certain reasons, it's inconvenient for her to attend this type of venue. The audience couldn't help but imagine a weak and sickly girl who couldn't even go outside upon hearing his words. They felt that they now understood why the novel was titled Brother Monogatari. A handsome and gentle adopted older brother and a sickly but talented adopted younger sister writing this novel together, this seemed like something right out of a television drama, but I'll continue writing stories together with her in the future as well, depicting a world that both of us like. I hope that you'll all take good care of us in the future. Seiji finished his speech and bowed. The audience clapped more vigorously for his speech than any speech before it. Meanwhile, Shika Kagura, who was currently writing down additional novel ideas back at the Uehara apartment, sensed something as she slightly lifted her head and revealed a beautiful smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 484. This is my first time meeting such a handsome pervert. Chapter 484. This is my first time meeting such a handsome pervert. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. So noisy. So noisy, die, I don't wanna die, stop being so noisy, go die, so noisy, shut up, die, don't die, so noisy, go die. There was a huge commotion going on in Shadoro Rinura's head right now. He was no longer able to differentiate between which noises came from his own heart and which noises were just illusionary fantasies.
Everything he saw before him kept flickering back and forth between reality and his dreams. Disgust, complaints, anger, and hatred, all these emotions that he possessed in both reality and his dream mixed together and formed something pitch black and chaotic. He faintly heard some rather strange words in his daze. Was these words he heard in his dream? Or a foreign language? No, they weren't. It sounded more like a curse. The black mist around Shoutoru-Rinura suddenly exploded. By the time that Seiji noticed what was going on, he was already engulfed in darkness. Seiji felt his head becoming dizzy and consciousness going hazy. He faintly saw many chaotic scenes and heard clamorous sounds as his body became light. He did his best to maintain his consciousness. Soon, his head no longer felt dizzy and his field of vision returned to normal. He immediately noticed that the black mist had disappeared, but that the banquet hall was now dark with all the lights turned off as if the electricity had stopped. Everyone in the banquet hall was standing there frozen with no signs of life in their eyes. It was as if they had all lost their souls. Before Seiji could take a closer look at the situation, he suddenly saw a patch of bright red appear in his vision. The bright red came from cluster amaryllis flowers. While Seiji was still busy being astonished, the beautiful bright red flowers continued to bloom in the banquet hall while glowing with a dim red. Under the illumination of this red glow, everyone's clothes soon began to corrode. The skin revealed underneath soon began withering at high speed, and their hair began to fall out as their eyeballs melted. Their hands enlarged and soon became nothing but bones. In less than 10 seconds' time, all the original banquet attendants had become a large group of skeletons with distorted bone claws. Whoosh, the skeleton that was formerly the male host lunged in Seiji's direction. Seiji dodged this attack, then dodged the female host skeleton's attack. He immediately cast body strengthening technique on himself and knocked back the female anime president skeleton with a punch. More skeletons started rushing him, waving their sharp bone claws at him. Seiji speedily retreated while casting mana barrier on himself. He dodged the skeleton's attacks while countering with his punches and kicks. Boom, smack, crash, bang. After he figured out what amount of strength was required to defeat them, he was able to defeat each skeleton with just a single punch or kick without wasting energy. There were far too many skeletons, and their bone claws were incredibly sharp. There was no way for him to dodge all the attacks, but luckily, his mana barrier was able to block all the attacks that landed on his body. Not to mention, Seiji wasn't the only person in the banquet hall who was battling the skeletons. In a location slightly far away from the stage, there was a crew-cut hairstyle pudgy middle-aged man wearing a jacket and sweatpants who was agilely dodging the skeleton's attacks with dexterous movements that seemed completely unmatched with his body shape. He was shouting angrily loud while grabbing everything around him to block the skeleton's bone claw attacks or to attack the skeletons with. What the hell? Why did things suddenly become like this? What exactly happened here? He kept shouting while fighting the skeletons. Although he was slowly forced into a corner by the skeleton horde, he suddenly backflipped and then landed on the ceiling, attached there in a position like a toad's. The skeletons kept jumping up and down while waving their bony claws at him. The pudgy middle-aged man kept crawling on the ceiling, while occasionally stomping down on a skeleton's head. This scene appeared both abnormal and hilarious. Seiji noticed that the pudgy middle-aged man was heading in his direction. Harano-kun. You don't mind me addressing you this way, right? Do you know what's going on here? The pudgy middle-aged man shouted towards him. Of course you can call me Harano-kun. Also, may I ask who you are? Seiji responded. I don't know how any of this happened, but I think it's connected to Shoutoru-Rinura. My name is Tsuyoshi Matsutani, the pudgy middle-aged man replied. I think that this is connected to that Shoutoru-Rinura as well. Damn it! I should have just left here immediately when I saw a black mist emerging from that middle school brat. He crawled near to Seiji's location and backflipped off of the ceiling, crushing a skeleton under his feet as he landed. The two of them started fighting together as allies, which made it much easier on both of them to face the skeleton horde.
Matsutani-san, are you a light novel author? Seiji inquired.
Yes. You could consider me your senpai, Matsutani responded. May I ask what your pen name and light novel are? What? Sharphorn Ironcliff. I can't sleep when I'm sleeping together with my younger sister, and it's fine to be more casual in your speech with me.
Your Ironcliff sensei.
Seiji was astonished. Both me and my adopted younger sister really love your Can't Sleep with Younger Sister novel. When I came here, I was even thinking that I had to get Ironcliff sensei's autograph if I could meet you here.
Thanks for your support. Your adopted younger sister actually likes my light novel as well?
I'm suddenly curious just what type of sister she is.
Matsutani blinked in surprise. She's a really cute little sister, and an important family member to me. Alright, I've confirmed it now.
You little rascal, you're a Siscon,
That's right. How could I possibly not be a Siscon with such a cute younger sister? This is my first time meeting such a handsome pervert.
You're a great fellow, Harano-kun. Ironcliff sensei, I should be saying that you're a great fellow instead. It's amazing how you wrote a masterpiece like Can't Sleep with Younger Sister. Your eloquence in writing has reached an amazing realm that no ordinary person can reach. I'm truly impressed. The two of them exchanged glances for a while before they both smiled. Harano-kun, let's have a good chat with each other after we finish clearing out this place that changed so mysteriously. Matsutani tossed away a skeleton with enough force to knock over several other skeletons.
I'd like to do the same thing, Ironcliff sensei. Matsutani senpai. Seiji used a whirlwind kick to demolish 3 skeletons.
Some while later, they finally defeated all of the skeletons, or more accurately, crushed all the skeletons to little pieces.
Neither of them held back.
It wasn't because that they felt that these people were no longer savable, it was because these skeletons weren't real people to begin with.
Matsutani was able to sense that these skeletons possessed no life force whatsoever.
Seiji sensed more than Matsutani did as he realized that this was no longer reality, but a soul realm. The cluster amaryllis flowers blooming everywhere was the evidence of this.
These skeletons weren't actually real humans that transformed into monsters.
They were produced by the soul realm instead. When that black mist covered everything, they were pulled into a soul realm. As for whose soul realm this was, the answer was quite obvious. As for why things became like this, neither of them knew. Seiji and Matsutani both felt that Shadoro Rinura wasn't a spiritual ability user who had the power to cast such a spell like this of his own volition.
Was Rinura an awakened? That seemed like a possibility. But if that middle school boy had such an ability, why would he use it here? Was it just for revenge? For what happened in the author's waiting room? Seiji didn't feel that it was likely Rinura would go to such a degree for the extent of what happened there. No matter what, things had developed in such a fashion already. The important thing now was how to escape from Rinura's soul realm and return to reality. Seiji felt that Yomi would have an idea about this.
However, she wouldn't respond to him, so he figured she was still sleeping.
Since his cheat-like bonded spirit was still sleeping, he could only deal with things on his own.
I only know of one method: walk towards the place with the most cluster amaryllis flowers.
Perhaps we can find Rinura or something else there. We may be able to return to reality by dealing with whatever's located there, he told Matsutani.
Perhaps, but your method sounds rather unreliable.
Indeed.
I'm not sure if it will work, either, nor do I know what we will meet with. I'm only certain that this will definitely help us to find something,
Since there's no other method, then let's just do it your way.
Honestly, I've already stopped being part of the mystical side of society to become a light novel author, and yet I still met with such an incident. Matsutani scratched his head in frustration.
Senpai, could I ask what you did in the past? Seiji was quite curious about it. In the past. I suppose you could call me a ninja. Ninja.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 485, I don't have any experience dealing with high school girls. Chapter 485, I don't have any experience dealing with high school girls. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu.